He woke to the sound of dripping water and thought it must be melting snow. It took a long breath and another breath after that to remember there was no snow in the black cells. No season but damp. No sky but a low stone lid that sweated brackish tears. The drops were fat as pearls. They fell from a crack worn smooth by fingers he would never know and burst on the flagstones with a soft patter that kept time against his ribs. The straw stank of mouse droppings and mildew. His knee throbbed in the old way, as if a smith were breathing on iron inside the bone. He remembered a gray courtyard and boys with wooden swords, a shriek of laughter, the thud as he swung Robb from his feet. He reached for that warm noise and found the stone again. "Lord Stark," said the voice that came before the lantern. "You are still here, then. It pleases me when the dead confound their chroniclers. It should have been a joke. Could have been." But Varys did not speak as men tell jests. He placed them like beads and waited for the string to be measured. The lantern pushed back the black, not far, just enough to discover the slick on the wall and the rat gnawed to a parcel of fur by his boot. The eunuch looked as if he had been lacquered, eyes bright as the lamp, lips shaped to courtesy. He set down a small parcel that steamed faintly in the sour air. Ned's mouth worked and made a dry sound. "You told me my daughter would live. And she does?" Varys answered, untying the cloth. "She eats little, for she frets, as is the custom with maidens kept from their needlework and mothers. But she lives, my lord. I have told you this before, and I am not a man who enjoys repetition." "Then why do it?" "Because you are stubborn," said the eunuch mildly. He brought out a wooden bowl and a wooden spoon, filled it with what might once have been lamb and barley, now stewed and softened to a brown comfort that steamed against the face like the breath of an old dog. Ned took the spoon slowly. His hands were clumsy with a stiffness that had nothing to do with age. He ate, and the heat woke him, cut by salt, cut by pepper. He closed his eyes a moment. "You should not be here, Lord Varys. Not if it is a risk." "The city is a net," Varys replied, "and I am a small spider who makes his living by knowing which threads bear a man's weight. There are risks everywhere, but I have paid 2 jailers and moved a third to tears with the story of a mother in need. He will write me a poem tomorrow and think himself bold." The eunuch lowered himself beside the lantern and folded his hands. "A maiden with a secret. I came because the night above us is restless. There are letters loose, which is to say there are swords. Robb Stark rides with the river lords. The queen's father sharpens himself. The storm lords divide like loaves. It is not a season in which to leave any pieces lying." Ned ate until the bowl revealed its bottom. He could feel the warmth pushing outward from his stomach, like a little hearth set in the center of a ruin. "The boy is young," he said. "Robb, he will do as his mother bids." His throat closed briefly on the memory of Catelyn's hands, pale in the winter light, their blue veins like rivers at thaw. "He will march to break me from this hole, and you know it." "I know what men are," Varys said, "and I have the inestimable privilege of seeing them at their most unadorned. The lad will march because your blood is warm in him and because he believes there is still a world in which promises mean what they say. But such a world is fragile." He tilted his head. "It cracks like ice below a fool's boots, my lord. I am here to help you step where it is thicker." "I have stepped where I thought the ice sound," Ned said, and found a small, soft laugh in himself that surprised him. He rubbed his beard against his palm. It rasped like grass in drought. It did not hold. "Ah!" Varys made a small sympathetic noise, a woman soothing a child's fever. "You named the rightful heir, and there are men who do not like to be told they stand on air. But we are beyond the talking part now. The queen believes you confessed because you are a father. The boy, her son, believes you confessed because you are a coward. The small folk believe you confessed because the world is large and they are small, and such tales please them. You will note that these beliefs do not hinder any sword from being drawn. There is a point at which truth is not a bomb." "Is she safe?" Ned asked again. It had not been a question. He made it one out of habit. "Your daughter is being fed and clothed and guarded by those who want her alive," Varys said. patient as a teacher with a slow boy. I repeat myself because you are your father's son, and the words must fall upon you too, 3 times before they enter. She has learned to speak careful nonsense. Pleases the queen. It also pleases the girl, who believes thus she keeps you breathing. Ned put the wooden bowl aside and set his hand on the cold stone. He could feel the vibration of something moving far above, in rooms where men did not lower their voices. In Winterfell, the stone walls had held the day's heat and let it go slowly at night, like old men letting go of old griefs. Here the stones seemed to sweat what they heard. You would not do this without an end in mind, he said. There's an ask in it. Say it. Varys blinked. Lantern light slid across the smooth of his cheeks. There is a window, he said. Not wide, and it may close while I am speaking to you if a certain soft-footed lordlings lose their nerve or the wrong boy grows brave. If we place you in a solar where the guards who owe me are watching, if I remind certain officers of the watch that they enjoy bread purchased by careful persons, if the queen decides to be cunning rather than furious for one day, then we may bring you into the air and give you a measure of dignity that you have not lately enjoyed. You will be washed. You will be Dre, said. The realm will see you sit and will take instruction. Ned said nothing. The lantern hissed faintly as a drop slid down and kissed its copper lid. Instruction, Varys repeated. It is not wisdom they need from a man like you, though it would do them no harm to hear it. It is the sight of you. Men will go to their deaths for a face. They will pillage and burn, and later tell their grandsons it was a king's eyes that ordered them. You are a face that says the word honor until even those who do not know the letters think it must be a thing real enough to touch. If you are seen to be tended, the world will hold a little. If, by contrast, your head is raised on a spike this afternoon and the sun makes fool's gold out of your hair, then I will have to find other, uglier methods to keep the city from eating itself. Ned felt the old weariness descend, the one that had nothing to do with sickness or stones or wounds. It was the heaviness he had known on the steps of the Great Keep when the hungry came after a bad harvest. It was the gravity in his chest when he watched a man who had taken life kneel before the block. A lord's work was not his words. It was his bones. What must I say? He asked. And how shall I keep faith with my dead while saying it? The queen wants only that you speak quiet things, Varys said. Words are obedient if one tilts them right. You may remark upon the boy's courage in bearing the crown at such a tender age. You may advise the lords to keep the peace, as is the duty of any good subject. You may remind them that the war to come will be, if it comes, a harvest of widows. None of this will spoil in your mouth. You need not name a king if you speak to the realm itself. And what does the realm ask of me? Ned said. To live, Varys said gently. To live long enough that one day you may stand before those who love you and tell the truth in a way that does not break them. Ned let the words sit. They were smooth. They might be true. He turned them and found an edge somewhere all the same. I will not swear to a lie to keep my head, he said finally. But I will tell men to hold their swords. I have done that before. I can do it again. Varys smiled with his eyes. Then we have a small bridge across a very wide river. Come, my lord. I have no great love for tunnels, and you will forgive me if I do not care to spend another hour beside this rat. He set down the lantern and reached beneath his robe, drawing out something like a gnarled root. It was an iron key, gross as a fist, glistening with oil. The lock protested like a woman in childbed, and then the door felt the key's weight and accepted it. The corridor beyond the cell was a seam in the mountain, slick with its own slow blood. Ned's legs trembled at first, and he had to grip the wall when he stood. He waited until he could stand without chattering and then followed the light up into the dark. The stairs worked on him. They used the knee as a tanner uses a hide. He had to stop twice while Varys breathed softly and pretended interest in ceilings. When they came at last to a small postern door, Ned could taste air that had known the open. Even through the smell of fish and mud and men's armpits, there was salt. He remembered the shouts of boys on a beach at White Harbor and Rob's feet digging for purchase as he learned to stand against small waves, falling, laughing, getting up again. This way, Varys murmured. You will find the light intolerable for an hour. Do not mistake that for freedom. They brought him to a narrow courtyard of whitewashed stone, screened from the larger world by a ring of kitchens and storehouses. A woman with grease on her sleeve and flour in her hair took one quick look at him and looked away, not in contempt but in the intricate calculation of servants. A boy fetched a wooden tub and set it upon a brazier. Two men brought buckets of steaming water, got their coin, and went without speaking. The tub creaked when Ned lowered himself into it. It was small, and he had to fold himself like a caught crab. The first touch of heat against the grime broke something loose in him. He scrubbed, and the water went brown, then darker. When he lifted his bad knee, he saw that the skin there had a livid ring around it where the old wound had hardened the flesh. He worked it. He breathed. He thought of the godswood and the way the weirwood there had opened its mouth and quietly taken everything. They brought him a linen shirt that fit his shoulders and a doublet of gray that had been made for a man heavier by a stone but worn enough that it yielded to him. Someone had found breeches of black wool and boots that were not his but could have been. Varys stood in the archway with the posture of a man pretending to be a curtain. Does the world look less rude? The eunuch asked. It looks familiar, Ned said. That is better. Ah, familiar. Varys spread his hands. I have arranged, with no little help from the Seven, to have you taken to a small solar above the east wall that has a view of the bay. It is a terrible view, merchants and tides, but there is a chair with a cushion and a table with fresh bread upon it. I suggest you eat, and then we shall decide what face to show the city. The solar smelled of beeswax and lemon oil. Someone had opened a window, and the ceaseless voice of the city entered, fishwives cursing, wheels on cobble, the sea's slap against pilings, the faint high laughter of a prostitute who had not yet grown bored with her own fortune. Ned stood at the window and rested one hand on the warm stone of the sill. The bay was a sheet of hammered metal that had not yet cooled. Ships fretted at their moorings like restless horses. He could see the smear of a gull break the air, could see the sails of something larger far out where the water grew dark. On the table lay a half loaf, a small mound of salt, a plate of olives, and a crock of butter that would not keep past. Midday in such heat. He cut bread with the belt knife that had lain beside it, sat carefully, ate a slice, then another, savoring the way the butter went sharp with salt on his tongue. A man could live a long time if he remembered to notice when his food was good. Varys came and went, a humming figure sending out invisible threads. Servants entered with water. One pulled the sweat-stiff tangles from Ned's hair with a comb and tied it back in a plain leather thong, keeping her eyes on the work and never on his face. Another knelt and fitted a pair of clean stockings to his legs. When they left him, he dozed in the chair with his chin in his palm and dreamed briefly of snow falling in long, quiet lashes. He woke when the door opened and thought, foolishly, that it was his wife. For the first 2 heartbeats the figure in the door stood in the light and was only a height and shape he knew, and love rose in him like a fever. Then Sansa stepped fully into the room, and the fever turned to something else. She had lost weight she did not have to spare. Her face, formerly a soft arrangement of baby fat and hope, had been carved. Her eyes were large as a fawn's in the woods. When she saw him standing, she forgot the rules of the court and went to him as a child does, straight and with both hands out. She stopped herself a breath away and sank instead to the sort of curtsy that governesses praise, then rose, her lips tight, not trusting themselves. "My lord," she said, which was not how his daughter addressed him in Winterfell. He took her by the shoulders with a gentleness that he would have thought beneath his notice once, when life was broader. "Sansa," he said, "my little dove." He had called her that for the way she cooed poetry at the hearth, the way she folded her hands as if she believed that might make the world polite. "I have come to tell you that the queen is merciful," Sansa said, and her mouth made a shape that did not fit. If you say certain things, you shall be allowed to go north after a time. We will go north." The flicker in her eyes then, quick as a needle in a seam, was not faith but its mimic. He had a mad thought of sewing her back together with his own fingers. "What things must I say?" Ned asked, keeping his voice level for her sake. She recited them as a lesson. He listened and found them very much like what Varys had described, only more ornamental, more proud of their own lace. There were words of gratitude to the crown that had not saved him, and phrases of apology to men whose honor could not have purchased a ha'penny's worth of boiled cabbage. But there was nothing that would call him false to his core in a way that he could not wash. He thought of the river thawing, and ice breaking with a song that sounded like pain and relief, and he smiled a little. "Sansa," he said when she was done, "has your mother taught you the prayer to the old gods when the snow comes late and the river eats the banks?" His daughter blinked as if a small wind had struck her. "I am not a child," she said after a beat, and the words were both a claim and a plea. "This is not Winterfell." "No," Ned agreed, "but I am your father here as I was there, and I will speak to you in the same words." He kissed her brow. He should have done that every day she was small, every morning when she smelled of sleep and grass and the green apple scent that clung to her hair in autumn. He had done it less than he would have if he had known there would be a count. "Do not forget who you are, Sansa. There are men in this city who will love your pretty speech and forget that you are iron under it." She started to cry then, the way young deer shake when they do not yet know why the bowstring song means the end of the world. She made no sound when she did it. He held her without pressing, letting her skin feel that his flesh was there and warm and would not fade simply because a queen wished it. He did not tell her he would save her. He had learned the swift punishment life deals to men who promise the future. When she had straightened and smoothed her skirt, when she had arranged her face to something that would not frighten courtiers, she said, "I am to bring you down when the court is called. The queen wishes. She wishes to show that she can be generous, even when her enemies do not deserve." She swallowed and stopped. She said the next thing very carefully. "I do not think it is wise to anger her." "It is not," he said, "and it is not wise to anger the wind. Yet sometimes a man must walk against it if there is a man drowning just there beyond reach." He touched her cheek with the back of his fingers because that was not a gesture toward a petal, but toward a creature who might flinch. "I will speak today. It will not be the end of things. That is all we can hope for sometimes." She looked at him as if he were a tree she had climbed once and fallen from. Then she gathered herself and curtsied again, because the world had taught her that motion. Varys waited to escort her back. He did it with the deference of a brother and the care of an apothecary with a small flame. When they had gone, Ned stood at the window again and watched the gulls tilt in the heat. The throne room was cool by trick of stone and shadow. Light came through high windows and pencils and struck the floor, making little islands of day in a sea of polished dusk. He had stood there when Robert laughed and smashed cups. He had stood and held his tongue and thought it a kind of loyalty to leave his own counsel unspoken when drink had more voice than wisdom. The throne itself crouched across the room, all iron and memory, a hedge of swords a man might dream if he had slept with a smith's fever. Ned looked at it as you look at the man who might one day marry your daughter, not with love nor with hatred, but with the calculation of what it would do to her life. He wondered how many backs had learned to hurt from sittin'. Gee there, they brought him to a place near the base of the dais, half in shadow, half in light. The queen sat with a cat's grace and a shepherd's pride, one hand curled on the armrest as if the chair were a beast she had broken herself. The boy was present, the one they called Joffrey. He had the bright, cruel look of boys who have not yet discovered the limits of their own pain. Beside him stood the Kingsguard, white shadows except for the gleam of their sword hilts. The lords arranged themselves by power, as they always do, which is to say by height and clothing and the confidence to stand where the best tapestry hung. Peter Baelish smiled with one corner of his mouth and let his eyes tell one story for the boy and another for the queen. Grand Maester Pycelle half dozed and half attended, a man who had learned the art of listening with his head bowed and his mind half away. Ned did not look for the pools of blood that had not been spilled. He did not watch the queen's throat to see the swallow that accompanied fear. He looked at the people who were not supposed to be here at all, the butchers allowed in for the spectacle, their aprons cleaned, the fishwives who had braided their hair for the sight, boys who had climbed a summer's worth of trees to make their shoulders broad enough to jostle through. He looked at them because there was more future in them than in all the shining. A herald he did not know bellowed something about mercy. Ned listened to the words without giving them entry. He held himself very still until the moment came when it was time to step forward and speak. He felt the old calm that had come to him on the morning he took Garrett's head. He would not be a man who broke because a room was big. "I am Eddard Stark," he said, and the sound went into the cold stone and came out again as if it had been stored there. "I have been Lord of Winterfell. I have been the king's friend. I have been the man my sons watched to see if the world had meanings they could repeat. I am a father still. I am a subject still. I speak as both." He told them that the wars men love in their halls do not look the same in the fields where their children play, that the price of honor is very high when it is paid in bread. He told them that he had seen men die for true causes and for lies, and that the family left in either case grieved the same. He said they ought to hold their swords at their sides, not because the men in this room deserved their patience, but because the small ones who tugged at skirts in 100 dark kitchens would pay the debt otherwise. He said nothing about the boy's right to his chair. He did not name Stannis or Renly or any dead claim. He did not place any crown upon any brow. He asked the city to be less hungry. The queen watched him. She had placed the line of her mouth very carefully. It did not quiver, though there was living meat beneath it. Joffrey watched him as boys watch a hound that is old and slow and therefore safe to kick. Ned had known a boy like that once, in the long late afternoons north of the neck. He had a scar of it along his shin still. When he had done, there was silence that was not empty. It had in it the weight of a populace learning how to breathe again. It was Lord Baelish who clapped, a delicate flutter as if for a harpist's intricate piece. Others followed him because they were near enough to hear the whisper. The queen inclined her head, so small a movement that it might have been a trick of the light. She stood. The room bent. "We are not without tenderness," she said. Her voice carried because it had learned how not to be questioned. "Lord Stark has shown contrition for his errors, which sprang from love of his family, a motive we do not scorn. He advises peace. So do we. Let the lords take this counsel to their men. Let the northern host consider whether their anger feeds the wolves or starves their children. Lord Stark will remain as our guest until we are satisfied the realm will not be torn by his northern rashness. We will not have the city pulled opposite ways by his presence. He shall be moved from his cell to chambers appropriate to his dignity. We are merciful." The last sentence had a taste to it like ground glass. Ned bowed, because to refuse it would have been to bring down a stone upon a thin ice that held not only him. When he straightened, Sansa had her hands folded so tightly that the knuckles blanched. He wanted, absurdly, to unwrap them and rub life back into them before they stiffened forever. They led him away with a ceremony that had the shape of honor without its substance. A squire carried a sword behind him that was not ice, and Ned knew where his father's great blade was and what its absence meant in the world. The corridors were cooler above than below, and they smelled of beeswax and hot stone and the faint sweetness of pomegranate oil. He thought of the gods' wood at Winterfell and the smell of wet earth in spring, and for a breath he tasted fresh water in his mouth. His new chambers were set along the eastern wall, in a tower that had seen births and grief that did not belong to him. The bed was too soft for a man raised to hard weather. It took him twice as long to fall asleep upon it as upon straw. The window gave on the bay. In the afternoon the light came in so strongly that he had to turn away. In the hour before dusk the water turned to iron and then black lacquer, scrolled with the passage of ships. There was a small chest with a lock. There were 4 chairs, one with a slightly broken rung that a quick-fingered maidservant had supported with a twist of waxed cord. He sat on that one. He sat and watched the bay and thought of how small boats landed upon big shores. In the evening, Varys came with a tray and did not pretend it had been sent by anyone but himself. There was stew again and a hard white cheese and a bowl of boiled beans swimming in olive oil and garlic. Ned ate and then wiped his mouth. With the cloth like a man being told how to do it for the first time. "Do you feel yourself less a corpse?" Varys asked, amused. "I feel myself a man with a bed," Ned said. A man with a bed cannot be despairing in the same way that a man with straw is. You have a poet in you, Varys said, though I expect you have kept him somewhere with the moths. Poets and moths both love cloth, Ned replied. He thought of the girls learning their stitches in the warm room off the kitchen where the sun came in like a coin through a window of green glass. His heart moved in his chest as if it had remembered a dance. There are letters, Varys said more seriously. He drew them from within his robe as if bringing forth doves. I warn you that news flies faster than doves and seldom arrives with its wings so clean. Ned read. The words blurred sometimes and he had to blink them back into sense. Robb crossed the neck with what lords he could gather, their banners like a painter's wind-tossed cloth. The river lords stirred, a rouse of hornets. Lord Tywin moved west and north, a great red tide. His men burned and broke and harvested fear. The king's brothers wrote letters that had the tone of sermons or of bargains, depending upon which hand held the quill. Stannis spoke of law as if it were fire that must bite all equally or not be fire at all. Renly spoke of joy as if crowns were wreaths to be passed around a circle of laughing cousins. There were smaller letters, too. One with an awkward hand told of a boy fallen from a horse and a steward who had given his cloak to the child's mother. One with a sharp hand told of the Night's Watch needing men and not receiving them. Ned sat very still when he read that one and wondered whether Jon was cold or merely solitary, and whether that was worse. You will have choices to make soon, Varys said. It is unfortunate that men cannot always be allowed their full measure of contemplation. The city stirs. There are those who love you, and their love is a danger because it is a river without banks. There are those who hate you, and their hatred has edges of utility in the right hand. There are those who wish to ride after the largest noise, and their number is legion. We must give them something to follow. You mean to put me upon a horse and lead me around the streets? Ned said dryly. Nothing so vulgar, Varys murmured. Not yet. I think we may obtain you a walk in the Godswood. The Red Keep has no heart tree, Ned said before he knew he would. The words came out like a cut too quick for pain. It has a pond and some cypresses that smell like a sweet funeral. You are an exact man, Varys said lightly. You see? Poet. But there is water there, and some who remember will therefore think the cold gods hear you. The sight of you alone beneath leaves will be as keen a counsel as any you might give in speech. Rumor feeds better upon images than upon syllogisms. You make me into a story, Ned said. I thought you preferred numbers. I prefer outcomes, Varys said, and for once the smiling wore thin. If men must be told bedtime tales so that they do not stab one another in their sleep, then I will clap the hands of the very best minstrels. It is not a noble instrument. It is the one I have. They went at dawn, when the air had not yet burnt away its coolness. The stones of the courtyard had sweat. They kissed his boots and left darker prints behind him. The Godswood of the Red Keep was a green cut in a red loaf, orderly as a noblewoman's garden. The pool took the square shape men favored when they wanted to prove they were higher than happenstance. The cypresses stood like careful mourners, tall and scented. There were nightingales, which had not yet decided it was time to be silent. He stood by the water and looked down at his face. He did not know the man there. That made the prayer easier. He spoke to the air because there was nothing else to speak to. He told the old gods that he had been wrong in 100 small ways, that a man is wrong without meaning harm. He told them that he had been right in his few great ways, if right meant loyal and faithful and attempting to keep children's stomachs full. He asked nothing he might not have given himself, if his hands had been bigger. He waited. The pool blinked only when a slight breeze troubled it. Sansa had walked with them, carefully a step behind, as maidens at court are taught. She did not come under the trees. She stood outside the edge of their shade, as if it were a taboo she could not break now without something in the air breaking as well. When he came back from the water, he thanked her for her courage. She shook her head once, a small motion. It is not courage to obey, she said, and then looked at the ground as if she had uttered heresy and must hide her mouth from herself. Sometimes it is, he told her. Sometimes obedience is a better bravery than striking at what you cannot kill. You say that because you think I would strike and be killed, she said, and there it was, that slash of the thing she had from her mother. He did not smile. There were men above them in the ramparts, he knew, with their hands cupped to their mouths to make their whispers travel farther. He would not give them that. He walked the length of the godswood and thought about war. He had not thought of war the way poets think of war since he had held a boy's head while the boy gurgled blood, since he had known the smell of a man who had died 3 days ago and could not be buried because archers were clever at their business. He knew the cost, and he could not pretend not to count it. He also knew it would come whether he counted it or not. The only thing a man could do was to stand where his absence would make the worst of it, and put his flesh there instead of that absence. By noon the city had woken into its true temper, which is to say the temperature of irritation. Men sweated and lay the blame for it upon their neighbors. Fish went off faster than coin was counted. A barge stuck in the mouth of a canal for a quarter of an hour, and 25 curses were born that would still be in use when their inventors were old. The smell of horse pissed itself into alleys. Ned stood in his chamber and watched the sails. He did not know how to do anything else that would matter. He was not a man for speeches every day. He was not a man who would dance before his enemies to show them he had not broken. He was a man who could sign his name very clearly at the bottom of a page and then keep the promise he had made. That had always been enough before. In the afternoon, the small council sent for him. A page in green and yellow with a front tooth too large for his mouth delivered the summons as if it were the feather of some rare bird. Ned went, and the walk through those halls did to him what the climb had done before. It used the knee, it used the back, it used the neck where a head had settled for 50 years and now had suddenly realized there were other places the world might like to put it. They were already seated when he entered. Baelish lounged as if he were too thin to sit upright without support. Pycelle had arranged his beard into a white fount that looked suspiciously like something borrowed from a tapestry. The queen did not trouble herself to rise. Her eyes measured him as one might measure a tapestry to see where to cut it so that it would handsomely occupy a smaller wall. The boy king played with a jeweled knife, pricking the table as if to make constellations. "We have a problem," said the queen without prelude. Her voice had the texture of velvet around a brick. "The watch is faithless. Or, to put it more exactly, the watch is faithful to its belly, and its belly is fed by too many kitchens." "The watch belongs to the city," Baelish murmured, "which is a whore if you take my meaning." "We had ordered certain arrests," the queen continued, ignoring him the way a queen may ignore a buzzing that does not bite. "The men went where they were told, and then they were told other things by other men, and by the time the telling had ended the men in question had taken ship. Porters talk, Lord Stark. Harbor masters listen. Nothing can be done. The city waits to know whether it has a king. You have a boy with a crown," Ned said, and because he is who he is, he said it without sneer or bow. "Do not be insolent," Joffrey said, as if the word were a blade he had seen other men use. "I am your king." "You are a boy," Ned replied mildly. "To be king is a work. A man does not become a smith when a hammer falls into his hand." Joffrey flushed a color that would have looked comical if there had not been steel within reach. The queen's hand settled upon the boy's wrist. "We have a realm that will not have a war fought in the streets," she said. "You will do the thing you did this morning again. You will tell them to be quiet while your northern cubs are driven back in their kennels. You will put your face in the window of this castle and let them see you eat bread and drink watered wine and talk in a low voice. You will be alive until we do not need you alive." "Mother," Joffrey snapped. "Hush," she said without turning her head. It was a trick he had seen Catelyn use when the children were young. It had worked then because love had made it sovereign. It worked now because power did. "We cannot have the river lords fall on King's Landing like a storm. This city is bread on a shelf. It molds, it riots, it falls to fire. Every child knows it. I will not have it explode because this man insists upon his ice-eyed notions of virtue." Ned thought of the night air in Winterfell when the first cold came and how even the dogs grew still, as if the world required silence for its change. He drew in breath and tasted lemon oil and stone. "If you keep me as your mouth," he said. "You must allow me some words that are not yours. I will not praise what I cannot swallow. I will tell them to keep their knives down and their doors shut. I will tell them that the army at their gates is full of frightened boys who wish they were home. I will tell them that bread will come by sea if the sea can be kept open. I will tell them not to throw their own city into the fire to cook their dinner. And you will not tell them to love their king," Cersei said, and the word love sounded odd in her mouth, like a stolen gem she might yet learn to cut. She studied him and he let her. He had nothing else to let. "So be it. You are to be seen in the markets tomorrow with 2 men of the watch and a priest who will carry a book until his arms ache. You will walk and look like a man who is exactly as humble as his words. Baelish will attend to the coin for the bread. The master of ships—" She glanced at the chair that should have held Stannis and did not look surprised to see it empty. "Will be found or replaced. I will see the lords who remain in this city and remind them that their wives are here, which is a better argument than any sermon. And you, boy," she turned to Joffrey, "you will sit the throne and do nothing. Nothing. It is the most difficult of labors. You will perform it for 1 day. If you manage it, you may complain to me of boredom, and I will send you to stab a boar." Baelish's mouth made that little shape again. Pycelle snored once and woke himself, looking offended at the sound. Later, when the council had broken like stale bread, Varys and Ned walked together briefly along a mural in which heroes fought a hydra and the hydra looked bored. "When the realm is unlovely," Varys murmured, "it is useful to make your face seem more comely than the backdrop. You did well." "I spoke as if I had learned nothing these last months," Ned said. "As if the truth were a coin I could keep in my mouth without swallowing or spitting." "You did not name a king," Varys said. "You did not tell a lie. You did what was done." In the north, when a storm came early, the men brought in the sheep and banked the fires and told the children a story while the wind thrashed the shutters. Sometimes that is the only cleverness needed. That night, after the candles burned to furry stubs, after the watchman had called the hour that meant a man might sleep or might wake and neither would be a loss, Ned dreamed of the crypts. He dreamed the air of Winterfell, the wet stone and the smell of ancient earth and the faint green behind his eyes that came when he walked under roots. He saw his father twice, once as he had last seen him, quiet as iron when iron has grown cold, once as he had known him as a boy, impossible as a tower. The statues breathed. The stone wolves watched him pass with eyes that held Kindle's last glow. He turned down a corridor he did not recognize, one that had not existed while he lived there, and found a new statue waiting. It had his own face, a little thinner, the bones more pronounced. The stone hands were clenched around nothing at all. He woke with the taste of earth in his teeth. The next day, the city conducted its examination by the sight of him. He went out with 2 men of the watch whose names he learned and forgot and learned again, because it was important they think themselves men to a man like him and not spears. The priest carried a book so heavy that his shoulder bent and bent again. The market that day was sea fish heavy at the tables. There were mackerel with silver flanks and long red gurnard like fish that had made a poor bargain with a demon. There were eels that twisted like thieves caught by the ankle. Netters called prices and insulted one another with the intimate brilliance of men who had learned to make art from malice. The sun turned the scales of fish into coins. Children ran between his legs with the obliviousness of the perfectly protected. He listened and he spoke and he kept his hands at his sides where all could see them. He told a woman with a baby at her breast that bread would reach the dock by dusk and that she should go before that hour and stand beside the boy in the brown hood. Not the man with the scar like a fishhook, as the boy would have a sack that had not already been turned out by the baker's cousins. He told a baker that he would find coin at the castle if he could account for how much flour he used these days and how much had been stolen by fear. He told a knot of cells words, in words plain enough for them to take, that any hand raised against any child would lose 3 fingers before the hour ended, and he let them look in his face while he said it, so that they might know he knew how to count to 3. He praised a boy for not stealing after the boy had plainly stolen, and saw the boy's mouth go soft with something like shame. He was, in other words, exactly as useful as a man in such a place can be who has no army of his own. At noon he sat on a turned wine cask in the shadow of a corridor where the breeze ran and ate a piece of black bread with olives. The priest sat and gasped softly at each small bite he took as if each were a sin. The watchmen sweated and laughed and nudged one another in the way of men who believed that the sun shines on them because they are alive. The city threw a shadow upon itself and shifted into afternoon. That was the hour that brought the raven. It found him in the corridor, because the world was full of intrigues of which he was the end but not the beginning. It was harried by two gulls and affronted by them, beating its wings like a scribe flinging his sleeves. The boy with the tooth showed him the letter because the boy understood now that there was a part of the world that could be made right only by the man with the gray eyes. Ned took the letter and saw the seal and did not open it. He put it in his sleeve and finished his bread, and only then he broke the wax. The words were cats and not cats. They were a clerk's hand, with his wife's will at its heart. Robb had crossed the Green Fork by night, she wrote. He had taken a watchtower and let the men there go home with their ears still attached because he would rather buy that kind of peace than spend any more of the other kind. Tyrion Lannister had been returned to his family by the river. The phrase had demanded a price, and it had been paid, and she would pay again if it meant keeping her children breathing. She did not write that she was afraid, because she had never in their long history put that word to paper. She wrote that she had slept and had dreamed of a weirwood with no face. She wrote that the boy from the wall had sent a message after the old fashion, via a man whose name Ned did not know, that the Snows there already learned to speak in their way. She wrote that she loved him and that she would love him if he did the thing that would ruin him and if he did not. That night he took the letter and held it in his hands until the lamp had burned away 2 inches of itself and gone to tallow at its lip. He did not weep. It was not a marvel to him that he did not. He had learned at a tender age that a man might lose tears the way a man might lose the thin hair at his temple, by slow attrition, unremarked until one day a mirror shows you the old shape of your skull. He folded the letter once and placed it in the small chest with the lock and sat beside the chest and listened to the sea. The city woke the next morning with the news that ships had been sighted on the horizon. News ran faster than men. It leapt from plank to plank, ran along the shoulders of men carrying sacks of flour and meat. It attached itself to sellers of cheap wine and improved their sales. Varys arrived at the Solar without breath, which was how Ned knew the news was nothing and everything. "The ships are from the south," the eunuch said. "There are banners aboard that look like storms, and there are others that look like lions, and there are a few that look like men who have not yet decided they need to choose." "Renly," Ned said, tasting the name like a fruit too green to be sweet. "And what friends he can buy, or Stannis, who is not the buying kind." "You continue to be a poet by accident," Varys said. He put his hands together, a prayer that had picked up a trick or two in brothels. "They will not land at once, because men who distrust one another cannot even agree upon the angle at which to incline their oars. The queen will go to the ramparts. She will show the boy so that those at sea may look upon him and discuss at dinner whether such a face deserves bread. You will be asked to stand quietly. I suggest you do it." Ned stood on the ramparts with the morning already making the stones hot beneath his boots. The boy king held himself stiff, like a sword that has never cut and therefore thinks that is the same as being straight. The queen wore green that day, to woo the eyes that had liked her in another color on another day. Baelish's hair glinted. Pycelle's beard fluttered like a sail. The ships did not come in, which was the cleverness Renly and Stannis could agree upon. They bobbed. They waited. The gulls discussed them in a chorus of mockery. The crowd below threw up its own commentary, of which only a tenth rose clear. Ned heard anger and hunger and the kind of laughter that men used to hide the first two. He heard his name twice. He did not move when he heard it. He did not make an answer for it. He looked at the ships and thought of boys standing along their rails, of men mending nets on deck, a shape of life that had nothing to do with kings and everything to do with survival. He thought of his son on a horse at a ford. When the noon bell sounded, the queen turned from the sea and said to Ned in a voice pitched to be overheard, "You will dine with us. We would have the city sea peace at table. Varys has had the wit to find eels. We are told northerners do not gag at them. "I have eaten worse," Ned replied. He had indeed eaten worse and in better company. They ate in a hall that had always been too large for food and conversation, but which made a fine place to display complacency. The boy drank watered wine and made a face and then made another to show the first had been a trick. The queen held her knife as if it were a pen. Baelish spoke of ships as if they were coins one might slide across a table and stack in the corners of a ledger sheet. Varys praised the glaze upon the eels and took 3 very small bites. Ned ate and listened because he had learned a long time ago that a man who says less sometimes hears more. When the moment came, when the servants had cleared the bowls and the hall had made that little sigh that means it can bear a fresh weight, Cersei spoke. "The city would be calmer if there were a name everyone could say without choking," she said. "They do not love my son. It is not necessary that they do. But it would be convenient if there were some other syllable beginning to settle in their mouths. They would sleep better." "You propose a regent for the boy," Baelish said, his voice a soft knife. "Or you propose the opposite. No boy and a regent for an empty chair." "I propose that men will go where other men walk before them," Cersei said. "I propose that an old wolf, for all he howls the enemy, can keep the young ones from eating the den." She set down her goblet. The light made small bruises in the wine. "Sit the chair." The table went still, not silent. Men and women in rooms always made some noise, if it were only their own skin on their own linen. But still, as when a window opens in winter and the cold comes in and makes all of them remember the edge of something. "I am no king," Ned said, because the sentence had been written on a stone inside him, and he had no other script. "No," Cersei agreed, and her eyes were like glass in the sun. "You are no king. That is why it may be survived. Sit the chair. Sit it for a day, for 3, for 10 if the winds do not shift. Sit it so that the boy's name means something that is not a lash. Sit it so that when the men on the ships bargain with one another at night, they have a picture in their heads of a realm that does not change whore every hour. Sit it so that the watch thinks its bread will keep coming, so that the bakers think their flour will get through, so that the butchers do not imagine that bulls will be easier to bleed than pigs. Sit. You will not like it. You will not be loved for it. You will be necessary." Baelish's mouth moved. Something very faint that might have been admiration passed like a shadow over his face. "There are words for such a sitting," he said. "Lord Protector, Regent, hand to a chair that presently has no fist. Call it what you like," Cersei said. "Make a title out of paper. Pray over it. I require a face on a seat while the realm remembers how to breathe. If the ships land and join us, well and good. If the ships land and do not join us, we will have at least eaten our eels first." Ned looked around the table. He could see the lines up their faces where hair would turn white. He saw their teeth. He saw the gray in the queen's hair that she had hidden well but not entirely. He saw the boy look from face to see if he was getting the thing he wanted or having it taken away. He saw Varys's hands on the table, neatly folded, and saw the tiny stains of ink at the base of his pinky. He saw the doors of the hall, tall and open as if to admit weather. He thought of the Iron Throne and of the godswood that had no heart. He thought of a promise he had made to a girl bleeding in a bed of flowers and of the way her breath had sounded like leaves. He thought of Robb at a river and of Jon where the snow speaks. He thought of Sansa's narrow hands shaking like birds. He did not think of himself, because he had not had the habit when he was young and saw little profit in acquiring it now. "Very well," he said, "for a day, for 10 if bread and brait. Hing require it." He was careful as he spoke. He placed the words down as if he were setting stones into a stream for children to cross upon. "Call me what pleases you. I will not wear a crown. I will not call myself king. I will sit so that there is a chair not left empty for men to imagine themselves filling." The boy made a noise and clapped his pretty hands together twice, as if at a puppet show. Cersei did not smile. Baelish's eyes flickered like a candle. Varys's lips thinned into something that was almost not a smile at all, but its idea. They walked later in the cooling hour, in a corridor that had old battles painted upon it with the vividness of lovers who mean to lie. Varys drifted at his elbow. "You do not wish it," the eunuch said as if to himself. "No," Ned said. His voice was as clean as water. "I do not wish it. You know what it will do to you. I know a thing or two about chairs and men. This one draws knives out of the air. I will sit very still and try not to bleed upon the city such as I can." Varys breathed in. He made a sound that was almost like sympathy. "You may sit that chair, Lord Stark, to keep children from dying and ships from burning, to make 2 men at sea think twice and a boy here in his green shoes learn the shape of patience. You will sit because it is weight and you were made with a back for it. But hear this as truth from a man who rarely bothers with it. The thing you mean to prop up is not a wife or a friend or a hearth. It will not love you for the sacrifice. Thrones do not love. The city does not. The realm is a great beast that takes and then dies and leaves its bones for the next one. You may give it what you have, and it will lick its chops and look for more." Ned looked at him and for a heartbeat felt a kinship that made a root of loneliness stir. "I do not do the thing for the throne," he said. "I do it for the boy who will wake a little less frightened if the baker brings him bread. I do it for my daughter, who will not be trampled in a riot when men who do not know her name break a door for the fun of it. I do it because I was born the sort of fool who thinks people matter." Varys inclined his head, and there it was, the shadow of that smile, the one that acknowledged a wound. "I believe you. Do you?" Ned asked. "Yes." Varys's voice was hushed, and for once not because of intrigue but because the corridor, with its painted men in their armor, deserved quiet. "I believe you, and I believe also this: you may sit the iron chair, Lord Stark. You may steady it with your weight and your sadness, and you may keep it from cutting itself upon its own edges. But do not expect it to love you back." He did not say the word love a second time. He did not need to. The corridor took the sound and laid it down somewhere in the paint. That night Ned went again to the Godswood because he needed to be in a place where the air at least pretended to care. He walked under the cypresses and laid his hand upon the trunk of one, and it was warm as flesh because the day had been hot. He found himself angry at it because it could be so easily fooled into believing itself alive. He breathed. He thought of the chair, and of the day ahead in which he would sit it and become the thing he never desired and the thing he could not refuse. He thought of Jon's face, the way the boy had thrown back his head to laugh when his hair was first cut too short by a man with dull shears, and the way he had tried to hide his grief when he went north because he had wanted so badly to be a man. And men do not cry in front of the ones they love. He whispered into the hot leaves. "Live," he said, and did not know whether he was speaking to his son or to the city. At dawn the chair was iron and black. It held the light like a bad conscience. He walked to it as a man walks to a field where he has worked in all weathers. He set his hand upon it because the old tales say the iron will cut a false man and leave a true one untouched. It bit him. Of course it did. He did not take that as an omen or as a judgment. He took it as iron behaving like itself. He sat. The room breathed. It does that when a man finally takes the place it has meant for him. The boy came and stood at his right hand because the queen told him to. The queen sat and made of her stillness a declaration. Men bowed. Women watched. Pages ran. Clerks scratched. The morning grew old. Petitioners came. An old woman wanted her son freed from the cells because he had stolen a loaf and she could not convince him to learn the better art of starving. A man wanted the market moved because the smell of fish offended the sensibilities of his wife. A captain of the watch wanted more coin because the men were testing the difference between hunger and thirst and finding it significant.
Ned liste ned.
He made answers. He asked questions that made men who had not expected questions feel briefly the joy of answering. He sent the offender of the old woman to work on the city walls for a month and gave the woman from the fish-smelling quarter a lesson in speech by letting her talk for 10 minutes uninterrupted while he counted, and then told her he would give her a small cask of spiced vinegar so that she might dab it beneath her nose and thus be queen of her district. For queens improve the air, he said, and the court smiled, though Joffrey did not understand why. He sent a messenger to the docks to count sacks, and another to the baker with the scar to tell him there would be a man at his elbow when he handed out bread, and that man would have eyes and would also have fingers with which to count, and if the numbers did not add it would be the baker's fingers that would make the difference. He let a certain lordling who spoke too boldly of lions and wolves speak a while, and then sent him to sit in the corner and make tally marks for every time he heard a word he did not recognize, and told him to bring the tally to him. Afterward, and he would teach him the meanings. The lordling's face did something he had not known it could. There was some small justice in the chair when properly applied. At midday he rose, and the city sighed as if a belt had been loosened after too heavy a meal. He had never before known the weight of the small acts that make up governance when the large are deferred. He had always known their importance. He had not known how they burn a little in the throat once they are spoken. He thought of ice and of the way its sharpness had disciplined him. He thought, absurdly, of the day when Arya had cut her hair with his knife and had looked so proud that no scolding would have done any good. He smiled, and a man watching from a niche in the wall put his hand to his heart because he believed, just for that blink, that a lord might be a lord the way a father is a father. And so the day moved. At its end, when the shadows in the throne room had climbed up the walls like ivy and were readying themselves to hold the ceiling, he stood. His legs were stiff. The chair had put his back to an ache that reminded him of winter mornings when the fire had gone to ash and a man's breath made little ghosts before his mouth. He descended the steps. The queen rose, no slower than he, and the boy, impatient now beyond courtesy, half ran. Varys materialized where the light had accepted him before. The hall emptied itself of notables and filled itself with air. "It holds," Varys said in a tone that did not ask him to be joyful over the fact. "For a day it holds." "For a day," Ned agreed. He felt the sweat at his back and did not much care. He was tired in the way an honest day makes a man tired. He had forgotten that in this place such fatigue could exist. The eunuch tipped his head, very bird-like. "You were not made to love this thing, my lord," he said. "And it was not made to love you. But for now, necessity is a marriage that does not require vows." Ned looked back at the chair. It hulkied. It remembered, perhaps, excitements he did not care for. He exhaled, and the sound might have been mistaken for laughter if a man were far away. "There's an old saying in the north," he said. "A man takes the yoke because the field must be plowed, not because he desires the timber." Varys's mouth twitched. Spoken like a poet. Spoken like a farmer. Outside, the sea performed its endless business. The ships waited still. The gulls performed their plays. The city lay under the soft fist of evening and allowed itself to think, for a handful of heartbeats, that survival was a habit and not a labor. In the eastern sky, a pale pearl of moon set itself with the arrogance of the young. In the corridor, as they walked, Varys slowed. He did not touch Ned. He rarely touched anyone. His trade did not require it. "You have long known how to be the man you are," he said. "It is a rare knowledge. Keep it. There will be those who try to hire it out of you or amortize it with praise. The chair does not love, my lord. The city does not. The realm is a weight. You may set your back to it, and it will be moved, because you are stubborn and you were made in a place that makes men of stone. But do not look for grace from cold iron. The gratitude you want you will find, if you find it, in kitchens and in the faces of women who discover their daughters were not taken in the night. That is a thin wage for a king. It is the richest that exists." Ned wanted to say that he was no king. He opened his mouth to say it. The word lay there on his tongue, warm as bread. He did not speak it, not because he had changed, but because he had learned something about words in the last days. Their shape in the mouth is one thing, their weight in rooms is another. He closed his mouth. They walked on. The torches spat resin. The smell was raw and honest. In his chamber, when the door had been barred because a man must sometimes be allowed the fiction of safety in order to sleep, he went to the chest and took out the letter. He read it again, though the words were the same. He set it down and went to the window and watched the hold's lanterns swing on the ships, little fireflies pinned to black cloth. He thought of the frost on the window at Winterfell in the first week of true cold, and of the way the patterns on the glass had looked like rivers or roots. He thought of the thing that was coming from the north, which made all their quarrels seem as children's games at dusk and which none of the people between these walls had seen. He thought of the boy at the wall who had been a boy and who would now be a man because the world insists upon it. He slept finally. When he dreamed, He dreamed not of thrones but of a snuffling in the dark and a cold nose pressed to his palm. He reached out and found fur. He did not know whether it belonged to a wolf or a hound or some other thing that does not live in cities. He woke with the feeling of warmth still under his hand and found only linen, only stone. The new day came in its shabby way. He dressed himself. He ate a piece of bread that had gone stale in the night and did not grudge it its hardness. He put his hand upon the door and hesitated. There were voices beyond. The city had already invented 100 new reasons to hate and to love since he had slept. He opened the door and let them have him. Later, when the heat was a hand pressing upon the back of his neck and the ships were still only promises, he sat again and heard again and judged again. He sent a man out to the river with a sack of copper and a smile. He sent another to the guild of masons with a letter that would put bread in 5 dozen bellies. He took into himself 100 small coinworths of power and was not overcome by them, which is a victory few men count. He was, for that day, lord of the realm of small mercies. He held it and it held. At twilight, Sansa came again. She stood at the door as if the air inside might be dangerous to be. Breathe and then step through, because she had learned that a person could stand outside of fear until it killed them or could walk through it like smoke. "I saw you sit it," she said, and there was something almost like awe and almost like contempt in her tone. Not for him, but for the thing that could require such work to do so little good. "When I am queen," she stopped, and the hand went to her mouth because the future had mirrored itself in a way she did not mean. "I mean, when you are queen of yourself," he said gently, "you will not sit upon anything that might bite you back." She laughed then, a small, real sound. She came to him and let him hold her for the time it takes a candle to gutter and then catch again. When she left, the room did not feel larger. It felt habitable. When night at last pushed its thumb into the city and made its bruises bloom, he walked once more to the window. The sea had turned to zinc. The ships were black teeth. He stood, and because the world is sometimes a thing of pattern if not mercy, Varys's voice came from behind him, low as silk on a table. "You may sit the chair," the eunuch said again, a sentence that had turned itself into a litany, perhaps in both their minds. "You may bear it for a while, and you may keep this city from cutting its wrists out of boredom or fear. But understand this, Lord Stark, and forgive the bluntness. Chairs do not love. The people will forget you as readily as they have remembered you, once it suits their bellies. It is not a judgment. It is how they live." Ned did not turn. He watched a lantern swing, a tiny sun made foolish by its own heat. "I have been loved," he said, "by children who learned to tie their shoes while tugging at my hands. By a woman who once bruised my arm with the grip of her anger and her need in equal measure. By a house that took me in and kept me warm when the world went white. That will be enough." "Then we understand one another?" Varys said, and his voice this time held something that might have been respect and might have been sorrow. And the line between those two is fine and of no importance to a man who has already chosen his road. "Good night." When the door closed and the city went on with its noisy attempt at living, when the sea continued and the ships waited and the gulls laughed and the men on the walls leaned and gossiped, Ned Stark, who had been lord and friend and father and prisoner and now was what the realm required, blew out the candle with one breath, like a man who has learned when to save it. He rose in the lavender hour before dawn, when the roofs of the city were still the color of old coins and the gulls had not yet decided whether they would be greedy or patient. The bay, viewed from the eastern window, was dull pewter and the ships lay upon it like a scattering of black leaves. He stood with his hand flat on the sill and let the air come into him, heavy with brine and the sour breath of fishmongers who had started their fires in the dark. The stone felt warmer than it had the day before. The world was warming all things he must cool. He washed in the copper basin because there was water and because there might not be tomorrow if a quartermaster somewhere fell in love with his own corruption. He shaved with slow strokes that made the old skin under his jaw pull taut. He thought of his father's hands doing the same, steadying themselves with the little ritual of steel and soap before facing a day that would require other steel. For a moment his own reflection was unfamiliar. An older brother he had not met, or a future he had been walking toward without looking down at the path. There was a knock and then a pause. Too long for a servant. Not long enough for a lord who thinks a door should open at his shadow, and Varys slid in without truly entering. The eunuch always had the quality of a man who had bought a room and then found it too dear to use. He bowed over his hands as if they were a small altar. "I have for you 3 small matters which, in the manner of small matters, each wishes to be considered first," he said, and moved toward the table where bread and olives had been laid. He lifted the linen cloth from the loaf and inhaled. "Ah, the day's mercy." Ned poured watered wine. "Start with the one that will make me wish we had kept the wine undiluted." Varys smiled. "A raven from the wall. I do not know its vocabulary. It seems rudely educated. It has pecked 2 of my little birds and defiled the sleeve of a page. But it bore a letter, which I did not open. I am not so bold as to put my eyes into a father's pocket." The letter's wax was black and scarred with a fist, the watch's seal. The ribbon had known wet. He felt grit in it, as if the night had clung. He broke the seal and read. When he looked up, Varys had taken half a step closer without seeming to move. "They have burned a corpse that would not stop moving," Ned said. He made the words plain because decoration has a way of letting men hide in it. "A ranger who fell, rose in the night, and tried to kill his brothers. They burned him and he lay down. They beg for men. They beg for oil. They ask for news of the fleet because men over water make other men nervous even behind walls." "Ah," Varys said lightly, "the old stories have put on boots." "The stories always wore boots," Ned answered, folding the letter once. He did not place it on the table. He kept it in his hand as if heat could be given back. "We stopped listening because the gods were gentle with us for a little while. There is a ship out of White Harbor due by week's end," Varys said, as if they had not both felt the room grow colder with the single sentence from the wall. "If I prod the right ribs and promise another kind of cargo upon her return, the captain might be persuaded to bear oil north. We might also invite carpenters to the wall by paying well, for carpenters are a breed who understand places that must hold their own weight." He glanced at the window. "This presumes no polite blockade from our southern admirers." "Presume nothing," Ned said. "Make arrangements as if men are fickle and seas are constant." "You are a poet," Varys murmured. "And by a poet I mean a realist with better nouns." He moved one finger along the table's edge, feeling the notch where some previous occupant had carved his impatience. "The second matter is the watch. The men of gold are thinner-cheeked than 4 moons ago. Their captain, Lord Slint, is fatter. I am sure you can make of that what you will." "I can," Ned said. "Is there a third?" "There is," Varys said, and looked almost eager. "Your daughter proposes to distribute bread and watered beer from carts at the fishmonger's square, in the company of 2 watchmen and a septon who is so pious as to be practically unhelpful. She believes this will make men quiet and women less frightened. The queen intends to let her do this because she believes it makes a useful picture. I have come to tell you that what makes a useful picture sometimes does useful work as well." He looked at the bread on his own table, at the way it dulled the knife when he cut it because it was baked with the cheap flour of a city that sees too many hands on each sack. "And if the crowd becomes a crowd," he said, "if a hand reaches, if a boy pushes, if one yells that the Stark girl carries a purse beneath her dress and must be stopped at once." Varys's eyelids lowered in a soft acknowledgement of the truth that lives in busy places. "Then the men I have primed will clear a lane with their bodies. Then the hound, who has taken a dislike to the notion of chaos near the thing he believes pretty, will growl. Then your daughter will learn something she must know to be less innocent and more good." He would have liked to be the sort of father who did not ask. He asked anyway, "Is Arya alive?" "Oh," Varys said, as delighted as a child finding a coin under a cushion. "Now there is a small matter within which all the other small matters dance. She is alive, Lord Stark. More alive than most things behind these walls. She is a cat that has learned the smell of butter. She is a boy when she needs to be and a shadow when that is wiser. She has a friend who sells almond tarts and another who has 3 knives and a sister who believes all men are liars. She has cut her hair. She has opinions about cobbles. She has also learned to move where there is no space, which is to say she thrives. I have not brought her to you because you are watched, and she is a thing that will run better if not presented with the leash of her father's gaze. Forgive me. Forgiveness is for later, Ned said quietly. He did not trust his mouth to do anything more complicated. He folded the letter again, though once had been enough. He put it into his sleeve and felt its presence there like a hot coin. The hall outside his chamber had filled while they spoke, as if the castle itself breathed men in before breakfast. A page ran his length with eyes like wet pebbles and tried to speak while moving. The words came in clumps. Small council, ships, lord, bread. Ned walked and the page bounced beside him like a hound not yet sure of his paws. The air changed as they neared the council chamber, picking up the saffron note of lemon oil scrubbing that signals a day when men think they can make things clean by scent. They were gathered as yesterday and the day before, and yesterday's humor had soured in one and fermented in another. Baelish had the bright, relaxed look of a man whose money has mated in the night. Pycelle's beard seemed to have grown another finger's width and picked up a crumb as a souvenir. Cersei had dressed herself in a white so pale that one imagined it forgiving stains. Joffrey sat as a boy sits when he wishes men to notice his stillness. He twitched. They all turned when Ned entered, as flowers turn to a sun that will not love them. "The fleet," Cersei said without any greeting. "It postures. There are skiffs moving between flagships like fleas. They have not fired upon any ship of ours, nor have ours upon theirs. It is the kind of peace that makes men dangerous. There is grain aboard some of them," Baelish added. "Coin aboard others. Honesty aboard none. They will sell to the highest price or to the lowest conscience depending on what suits a man's mourning." "We can put watchmen on the quays," said Janos Slynt, who had come unbidden, as men do who are sure of their own invitation. His cheeks shone. He bowed too deeply to the Queen and not at all to Ned, which was a way of saying an extra thing without moving his lips. "We can ensure order." "Order," Ned said, and sipped the word. "What is it in your mouth, Lord Slynt? I should know what I am meant to be buying." Slynt's smile went tight. "It is the difference between a city that eats and one that eats itself. As you taught us, my lord." The last words had a grease on them. "We will not starve," Cersei said flatly. "We will not be starved. If Renly wishes to parade his grace of flowers upon the water and Stannis to polish his justice in the sun, let them. We will eat. We have coin enough to buy half the city if we spend it cleverly. And if the second half come to take what the first has," Ned said, "we will have traded coin for riot." "Fear keeps poor men quiet," Joffrey said in a voice he had learned from a tutor who had thought himself clever. "Let them see 20 heads. They will forget bread." Cersei's eyes did not move to him. "Fear keeps poor men quiet for a day," she said. "Bread keeps them quiet for a week. Bread and fear together can be stretched to a month. I am not above weaving." "Bread first," Ned said. "Then we may speak of weaving." He laid out the scheme without ornaments. Carts from 3 separate storehouses to 3 separate squares, watched by men paid yesterday and promised tomorrow, each with a named priest or septa to BL. The loaves so that some would taste humility in them and some would taste the fear of a god. Sansa would attend one. A matron of a known house would attend another. At the third a knight of low birth and good arm, to show that the realm honored more than sigils. He named Bywater for the third. Pycelle made a small noise at the name, less dissent than his digestion. "Slynt will captain the quays," Ned added. "With men I approve. Not all the men you would provide him. There will be no private pouches of grain carried under cloaks. There will be no payment for the privilege of standing in line. There will be no counting of skirts. If there is, I will count fingers on your hands and the count will not reach 10. Slynt's eyes slid to the Queen as if for purchase. Cersei looked back at Ned as if she had taken his measure and found it inconvenient but available. "Do it," she said. "If it fails, I will have someone to blame who is not me." "Your Majesty has learned quickly," Baelish said, smiling with his eyes and not his mouth. "It is almost as if you had experience." You will pay the bakers, Ned told him. You will pay the fishermen. You will pay the men who carry on their backs as much as the men who carry with their mouths. And you will do it openly. I want men to know who is putting coin into their houses and to stop crediting invisible gods with our labor. Baelish's head tilted, a jackdaw's private amusement. Ah, Lord Stark, political skill. I had been told you did not prize it. The coin will go, the song will follow, and the singers will remember your face. We must guard you from modesty. It is a ruinous drug. Guard me, Ned said. Guard the coin better. When the council broke, they spilled out along corridors meant more for posture than for speed. A serving girl veered around a knot of lords with the ballet of a woman taught by narrow kitchens. Arya would have watched her feet and mimicked them. He wondered where she had slept last night. Not under his roof. The thought snagged like a broken nail. He found the hound where he thought he would, in a place of shade between the yard and the kitchen, that liminal place where men who do the real labor watch men who perform it. Sandor Clegane leaned against a pillar, hands folded, the ruined side of his face turned away as if generosity could be given to stone. When Ned approached, Sandor looked. He did not straighten. He had not been taught to unbend for anyone but steel. Your charge will attend the square, Ned said without preamble. You will attend her. You will not save her from fear. You will save her from hands. Clegane's laugh was like a file drawn along an iron bar. You're an honest one. Most men pretend they most fear ideas. I have known ideas, Ned said. They do not bruise. He expected a retort, a luscious insult tipped with cruelty meant to provoke. Instead, the big man's gaze went sidelong, as if looking at something inside his own cheek. I'll keep the little bird, he said. She thinks mercy isn't a lie. It's a foolish thing to think here. I like it when fools live. I will not tell her you called her that, Ned said mildly. It is not an insult in my mouth, Clegane replied, and left that strange kindness there between them like a thrown bone. When Sansa came to him before noon, she had braided her hair high and bound it with a ribbon that had the color of river mud. She wore no jewels. She had chosen a dress without much sweep at the hem so that she might step. She had that expression she had learned in recent weeks, the one that tried to be a lady's mask and failed because a child's heart would not provide the right stiffness. She asked for nothing and somehow managed to ask for his blessing. Speak low, he told her, because love often makes men tell lies, and he could not afford that for either of them. Look at faces. Choose 3 in the crowd that you will make a small favor to. The woman with a scar on her upper lip, the boy with a missing shoe, the old one who scowls, and give them something first and look directly at them when you do it as if you had thought of them in your chamber before you left. The others will make a story of it afterward. The story will be better than your words. Will I be safe? She asked, and did him the honor of leaving the pretense of courage aside for a heartbeat. You will be watched by men who can make wolves of themselves if they must, he said, and a dog who is half wolf by smell and half man by stubbornness. You will feel fear. Keep it where it belongs. That is safety enough in a city. She put her hand out. He took it. She squeezed with a force that was not small. When she went away with her guards, the room gathered her absence like a shadow. The square was already loud when he reached it by a longer path, taking the alleys that show a city its own skin. He wanted to see the side doors, where the carts would come, where a man might slip a sack aside and profit by it, where a mob might become something else. Men already pushed at air, as if air were something one could rearrange until it made a different world. Women had dressed their children as if for a festival but put on their own faces as if for a winter. The carts creaked, the smell of hot bread cut through fish and sweat with a sharp blade. He did not take the center. He stood at a corner where a good wall would shelter a man from a rush and watched. Slint's men had the dull look of men who had been told they would be watched and had already found 6 ways to cheat with their eyes right in front of the watcher. Bywater's file stood straight and looked poor. Poor men who are honest have a way of appearing shabby. They do not oil their beards with stolen tallow. He put that away for later. He watched instead how the crowd received Sansa. They did not bow. This was not a hall. They did not call out any names but Bread's. But they looked, they paused, and some touched their throats as if remind of the last good thing that had passed that way. She handed first to the woman with the scar, then to a boy who stood on one foot while trying to hide the lack of a shoe, then to a man who scowled so fiercely that for a moment he was ridiculous until one saw his empty pocket and understood that he was guarding nothing and therefore felt naked. She looked at them with care. He saw it take the way a sewing needle takes when it finds the right weave. The hound stood at her shoulder and let his presence own a yard around her in all directions. Men looked at that ruin and did not like to think it could be turned upon them by its owner's choice. The septon droned and did no harm. It almost went to pieces when a knife glinted. He saw the slither of metal near a cart's sideboard and knew at once it was not for her. The knife belonged to a boy of 12 who meant to slit the ropes and let loaves fall like miracles close to his own hand. A watchman moved with the lazy menace that promises an easy cruelty. The hound did not move. Sansa did. She put out her hand, palm up, like a falconer offering the glove. The boy looked at it as if considering biting. She held it. She did not look at the knife. She looked at the boy's face as if it were a map she intended to learn. After a time too long to be comfortable, the boy put the knife into her palm. She took it as if it were a winter flower. She gave him a loaf with the other hand and turned away, making the matter small by not measuring it publicly. The crowd let out the breath it had not admitted to holding. The watchman's cruelty turned to swagger and found another direction. He looked to see whether the queen had arranged herself upon a balcony to drink the sight. She had. She held the rail with one hand like a woman at sea. Joffrey had come halfway, then sat on the balustrade and kicked his heels like any boy bored of watching other children eat. Ned noted every man between the queen and the drop who could interpose himself if the boy chose to be impetuous. Sandor watched the same lines and let one finger tap against his sword hilt in agreement. When it was over, when men were licking crumbs from their thumbs and feeling for a rare moment as if life and its rulers might be in a kind of alliance, he went to the Armorer's Street because the day had room in it for one more truth. There was heat in Tobo Mott's shop that felt personal. Steel lay like sleeping beasts along tables that had seen more honest labor than any bench in any hall. The master looked up with a quickness that had not been dulled by age. "Lord Stark," he said, and did not bow deeply because he had learned a bow will bend a man's back if practiced without reason. "You come to see work or boys?" "Work," Ned said. "And perhaps a boy." Mott's eyes danced. "They bring me dull blades and bright gold and think the one turns into the other by shouting. I make them count the blows. That quiets them." He led Ned past racks of half-born swords and small, clever things for harness that only men who love horses notice. A boy bent over a length of steel that was not yet anything. The concentration in his shoulders would have been beautiful if it had not been stolen by the world too soon. He had a thick neck and hair that made one think of coal. He lifted the bar to the light and turned it, looking for some light only he could see. "Bull," Mott called. The boy looked up, angry as boys are when pulled from work they can do well. The anger fell away when he recognized the man before him. It did not fall to respect. It fell to curiosity. "They call you Bull," Ned said. "They call me what they like," the boy said. "Better than the other names." "What is your true name?" "Gendry," he said, impatient with the question in the way of boys who have nothing else to give but their names and their hands. The face looked like stone that a river had cut into something beautiful without meaning to. Ned saw in it the ghost of a laugh he had known on other lips, of a hand that had crushed his shoulder and dragged him into a wrestling match by a winter fire, of a man who had once called him brother because drink had made him bold and had then become king and forgotten to be anything but that. He felt the blood shift in him like a horse feeling the stir of a whip. He looked away. The boy went back to his steel. "Send him away," Mott said in a voice that lay too flat to be mere tact. "The Queen has been asking questions about a boy with dark hair who works too well for his years. She asks the wrong way. She asks as if she will use the answer to do a thing she cannot take back. I am an honest man. My honesty cannot save a boy when a queen is curious." "No," Ned said, "because there is a line in him that has always been there. My honesty will." He turned to the boy. "Do you want to leave this work?" No, Gendry said with the swiftness of truth. I want to make something that does not break in the first parry. I want to look at a blade and not see myself in it, because if I see myself my hand shakes and the temper goes wrong. I want my master to say it is well. I want men who take the thing I made to do what they are meant to do with it, and then I want it to be seen again 20 years later, still whole. I want... He stopped, as if shocked by the length of his own honesty. You want to remain, Ned said. I cannot give you that and keep you alive. I can give you coin and a horse and work in the stables under a false name. I can send a man with you who will make sure the wrong questions are not asked at the wrong doors. If you stay, you will be made to vanish. Vanishing does not go well for boys. Gendry looked at the steel in his hands as if asking it whether it would hold a lie. Then he put it down. I will take the horse, he said, but I will not be a groom forever. A hand is what it is. It will itch toward the hammer. Hands itch toward all sorts of sins, Ned said, and was surprised to find his mouth smiling. They are cured by work. He left with the arrangement made and the understanding that a boy's life, which had been in his pocket for a moment, had been safely put into another. He stepped into a street that had always been there and discovered he loved it for an instant because it was interested in nothing he could decree. A woman scolded a dog. A man carrying 2 barrels learned why God gave men shoulders. Somewhere a woman sang a song dirty enough to make 2 apprentices drop their tools and listen, their mouths open as if they were catching rain. This was the thing he wanted to steady, not the iron with its memory of cruelty. When he came up the steps to the castle's inner yard, Littlefinger leaned as men lean when they wish to look idle. The mockingbird glinted at his throat as if it had caught light no one else had. Baelish's eyes were full of dust motes that would turn into coin if given enough rumor. You have made of this day a parable, Littlefinger said, almost admiring. Bread for peace, a girl for pity, a queen above to be seen, a father below to be suspected of cunning. The straight line you draw wins as well. I am too old for winding, Ned said. The lines in my life go from a door to a table, from a bed to a wall. Even the straightest lines lead somewhere, Baelish replied, coming alongside as if they were old friends who have a pleasant gossip to share. In this case, to a chair which eats those who sit too securely. I would advise an ambivalence about comfort. I own none, Ned said. If you have come to speak of coin, speak. We have coin enough for 10 days if men are honest, Baelish said cheerfully. 2 weeks if they are less so and we are clever. Or 5 days if the men on those ships decide to test our arithmetic. If the Tyrells send grain with Renly's banner, we will pay for it with a debt we cannot number in advance. If Stannis closes the sea out of righteousness, we will pay with the city's noise. There are sums that do not fit into ledgers, my lord. What do you advise? Ned asked, because the art of him was this. He would gather counsel from men he did not trust if their counsel held, and then he would test it with his own bone. I advise that the city sees you count, Baelish said, and his smile sharpened to something like admiration. I advise you walk with a small purse and put a coin into a hand yourself where anyone can hold the story later without losing parts. I advise you pay a certain baker who secretly has debt to me so that I may have the pleasure of seeing gratitude confuse his marriage. And I advise you do not ask the watch to find a thief who stole from me last fortnight, because I have no desire to see him again. He tilted his head. Also, do not eat the eel pies at the Street of Sisters. They are not eel. Thank you, Ned said dryly. Always, Baelish replied, eyes smiling and not leaving the quick arithmetic of the yard. He met Sansa again at dusk, when the day was a cloth wrung out and hung to dry between towers. She smelled faintly of smoke and flour and the salt of other people's worry. She was not weeping. She was trembling as if a song were running through her and she could not find the notes with her mouth. He sat and drew her into the chair beside him, as if they had been doing this since she was an infant and his long legs had been younger. Tell me, he said, and she told him in bursts. The knife, the boy, the watchman who had learned not to be cruel for a moment and the one who had not. The woman who had pressed a loaf to her heart before eating it as if the old gods would count the gesture and deliver bread on the merit of it later. the way the hound's shadow had felt at her back like a wall with breath. She told him that she had thought once that queenliness was jewels and that now she knew better. It was remembering the scar on a woman's lip when your own lips were dry with thirst. It was counting children's heads and knowing when one went missing in a crowd and sending a guard to find the child before his mother knew to scream. "And fear?" he asked softly when she paused. "It is there," she said, and put her hand flat on her own chest. "It is an animal. If I feed it, it will grow. If I starve it, it will eat parts of me. I do not know what to give it." "Names," he said. "Give it names. Men are less frightened of wolves when they know which is gray wind and which is ghost." She looked at him then with that sudden, lancing gratitude that a daughter trains like a hawk. It struck him more cleanly than any praise in a hall. He kissed the top of her head because he could, and because he might not be able to again. In the hour after the second candle has been lit and men slightly drunk think themselves slightly wise, a boy slid like melted shadow under a door that had always been locked and was not just then. He landed light on the balls of his feet and did not breathe loudly until he knew no one was in the corridor. His hair was chopped ragged and his shirt had 3 patches in unrelated colors. He coasted along the wall until he could put his eye to the pierced screen that looked onto the antechamber of the Lord Regent's solar. Men came and went there with their hands on words. The boy watched a man with a mockingbird on his throat slip a small leather purse into the hand of one of Slint's sergeants. A curly-haired man with soft knuckles and a hungry smirk. The sergeant tucked it under his breastplate like a cherished sin. The mockingbird smiled with his one corner of mouth and made an idle comment that would sound like friendship if anyone asked. Then he too was gone, and the corridor was a channel of still water again. The boy, who was Arya with a different name stitched on for the city to call, moved. She did not try to follow Littlefinger. She had learned already that his back was a maze that could swallow you. She followed the sergeant instead, because he stank of grease and wow. LD not turned fast enough to catch her if he thought the air behind him meant nothing. He went to a door where men with faces like clenched fists played at dice and talked with the casual treason of men who believe corruption is merely another game. He slipped through and began to divide the coins with very precise fingers, which is how one learns he is a man who likes rules for the benefit of breaking them later. Arya slid back through the walls. The keep's bones were porous. They had been made so that whispers could find their way to rulers who feared silence. On an earlier day, she would have taken this news to the teacher who had taught her to dance with wood. On an earlier day, he might have been alive. On this day, she took it to the man who had been her first teacher in a different craft and had the same smell of northern air at his edges. She found the slit behind the tapestry in the servant's stair that led to a place where a man might put his hand through and tap the panel. She did it twice. Ned lifted the other side and looked down into a face he would have known under any disguise. He did not make the mistake of taking her in his arms. He would have broken both of them doing that. She put the news in his hand the way she had seen men put knives in one another, quick and without letting the blade show. She told it in 4 sentences, each as sharp as bone. He did not ask her why she knew what she knew. He told her she was to keep herself, which was what passes for love in a place like this. When she slid back into the dark, he put his head into his hands and let himself feel the thing he was becoming. A father learning to weaponize his children's courage. He tasted shame and did not spit. He went to the queen with the coin still warm in his palm from Arya's pocket. He set it on the table and spun it once with a fingertip. It glittered and fell. "Your man," he said, and watched Slint's sergeant's name sit unspoken between them like a mouse in a cat's mouth. "Paid by a man who advises you in matters of coin. I do not say what it was for. You may imagine several reasons. Help me pick the least dangerous of them." Cersei's mouth thinned. "If you want Baelish, say so. You need not bounce common soldiers in the hope he will fall from the saddle." "I do not want Baelish," Ned said. "I want a watch that cannot be bought with purses and promises when bread is cheap and the city patient. It is not only that I fear the watch when men use it like a personal stepstool. It is that when the day comes that we need them to be a wall, they will be a sieve." "You object on practical grounds," Cersei said dryly. "How northern. You object. I object to being lectured by a man who believes he is the first to discover that men trade their honor for their supper. She lifted the coin and held it up, looked at the face that had been stamped upon it. I will speak to Slint. No, Ned said. You will not. I will. She looked up, quick and feral. Then her expression smoothed. Do so, she said, and if he refuses you, you may have the pleasure of conceding a point. He found Slint in a room that had known too many decisions made on too little sleep. The man smelled sour, the way men do who gorge and then rush to stand for an hour because standing makes them feel as if they have worked. Ned set the coin on the table. He did not sit. You will take Bywater as your lieutenant, he said, and you will turn out the men under Sergeant Boros for 7 days. They will work on the wall. They will do it without pay beyond bread. Consider it an exercise in appetite. Slint's lips peeled back from his teeth, and for a moment the face under the fat showed itself. The face of the boy who had decided that bullying would make life yield. You forget yourself, he said. It was a thing small men told big ones when they had the advantage of a particular room. You do not command the watch. I do when it keeps the city, Ned said. And that is what you say you do, and so here I am commanding it. If you refuse me, you may explain to the Queen why you believe her city will stand when its men sell themselves by the day like men who buy their love by the hour. Do it tonight. Do not wait to be called. I will watch the door. The man made a small motion with his hand, a twitch that would once have signaled other men to do something unpleasant to whoever stood in front of him. There were no men in reach who were his men. That was on purpose. Slint saw it. He swallowed. Very well, he said, like a man who would set this stone down now and pick it up later shaped a little differently. Bywater, then, if that is what pleases you. It is not what pleases me, Ned said. Pleasure is a poor tool. It is what will not get people killed out of laziness. He slept that night as men sleep when exhaustion has resolved their doubts for them. He dreamed again of the crypts, but the dream did a new thing. It brought him to a corridor he recognized and did not wish to enter because he had never before liked the statue at the end, and now it was his. He woke with salt in his mouth, as if he had been crying or as if the sea had come into the room while he slept and left him a small gift as proof of its power. The ships moved in the morning. They were small movements and meant to be seen. They sent 2 skiffs under a flag of talk, and they came skinning in like cautious fish, past piers where men had suddenly all taken an interest in rope. Cersei arranged herself for parley as if she had been born to it. Perhaps she had. Ned went because a man with a chair must put his name to actual planks sometimes. Baelish went because he liked the way he looked with water behind him. Varys went because Varys always went where more than 2 kinds of conversation could occur at once. Joffrey was made to stay. The Queen's look made that so, and the boy's mouth turned mutinous, and yet he held his place, which is a kind of victory when a boy knows no thing of wars that matter. They received the envoys in a room that pretended to be near the sea by smelling of tar and having a map upon its wall that was too out of date to be useful except as nostalgia. The men who stepped in from the skiff were one lean as an oar and the other thick as a plank, and both had hands that told their stories as well as any livery could. The lean one wore his hair short as soldiers do. His face had the parched look of a man who has slept in salt air long enough to belong to it. The thicker one moved with the practicality of a man who can balance a cask on a tossing deck without telling his knees what to do. Ser Davos Seaworth, said the lean one with a bow that was neither proud nor humble, merely sufficient. Once a smuggler, now a knight of Dragonstone and a servant of Stannis Baratheon. With me is Marek of the Arbor, under charter to House Redwine, presently contracted to carry grain and men as suits a lord we are obliged to obey. The thick one bowed as if the name he had said had been a puff of wind and no more. We are sent to say that there will be no blockade if there is no lie. If truth is told in this city, bread may walk into it without being stabbed. Men do love truth, Baelish murmured. They love it so much they dress it in cloaks to show it off and then grow bored when it proves to be the same body underneath. Tell me how we should measure it. Davos did not look at him. He looked at Ned, which is to say he looked at the man in the room who appeared least likely to be converted by rhetoric. Lord Stannis says the boy is not the boy he says he is. He says a king's seed runs true. He says you knew this and were punished for it. He says if you will call it in public a lie, the sea lanes will stay open and the ships under his hand will beat off any that wish to prey upon poor men's wheat. He says there is law and men must eat, and the order is important. And what does Lord Renly say? Cersei asked, her voice at its most dangerous because it was at its most casual. A flicker crossed Davos's face, then smoothed. He says that mercy has a smell sweeter than righteousness. He says he loves you, my queen, in old ways for old reasons, and loves men more easily than he thinks he ought. He says if this city will smile upon him, the Tyrells will fill its bellies before the end of the next 7, and he will marry whoever pleases them, as is his wont. The man from the arbor can speak to that better. His masters wear green and count vines and have thoughts on the matter. Marek grunted, which was not disrespect so much as the language of his profession. There is grain, he said. It spoils when men do not eat. It makes money when men do. If there is a king who smiles on my lords and they upon him, we will see casks roll down your very streets. If not, then each ship will do as she pleases and the sharks will eat well too. You ask us to declare ourselves, Cersei said. You bring to my door 2 men with 2 different songs and you ask us to dance. Davos's mouth twisted. My lord gives me no song. He gives me a line of law drawn in tar and asks me to keep my own boots on one side of it. I have come to say what is written upon the line. The city will be starved by justice if it lies, and fed by justice if it tells the truth. My lord is not a poet. He does not play the lute. There are other instruments, Varys murmured. We make do. Ned felt the room lean toward talk that would roll men into positions they would later pretend had been chosen. He said, bread first. I will not have bread used as a chain upon children. If your lords choose to make it so, they will tell me what kind of kings they mean to be before they sit any throne. Tell Stannis that if he calls himself just he will not starve poor men to have his justice better dressed. Tell Renly that if he calls himself merciful, he will not use mercy as a payment when it should be a habit. Davos looked at him out of those dry eyes and nodded once as if a thing small and important had been weighed correctly. Marek grunted again, perhaps the same grunt in a different tone. The queen's face had become a piece of work that a master in Myr might admire for the lack of any flaw to catch the eye. Baelish's gaze drifted as if to admire a spiderweb where there was none. The envoys left. Outside, the gulls made the same noise they had been making all morning, as if to suggest that human choices are one more form of weather. By late afternoon, the rumor of the parley had become 5 men telling 100 what they had not heard. The ships moved again. One set its sails so that the sun went through them and made a banner of white fire. The crowd on the quay roared, then laughed at itself for roaring. Another, smaller, came in to dock. It had no banners at all. It wore its tar and its scars like any working man and made as little noise. That quiet ship would matter later. For now it was a wedge of wood in water and a handful of men tying knots. The thing that was meant to happen next did not. No messenger came to ask them to say any name. No cask rolled down any street. The city did not riot. It did not sigh with relief. It stayed taut and disgruntled and hot. That small postponement felt like mercy, which is sometimes simply a reprieve dressed in praise. The attempt came in the hour when the kitchen fires are lowest and men who would kill for coin assume men who would be killed for conscience have grown slow. He had not gone to bed yet. He had a habit of walking the corridor once, back and forth, before sleep, to count the tapestries and see which torches burned too fast. He did this as if it could protect anyone, which was a foolishness he forgave himself because foolishness had fed him too often. He heard the change in the sound before he saw the man, a breathless quality to the air, like a door opening in winter and letting in a wedge of cold. The assassin had chosen the wrong weapon. Knives are honest and say their names. This one had a length of cord. He came from a niche with the smoothness of one who had done this elsewhere to men less stubborn about being alive. Ned turned. The cord went around his throat. It did what cords do. It made the body believe for an instant that it could not think its way out of suffocation. His hand found the man's wrist and he felt the story in it. Scabs from a fight, a small scar from a bite, the callus of a man who has learned to climb where brick makes tiny ladders. He threw himself backward because the weight behind him felt slight enough to be broken by a wall. They struck stone. The cord bit. He saw stars he did not invite and thought, absurdly, of flakes of snow against a night sky. The sound that saved him was not a shout. It was the soft curse of a girl dropped from catwalks. Arya hit the man like a thrown pot and went low because she had learned that men do not guard their shins or their shame. The assassin lurched. Ned got fingers between cord and skin and took air like a drunk takes another drink. The man's face was a smear of fear and anger. Ned saw in it not malice but employment. He hated whoever had learned to rent men by the hour. He banged the man's head once against the wall and felt the skull go to water under his hand. The assassin slid. The cord went slack. There was blood at the back of the head, a lot of it, and it mattered less than it should have because Ned's hands were shaking and Arya's breath was raw, and the city was a thing that would not change because one man had tried and failed to kill another. Who sent him? Arya hissed, as if she might shake the corpse and have truth fall out of its pockets. No one who will answer for it, Ned said. His voice was roughened by the rope. He looked at the marks the cord had left like a necklace upon him and allowed himself a moment of vanity's anger. Fetch the hound. She did not move. She looked at him in the dim and shook her head in one sharp, little denial of his order. I will not call the dog when I am the wolf, she said, and was gone anyway, because a wise wolf knows when to howl. Clegane came with tired irritation draped over him like a cloak. He looked at the body and then at the cord, then at Ned's throat and then Arya's hands, which were streaked. He did not ask questions suited to a song. He asked how it happened, how many, from which angle, whether anyone saw, whether any piece of him had dropped in the corridor as he came. Then he asked who would have wanted it. He did not bother to make a long list. He lifted the body and carried it as if it weighed no more than a basket of kindling. He would take it somewhere that would not make a story out of the blood. He did not say I am sorry because apologies are for men who intend to cease what they have been doing. He said, you can't keep your children anywhere men are, and left the room with that small, inaccurate kindness. Afterward Ned sat with Arya and spoke to the place between them so that the words might be less heavy on either one. He told her that she was to go nowhere alone that involved rooms with the possibility of doors closing. She was to trust a list of 6 names he would give her and no one else, unless she was made to, and then she was to remember the names and return to them at once. And if she could not, she was to become an animal and live like one until she could. She nodded and nodded, impatient with the parts that sounded like ropes. She had saved his life and did not feel like a child. He was a father and did not care. He took her dirty hand in his and felt it small and certain. A page came then, a different boy with a different face and the same urgent expression worn by all pages, and said there was a man in the yard who would not go away and would not say his name and would speak to Lord Stark or to no one, and had in his hands a box wrapped in tarred sailcloth tied with shorthand knots well known to sailors and thieves. The boy did not say the last part because he did not know it. It was in the way the rope lay and the way the bundle would not sag that a man could read the story. Ned went down because he wanted to smell the night air and because he had learned that letters carry a flavor when read in rooms and another in yards. The man by the postern gate had the color of sunburn that never goes away and eyes that looked at you like a line drawn with charcoal. He set the bundle on the ground and stepped back, hands where they could be seen. From the north, he said, put into my hands at Eastwatch with a purse and a word and a look that said I should bring it to the Lord of Winterfell or the man they were calling King in King's Landing if ever those two were the same and alive. I am paid either way. I have never been good at dying for anyone else's story. I would like to be rid of this box.
Ned bent.
He smelled salt and the faint, slick sweetness of oil. He undid the smart knots. Inside, wrapped in old cloth that had once been white and had gone to the color of bone handled too often, lay 18 arrowheads of black stone that drank the light and one knife with a hilt of old wood polished by hands that could not belong to any man alive. There was a letter. He opened it in the yard with the lantern making a small private sun. The writing was a careful hand trained by a master who did not praise. The words were these: We break the dead because they rise. Bring fire. Send men or send mercy in the form of names of men who will come. Burn our bodies if our letters give you fear. Tell my father that we are colder than ever before and that the cold is not only wind. The signature was a name and not a name. It was the first time he had seen that hand write his own title, the way a boy will tentatively call himself a man to see if anyone slaps him for it. Jon Snow of the Night's Watch. He did not at first allow himself the father's pang. He put the knife back in its wrappings and rened one of the arrowheads to its pouch with reverence, because old things deserve it, even if one is not superstitious. He straightened and looked at the man who had brought it and saw in his face an honest tiredness. Come, he said, eat the kitchen's worst. Sleep where none will put a hand in your pocket. In the morning you will sail south for a day and north again for 2, and then you will put in at the marshes and cut across with a horse and deliver another message for me. Do you know the country? I know the smell of rot and mint, the man said. It is enough. He went back through corridors that still had the taste of tenure and murder. Arya had not left the solar. She had put her head on his chair and fallen asleep without permission. He set the box down, set the letter by it, and sat on the floor beside the chair as if the floor could learn him. He thought of the old tales. He thought of fire and obsidian and dead men that rise. He thought of the ships, and of men who called themselves just or merciful, seeking to make bread into chains. He thought of a rope around his throat and of a daughter's hands, quick as birds, and of the knife in the box that was not steel. The city breathed around him with its usual unrace. Somewhere a woman laughed in bed. Somewhere a man muttered in a prayer so old even the gods had forgotten the second verse. A rat considered the choice between grain and risk. He set his hand on the box and kept it there as if that might tell the north that someone had heard. When he closed his eyes, he saw the pool in the godswood with no face and the way the cypresses held heat as if it were faith. He slept as a man sleeps with his hand upon the thing that might save him and knows it must save others first. Morning made the blade in the box less black and more the color of raven's feathers. He sent letters with 3 kinds of seals, one to White Harbor to make ready barrels of oil and men of unboastful courage, one to Mege Mormont and to men with the habit of saying yes when a Stark asked because their fathers had, one to the commander of the watch in words that did not plead but arranged, telling him what might be sent, when and how to make men understand that work done for the north would one day mean bread in the south. He wrote another letter and did not seal it for a long time because it had a short sentence in it. I will come. He took it out. He put it back. He told himself he would not break the board he was working upon here to go hammer on another in the snow. Then he wrote, I will send. He folded it, and in that small change was the whole of his day. At court he sat and allowed a lord to say he was wrong about grain because the lord had bought a ship and wanted to be right. He allowed Pycelle to read aloud a passage about kings from a book that had not known the taste of any king's breath. He allowed Joffrey to be bored and did not strike him for the way he found pleasure in the boredom of others. He allowed the queen to be what she was because narrowing her would only make her sharper. He allowed himself a moment to laugh when the Hound told a man who had tried to whine his way out of a small fine that he will happily double the fine to remove the whining and that it was a discount for the day. The man laughed and then paid, having found in humiliation a brief sense of community. Outside, the fleet waited and sent more skiffs and more glances. Word came from the arbor ship that a certain cask had spoiled and men stood in the sun watching it wobble toward the dump with faces like men watching a drunk friend being carried home. Word came that a cart had broken a wheel and men had taken the extra step of lifting it above their heads and carrying it down the street together while singing a line whose vulgarity would have warmed a dead baker. Toward evening, an old woman with a walleye came to the base of the dais without any care for how much she had to raise her voice to be heard. I saw the girl, she said. I saw the little queen. She looked at my mouth and gave me bread and told me to eat the crust first because the crust is good for teeth. I have no teeth. What did you do? Joffrey asked before anyone could stop him, all savage curiosity. I ate, the woman said. And I cried, because it made no sense to be instructed in teeth and kindness on the same day by a child, and then to be told later that the right of kings is unbroken by things like famine. It is all very strange. I am old enough to know it is always strange. I was told by my mother that in the city one must look at faces to know if one is in danger. I looked at hers. I remember mine when I was young. It is the same. Don't break her. The queen's eye flicked briefly to Ned, an acknowledgement that this was a blade swung by both of them and that if it cut either one, that one would bleed easily. We will try, she said, as if trying were a concession that no one else in the room had earned. He went to the Godswood again because the cypresses had not judged him yesterday and he did not want to be judged by stone. He took the knife with him because it felt wrong to leave it in a chest like a curiosity bought from a Carthene peddler. He sat near the square pool. Its surface took the color of the sky without asking, as men take the color of their times. He put the knife beside him on the bench. For a long time he did not pray. Then he did, and it was no speech that would please a septon or a maester. He said the names of those he loved, and then he said the names of the places that were calling him. Snow Gate, Eastwatch, the Frostfangs, the unlit corners of a wall that had held the world together while men forgot why. He named the unnamed fear out of the letter, because sometimes names are spells that put a shape where there might otherwise be only panic. He did not ask for answers. He asked not to be a coward in any of the small ways. Not to save a loaf for fear and let a child go ungry, not to make a fine choice on paper and leave a butcher to die for it in a street, not to hold his children too tightly when the city would be kinder to them if they could move. Someone stood behind him, silent for long enough that he looked without starting. It was Cersei. The evening light made her buckles burn. She studied the knife as if it bored her and therefore might be dangerous. Pretty, she said. It is ugly, he said. That too, she agreed. What do you mean to do with it? Keep it, he said, and when she made a small sound he added, not as men keep daggers to kill other men in their beds, as men keep truth, to be heavy in the hand. She folded her arms in a way that made the bangles talk. My father writes that he will close his hand around the riverlands, and then the north will find it cannot wriggle free. Renly writes that he will open his arms and the city will smell flowers. Stannis writes things that might as well be chiseled on a stone and thrown through the windows of our halls. They all write. None of them have sent me a pound of flour. Men do not send flour, Ned said. Women do. Find the women. Ask them for it. They know the price men will pay. She laughed once, a hard, bright thing. I could almost like you, Lord Stark, if you were not built out of resentments I do not share. Very well. I will ask mothers to feed my son's city. I will tell them it is mercy they are lending me an interest that will be paid later in the form of their own children alive. She turned her head. Tell me a thing. Do you mean to sit that chair much longer? I mean to sit as long as it does less harm than good, he said. I mean to get up when it doesn't. And who will decide the pivot? She asked, amused. She gestured toward the bay where the ships had made a jeweled scum of torches. The sea? The baker? The cold things your letter speaks of. All of them, he said. And me, if I have the right to call myself useful. I have never had reason to admire you, your grace. I do not suppose you care to be admired by me. But know this. I will not be puppet into breaking the city for the convenience of your enemies or your friends. You flatter yourself, she said. No one will puppet you. They will offer you sums. You will divide your soul and decide which piece tastes least bitter in your mouth. She looked at the knife again. Keep your ugly toy. Keep your daughter safe where you can and clever where you cannot. Do not expect children to be the same thing at evening they were at morning. And remember this. There are more doors in this castle than you have keys. He watched her go without hatred. He did not have the time for it. He sat until the light was nearly gone and the pool had become a piece of night arranged in square shapes. He put his hand on the knife. He thought of John and the wall, of a letter written in a hand that had learned to be sure. He thought of snow that went hard in the nostrils and broke men if they breathed too fast. When he returned to his chamber, the room smelled of beeswax and paper. Sansa slept with her cheek on the edge of his table, a crease pressed into her flesh where the wood had impressed its grain. He lifted her gently and lay her down on the daybed and pulled a light cover over her as one does with a thing that believes itself heavy. He sat again. He arranged 3 piles of things. Letters to be sent with men who would not be counted on. Lists of food and men, names. Arya's 6 names, which he would say to her and she would memorize with the ferocity of a girl who has realized names can be swords. Other names to be sent north and south both, of men he believed would do a thing because it was asked with the right kind of gravity. He paused over Ser Davos's name. He wrote it in a clean hand next to a short request. If the ships can be asked to carry oil north without starving us south, do it. If not, tell me what men you trust in White Harbor and I will trust them too. He sealed the letters one by one with wax that looked like blood as it cooled. The night outside swung its lanterns back and forth. At some point he slept in the chair, because men with a chair must sleep in it to be believed until they are broken by it, and he rose when the battering of morning at the shutters began. The day came in as days do, rude and unconcerned with human arrangements. He put his hand to his throat and the tender place answered. He put his hand to the knife and it said nothing because knives are honest enough not to pretend to speak. It was 2 days before the quiet ship made itself known again. A man in black came off it at night, not with banners but with the way men made a path for him in front of their own bodies without knowing they were doing it. He did not go to any tavern. He did not stop to find a whore or a bowl of stew. He came up to the keep as if he had been here before in dreams and said the words at the gate with the weariness of ritual. I am of the Night's Watch. I bear news. His voice pulled men upright the way the word fire does. Ned met him in the yard because the room he was supposed to use for such messages was airless and smelled of old wrongs. The man stood without fidgeting and did not look tired until you saw the way his gaze slid when it looked at anything warm. Your son, he said, and Ned had a breath to be a father and nothing more. He fights well. He does not waste food. He does not speak more than needed. He is hard on himself and less hard on others than you would guess. He sent me because he believes words are arrows and should be spent, not hoarded. He says the dead do not stay where you put them. He says when wind comes from the north, it carries something in it that knifes between the ribs. He says men here are brave until night, and at night only some remain brave, and these we must keep alive with stories of mornings. He says to tell you he is your son and will be so even if he dies wearing black. He says to tell you not to let the south eat itself because the north is hungry. The yard held him as if it had turned into a bowl. Ned could feel every ear tip toward the voice. He let the silence come because good words become medals if you pin them in a hurry and worthless if you never wear them. He writes well, he said finally. He writes precisely, the man said. He cuts things off when they are not needed. I have learned to do the same. What is your name? Ned asked. Gren, he said. Then, seeing a flicker he could not have seen, he added, it was another. It will be this until I am dead and then nothing. Eat, Ned said. Sleep. In the morning we will talk about oil and men who will go north and carry words in their mouths and swords in their hands. And we will speak of the dead that walk. I would hear anything a man who has seen such things can say. Gren nodded as if he had expected no less. He walked like a man in armor even when he wore none. When he was gone, Ned stood very still as if stillness could be a ritual that makes courage. The hours that followed were full of small things that bear the weight of the large. A haggling with a guild master who had learned that numbers can sometimes lie if you let them. A signing of a warrant for a thief who had stolen candles and sold them to a sept because the sept wished to save money and now wished to save face. A conversation with a stable master about 6 horses that would be sent out at dawn, each with a different hope tied to it. He moved the weight he was given. He did not pretend it was elegant. He did not pretend elegance mattered. He went again to the chair because there were men who would do nothing at all unless they could watch a man sit while being asked, and this too he could give them. Toward noon the ships broke their hesitance. 2 came in and tied up with a rattle of ropes that made the quay hold its breath and then blow it out in expletives. 1 opened its holds and the smell of wheat, honest, dusty, hot, rolled up like good gossip. Men cheered and then immediately began to calculate how to turn cheer into silver. The other let down a gangplank, and 3 men in green came prancing off it in a way men do who have learned to be admired and expect to find admirers even where bread is scarce. Ned watched from the balcony he had come to despise because it makes kings of anyone with elbows. "Your flowers," Varys murmured at his shoulder. "The city's bread," Ned replied. "Sometimes they are the same," Varys said. "And sometimes one is used to pay for the other. You will find out which before sundown." They did. The men in green met with Baelish. They met with Cersei. They met with the Baker Guild in a room that had never held a baker before and seemed surprised at the smell. Word came up the stairs like heat. The Tyrells would sell, at a price that made men whistle and admire the audacity, and with a condition that made men hiss and admire the audacity more. Renly must be named. Not king, of course, not yet. Not in words that could be nailed to a door. Named pleasant things. Named warm things. Named in a way that would make men think of him when they thought of breathing. The price of bread was to be a soft advertisement. Ned went down into the room where men were doing sums with their tongues. He looked at the faces, took the measure of pride in the green men and of hunger in the bakers, of calculation in Baelish, and in the Queen's eyes a kind of hungry coolness that meant she liked the bargain less than she liked the leverage it might provide later. "Bread," he said. "Yes, buy it, move it, break it in front of men. And I will not say any name in any room where bread is being cut. You may sell to us because we have coin, not because we will let you place a wreath on anyone's head with flour on your hands." They argued. They called him stubborn. They told him he did not understand the city's need to believe in someone who smiled easily. He told them that a smile is the curve a mouth makes around a lie when men will swallow nothing else. He told them the city needed to believe that bread arrives because men labored and not because a lord's mood sweetened. He told them the watch would escort bread and would look at faces and note which ones were present and which ones grew fat. In the end, bread was bought. Men would eat that evening and curse less violently and tell their little gods that perhaps the Queen and her dog of a northerner had not planned to starve them after all. In the end, the green men left with their purses only half as heavy as they would have liked, and with their condition refused, and with the promise of future arguments laid like knives on a table to be picked up later. In the end, Ned returned to his solar with the knowledge that for the first time in a week, he would not hear children prowling the outer yards at night looking for a barrel with a loose stave. There was a note upon his table with no seal and no handwriting, which is a kind of audacity men learn when they have not yet been punished for it. It said only this: "Mockingbirds do not sing for free." He looked at it a long moment and set it alight in the candle without ceremony. The ash had a strange reluctance to rise. At last, when the city slept and the ship's lanterns were like teeth in a smug mouth, he sat with the knife and the letter again and read the words by a flame that cracked at a flaw in the tallow. He imagined Jon at a table made of rough wood, writing, the hand steady, the lips pressed thin not with fear but with the effort of not allowing it to make the ink go blotched. He imagined a wind that did not care about human arrangements, coming down over the wall in a sheet. He imagined the dead that are not dead, and the old stories, and the way men keep their old swords for the comfort of the keeping even when the iron is past use. He put the letter away. He set the knife in the box and then, on a thought he did not examine, took it out again and slid it beneath the corner of a tapestry where no one would think to look for a thing that once kept kings alive in the first winter of the world. He lay down. The bed accepted him. He slept without dreaming and woke with night still in the room and a hand on his shoulder as light as a moth. It was Sansa. She had the expression she had worn on the day she had bled for the first time and had come to him as if he could lift the world off her body. She did not speak. She held a piece of paper. He took it and read it and looked up. Her mouth trembled. She had learned to still it. She could not. "They have asked," she said. "They have asked for me to dine. The Queen has asked me to dine with the men in green. She will sit above me. I am to teach them to like the city because I am the city's little face." She swallowed. "Will you let me?" He saw 3 futures. In one he refused and paid for it with some currency he did not yet know but would later be told. In another he allowed it and the night took its payment from her in ways he would have to kill men for. In the third, he allowed it and nothing happened, and the expense came later as habit. He picked the one that let her leave him with more parts of herself intact. "Yes," he said. "With 3 of my names at your back and 2 of my men under the table behind you and the hound at the door. Eat with your mouth and not with your eyes. Laugh only when you want to. If a hand goes where it should not, a knife may be found in your sleeve by accident." She nodded, which was to say she was not foolish enough to pretend she would be fine because her father had said she would. She went. He put his elbows on the table and pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes until the world went red and then black and then ordinary again. In the morning, Gren stood before the throne as uncomfortably as a bull in a tailor's shop. He spoke for the wall and did not beg. He told the hall to send sons they would otherwise waste and to send oil and wool and to stop sending advice. He told them that the words of the old gods are said into trees because trees remember, and there are not enough men left who do. He told them he had seen a man he liked get up after dying and bite a chunk from another man's face, and the blood had been black and the pieces of flesh had been gray, and the thing that used to be a man had laughed without air. He told them to stop laughing when he said these afraid words. They did. After, Varys came near and said softly, "The North is putting on its boots. If you go to it now, this will become another story. If you stay, this too will become a story. All the stories end the same way for men like you. The difference is in how many mouths hold your name when your children are old." He looked at the knife lying on the table as if it were a letter he had already read in another life. "He will come," he added almost to himself, "the White Wolf. He will come because he is your son, and because the world is drafting him like an accountant drafts figures when the page is nearly balanced and needs one more number to make the lie read like truth." "Do not speak of him as a figure," Ned said, anger knocking softly on his ribs. "He is a boy. He is a boy," Varys agreed gently, "who writes like a man. You have one hand upon this chair and the other upon a knife that belongs in a song. If you are very careful, you will keep both hands where they are and still move the world an inch. If you are less careful, you will reach and the chair will bite you and the song will be sung by someone with a cheaper voice." Ned was too tired for riddles. "Speak plainly." "I do not know everything," Varys said, and for a heartbeat the man's face opened. "But I know this, there are 2 kinds of victories in this place. The kind that men see and cheer and forget because they require no work of them. And the kind no one notices because bread arrives and a night ends without fire and a boy in a square keeps his knife in his pocket and the oil goes north and the dead are burned in time. Win the second kind. Lose them and the first will not warm anyone's fingers come winter." He left. Ned watched him go and felt an old weariness put its arm around his shoulders the way a relative does when the day has gone long and the hearth is not yet built. He looked at the knife. He looked at the chair. He looked at the doors. He thought of Jon in Wind and of Sansa with men who wore green and of Arya with a rope of hair that would not be tamed by any comb and of Robb in a ford and of a letter he would send that would say a handful of sentences and bind 500 men to a course they would hate him for. The day turned as days turn. The sun went about its insolent business, and men in the street of Flower argued the correct height for a loaf when men are hungry and a law must be made. The fleet tacked and retacked. An envoy from the citadel arrived with pinched lips and a white raven in a cage and refused to say why until he had been given a proper room and a proper meal, which made Ned admire him less and understand him too well. The Godswood's pool looked at the sky with its old, square eye and saw a cloud not yet important. A girl in gray walked beneath a balcony where a mockingbird watched and told herself quietly the names she was permitted to trust and the names she would keep for her knife. In the barracks, Bywater said to his men, "This is a wall," and held up a ladder, and 50 men laughed and then fell silent when he told them why. That night a wind came from the north and it was cool enough at last to remember different weathers. Ned stood with the window open and listened to the shutters fret in their hinges. He thought of the first cold and the sound it makes in the bones. He thought of the thing a father owes and the thing a king owes and how sometimes they are possible in the same hour and sometimes they are enemies. He thought, how stubborn he had been and how he had saved a boy with a horse and a lie and how that lie might force him to tell other kinds of truth later. He thought of wintering and of sowing and of chairs that bleed men and of knives made before men had words for certain kinds of fear. He set his forehead against the stone. It was warm still, even in the wind. The city slept. The ships creaked. Somewhere, a boy sat on a black wall and looked out over a country beyond which there was only a more honest cold. Somewhere, a young man with a hammer on his back led a horse carefully through a gate in the dark. Somewhere, a queen picked at her supper and counted friends. Somewhere, a mockingbird counted debts. Somewhere, a girl in a room not her own whispered the names she could spend if needed. He lifted his head, breathed, and found he could go on. The wind had the sound of something alive, a thin high crying that came nowhere and everywhere at once. Men took that voice into their bones without wanting it. The wall stones answered with their old groans, as if each block had a memory it disliked to share. Before the light, everything was the shadow of a shape. When light bled along the eastern edge, it only made more edges. Jon stood with both hands on the frostglass lip and breathed the thin cold until the first heat of breath made a ghost that clung to his scarf. He moved slightly and the ghost sheared away. Ghost stood beside him, indifferent to the cold in the way of creatures built for it. The direwolf's fur was hoarfrost where fog from the man's breath had drifted across him. He shook once and the frost went up like dust. Below, the haunted forest lay flat and deceptive as a painting. There are places where the world's skin lies quiet over its muscle. The woods were not one of those. Even in stillness there was an underground flexing, root and vole and the small things that eat what dies without asking why. He had slept little. He had slept enough to dream once and not remember what, which is the cleanest sleep a man at war can hope for when the war has not yet picked him up and thrown him. Gren had come to the door at the time set, said nothing, stood a moment to be told something he already knew, and went to his watch. Samwell had not come to Jon at all because Samwell had worked at the counting table half the night with ink on his face and the kind of fury that is mostly fear. Jon had sat and written by candle until the words stopped trying to improve themselves and lay steady on the page the way a man lies steady on a cot when the ship learns the sea. He had written to the Lord of Winterfell and the Protector of the Realm, which were the same man and were not the same man. He had written to his father and put no title beside the name at the end because there are ways a son proves he remembers what was before other men began to classify his elders. He had written that the dead do not stay where men lay them. He had written that the cold here makes a decision, and its decision is to enter a man and call his heart its own. He had written that stories are not kindnesses told to frighten children into sleep, but the shape of a map you may carry without paper. He had written that he would not leave his post without orders, and he had written that he understood the wall as a rope stretched between two falling cliffs. Someone coughed behind him, the unashamed explosion of the chest that men make when they intend to live longer. Jeor Mormont's bare fur made him seem more stone than a man. He set his knuckles on the parapet and scowled as if distance owed him honesty. "How many fires?" "3 that I can count," Jon said. "Maybe 5 if you count the faint ones." "I don't count faint ones," Mormont said, and then, as if remembering that men had been dying for faint things since the first winter, added, "Yet we will anyway. I hear you sent that letter. Good. Men who do not spend the words they have grow rich in false courage. And you sent the black stone." He did not say the name that had been in the old book with its curling letters that made the maester kiss each page before reading. He did not say it in the way of men who believe names concentrate forces downstream. "We sent the arrowheads and a knife and we sent bone," Jon said. "And oil if the captain keeps his promise. He is afraid of this cold. I think fear will keep him honest as well as any oath." "Fear does good work," Mormont said. "Fear is a plow. It breaks the ground." His breath smoked. "There is a dead man who isn't dead in the ice house. The men take turns sitting there with a brazier so they can say they were in the room when it stopped being a room. That is madness. I let them keep it because they are not breaking one another's heads in the yard. Tell your beast to stay away from it." He looks at it as if it were an old enemy. Ghost had lifted his lip a fraction at the mention. The wolf put his head down again, the eye pale looking down the face of the wall the way a hunter watches snow blowing across a clearing, without impatience. "I'll tell him," Jon said. He will obey if he believes there's reason. Tell him your voice is reason, Mormont said. Will you go out today? If you order me. Good. There's a dead camp beyond the pines. We will set it to fire. We will pull the bodies apart because that helps them remember that they are only bodies. Bring 5 men who can run and 1 who can pray without losing his breath. Leave 1 torch lit in the snow after it's done. The wind will decide the direction it will burn. Let's pretend we tell the wind what to do. It was like that all morning, each small order a stone into a wall that already had holes. Jon took men who did not chatter and a boy who could hear in the wind a thing he could not put into words. They moved between trees that kept a kind of silence men cannot make. They found the camp as it had been described by the raven, a ring of beds and 1 tea upright with a spoon in it, the tatters of a flag that had not known any house he knew. The bodies were hard and willing to shatter if mishandled. The men did what men must do when they must make a thing ugly in order to keep it from becoming worse. Sam came late with oil and a book and a breathlessness that had no shame in it. The pages, he said, kneeling, say the stone was made in a fire men do not have now. It would be a comfort if we understood why. He looked at the black blade in Jon's hand as if it were a word that could be eaten. You had better not break it. There are not so many clever things left anymore. The bodies burned. The oily smoke clung low before the wind gathered itself and decided a direction. When it did, the smoke went in a line like writing, through the pines and toward a place where the sun could find it later and pretend it had a hand in mercy. Jon watched until his eyelashes crusted, and he felt the old temptation to cry and let the tears freeze there and become a part of his sight. He was not free to leave. The news he had sent south would not bring him a summons he could obey with a clear heart. The vows were as snug a rope as the kind that had almost taken his father. His vow was chosen. He went back up the wall with the men and they counted their fingers and toes as they walked, a ritual that made them laugh. He took the afternoon watch and in the blue hour that comes too early, he saw a line of something moving in the north that had not been there in the morning. His heart kicked the way a horse kicks when snow slides off a roof near it. The line stopped. The line dissolved. The wind said nothing new. Mormont came again and stood in his place and said, "You are watching correctly," which is what older men say to boys when there is nothing better to give them than that. When darkness made everything equally near and far, Jon went below. He ate stew that had been stewed too many times, the meat shredding into threads like old rope, and thanked the woman who had cooked it because she had done it with her hands. He sat with Ghost stretched along his foot and read aloud a page from a book that had belonged to a maester before it belonged to the wall and would belong to mice when men forgot letters. He read to Ghost for the comfort of hearing himself. He fell asleep with the book on his chest and woke with the kind of start that says the world has moved a half-inch to the right. In the city far to the south, night gathered differently, folding itself neatly into alleys as if to keep things orderly, then spilling into squares where disorder made itself at home. The heat came down off the day without the decency to stay where it was put. A long table in a house with green tapestries presented its dishes as arguments disguised as food. Sansa sat where she had been placed, which was beside a woman who wore a rose at her shoulder and had a mouth that smiled even when it was not doing any other work. They had put the little Stark between 2 men who knew how to let a girl laugh without feeling owned when she did. "You were brave," the woman said, not looking at Sansa when she said it, which is a way of being kind. "You held your hand out to a boy with a knife and remembered you had another hand to take his weapon. That is the sort of thing we teach girls too late." "I did not think," Sansa said, and tasted the honey of candied lemon peel because sweetness is a way of giving your mouth something to do when your head is full. "I was afraid what I would think would be too slow." "Then keep that," the woman said lightly, as if they were discussing how to set a place or raise a stitch. "We are raised on stories about choices we are meant to consider for a week before making them. These streets ask quicker grace." The men in rows laughed easily, but not idly. They made one joke about a butcher and a prince and then abandoned it before its edge could cut one of the women at their table. They spoke of bread and of barges, of the way the riverlands swallow men whole and make legends digestible. Across the room, A man in a doublet as green as an orchard poured his wine with care. He had a handsome face and the sadness of the handsome, the sadness that comes from often being given the wrong things. The queen sat above like a jewel fixed in a setting, refusing to pretend she enjoyed any part of this save the demonstration of steadiness. Littlefinger moved from group to group as a bee moves from flower to flower and pretends to love all equally. Sansa did what her father had told her. She found 3 faces and saw them, and when she laughed she did it not to be liked but because something had made a place in her belly for air. She ate well because girls must do that when they have it. At some point, the hound came to the door and stood with his arms crossed, and the bored contempt of a man who has learned boredom is his only armor. He did not flinch when a platter slipped and crashed near his boot. He looked at the man who had dropped it until the man grew red and then calm and then went about his business without apology. When Sansa stood, the hound made the space a bodyguard makes with no visible motion. The air obeyed. In the keep, a man crossed a courtyard in the dark with a poor man's gait and a rich man's secret. He wore clothes that had been mended with swamp thread and carried on him the smell of wet loam that belongs to men of the neck and to no other. He did not climb stairs that servants climb because servants know who uses those. He went along walls where the stone had learned the weight of people who do not wish to be noticed and had eroded itself appropriately. He came to a door behind a tapestry, stood as still as a frog on a stone under a hawk's shadow, and waited until the pattern of the guard's feet went past. He entered and closed the door without easing the hinge because to ease it would have made the sound different. He moved the candle 3 inches, and the room changed shape. He stood there until footsteps that he knew as he knew his own moved in the corridor and then stopped. Ned went in and closed the door and leaned against it a moment because leaning against doors is a habit of men who have discovered that walls sometimes do something besides stand. He did not speak. He walked to the table and put both hands on it as if to test if it was still his. Then he raised his head and the man from the neck bowed more from long friendship than anyone else's expectation. "Read," Ned said, and his voice broke because the past will step into the room even when it is not invited if one of the men present is carrying it in every tendon. "Eddard," said Howland, and there it was again, the name that belonged to boys who go out to fish and come back with frost in their hair. He moved so that the light fell on his face. The years had turned him into a kind of tree, gnarled where you would not expect it, slender where the world's hand had passed without thinking. He took from under his jerkin a bundle wrapped in old wool. He laid it upon the table without ceremony. He did not sit, neither did Ned. "I have come slow," Howland said. "So slow you will think me a coward, and that may be true. Men who carry big truths are better slow than fast. If you know it first, you have time to bind it so it doesn't break other things when it rolls. There are truths that cannot be bound," Ned said. "There are none that cannot be wrapped," Howland answered, and his mouth did a queer thing that is almost a smile and almost a snarl. He unrolled the bundle. There were 3 pieces within. A small book with a vellum cover, stained with water and with something browner on one corner. A ribbon of white silk with a knot fashioned in the northern way, crude and certain, and a ring not bright, its metal dull the way a thing gets when it has been worn next to sorrow. Ned reached but did not touch. The book opened where it wished to open, at a page where the ink had bloomed a little because the writer had been in a hurry or wept or both. The script was the script men learn in Old Town when they are being made to love rule and line more than people. It had on the side a note in another hand, not scholarly, that made the lettered words into something like a human voice. His eye took in the shape of names the way a man sees a mountain more than he counts its trees. He put his finger on the ribbon and felt the knot and knew the hand that had tied it. Remembered a day when those careful fingers had tied his son's laces because he had been too big for such work and she had been too proud to let him be clumsy. He could not pick up the ring. He had worn it in his head too many years. Howland's voice was steady. "She gave me this when I kept her alive long enough to make her die in the right order. She made me promise not to tell you until you had done enough wrong things for the right reasons that men might forgive your right thing for wrong reasons. That is a muddle of a promise. I made it because she asked it and because there were white shadows standing there who had their own promises and because the air was full of the smell of iron." Ned drew breath. He had promised things in that room too. He had promised in a way that had made his whole life after smell a little of blood. It is a trick of memory that the hardest hour is not remembered for its pain but for a single texture. The weave of a sheet, the sound a moth made against a candle globe, the damp along a hairline. He had lived with those textures so long that the idea of them being attached to proof felt like a kind of indecency. He opened the book again. He read the writing down the page and the one after it. He saw the witness marks, names that would mean something to men who kept list of men's names. He saw the sigil scratched by a person who had no heraldry but only belief. He saw in the margin the quick mark that was hers. "Howland," he said at last, "you know what you ask me to do with this." "I do not ask," said the Crannogman gently. "She asks, and not for herself now. She asks for the living and for those who must be born if winter is to be something besides a grave." "You were always a moderate when it came to meaning," Ned said, but without heat. He closed the book, put the ribbon back in, folded the wool up. He looked at the ring. "Where did you get the book?" "From a woman who counts births as other men count debts," Howland said. "She has no name you would know, and that is why the book survived. She learned long ago that the women who matter are not in stories. She asked me for nothing, not even thanks, only that if I lived to see a spring after a long winter, I would see that girls down a certain street did not grow hungry enough to sell what they could not buy back. That is a good price for the truth of a life."
Ned straightened.
He felt older. He felt clearer, which is a kind of age. "Varys will have known you came," he said. "Littlefinger will suspect but prefer to pretend he thought of it first. The Queen will call it treason even if I do not use it as a weapon. The boy will not understand it at all and therefore will be the most dangerous thing in the room." He lifted his eyes to meet the little man's. "You will speak. If you make me," Howland said. "If you do not, I will take this back into the swamp and drown it under a lily, and the gods will forgive me because they forgave me many things they would not forgive you." "Why?" "Because I am small," Howland said. "Because I move in the places big men forget to look. Because my daughter has already been taught to eat fish without worrying which lord owns the river and would like to tell her children to do the same." "Your daughter," Ned said. "She is?" "Sharp," Howland said with the pride of a man who does not often get to say he made a thing. "Older than she looks. She could put a frog on a lord's plate and make him thank her. She is here." He tilted his head toward the corner where the candlelight did not reach. A shape loosed itself from shadow. A girl with hair like river mud and eyes that had counted every step they had taken to reach this room. She had a wooden frog on a thong at her throat. "She can put her feet on any stone in this keep and not make it complain. She will have your small one's friendship quickly if your small one is allowed friends." "Arya," Ned said. "You have seen her." "She has seen me," Mira Reed said. "She thinks she discovered me. I will let her keep the story." There was a diffident pleasure in her tone. She was a girl who liked cleverness better than praise.
Ned exhaled.
He sat at last. He did it carefully because sitting makes a man look decided. "I will tell the truth," he said, "or some part of it that keeps more things truth than not. I will not make of it a sword if I can help it. We will have one gathering, in that room where the iron sits. We will speak to men who like rooms better than facts. We will put the truth in the room and ask it to stand a while without being stabbed." "You think a room full of men will not stab," Howland said, and allowed himself to look at the chair that had eaten so many backs. "I think it will," Ned said. "I think we will be too many for the killing to be tidy." He stood. "Stay still. You move like reeds in wind. Do that again. Be where you are not expected. If I fail, take my girls and go somewhere the word king is a kind of fish and not a person." He put one hand on Howland's shoulder, and it was like putting his hand on a knot that had been tied by the same boy twice in 2 different years. "Thank you," he said. It was all he had. Word found its ways even when men believed they could keep it in pockets. By morning, there was a smell in the keep as if the kitchens had tried to make soup with old bones. Men stood in corners and pretended to talk of hunting. The Queen wore red and pearl, which is a set of choices that says a woman has chosen both blood and silences. Baelish's eyes shone with an inward amusement that promised he would sell 1,000 versions of this day and profit from each. Pycelle made his beard quake until the hairs seemed to possess opinions. Varys had the look of a man who has built a house out of air and is waiting to see if someone notices. Ned entered the hall without any of the ceremony that men use when they want to give their uncertainty company. He was not unsure. He was afraid. He had learned to keep those two apart. He wore gray. He wore clean boots. He wore the knife at his hip because he had found himself touching its hilt often in the night and thought it better to let it stand where he must see it than to pretend it had stopped mattering. He stood at the foot of the steps and looked out and did not look at the chair. The boy sat it. The boy sat as if his stillness could prove a point. It did not. "This is not a trial," Ned said. "We have had enough of those that could not tell the difference between proof and the taste of an audience. It is not a crowning. We have had enough of those that took hair and made it mean bread. This is a telling. One man will tell a thing he saw. Another will show a thing he kept. Then I will speak. And then you may go out into the heat and make whatever lies you need to keep from being afraid of what you heard. But you will have heard it, and later, when you are quieter, you may thank me for putting the truth somewhere you could come to it as men go to a well." There were sounds. Men make them when their dignity is pricked and they are too cautious to bleed. The queen did not move. Joffrey flicked his eyes from face to face as if waiting for one to be found wanting so that he could dislike it thoroughly. Davos Seaworth stood near the door because he had not been invited and had no right to be here, and because there are moments when a decent man chooses to trespass. Slynt smirked. Bywater's mouth was lined. Sansa held her hands together so tight that the knuckles told the story of clenched teeth. Arya was not in view, which meant somewhere the keep had learned she was in it. Ned lifted his hand. Howland Reed walked forward with the slow quickness that men from the neck share with certain kinds of animals. He did not bow deeply. He did not look at the queen. He looked at the boy because the boy was the one who did not know enough to be polite. "My name is Howland Reed of Greywater," he said. Men who cared about such things did not murmur because Greywater Hall moves and is therefore not susceptible to such easy sneers. "I was present when Eddard Stark took a sister from a tower where she had gone to die. I was present when men in white stood and did their duty until they were dead. And we counted their names in the dark afterward because we did not think it right that the last time their names be said was by their own lips. I was present when a child came into the world with the sound of a song in the next room and with a certain sorrow in the mother's mouth that could not be written down. I was asked to keep a thing and I kept it. I am asked to tell it. I will tell it because there are winters men survive only when they stop treating truth as if it were a cloak to be owned and start carrying it as if it were water." The room did something at the word water. Old men who remembered the drought 3 summers before felt their tongues. Howland took from his jerkin the small book, held it in his small hands, removed the ribbon and left it around his wrist like a snake. He opened the book as if it might bite him. "This is the witness of the midwife to the birth of Lyanna of Winterfell's son. It is signed in her hand. It is signed by mine as witness. It bears the mark of a woman of a certain sisterhood who came and went with equal quiet. I do not ask you to believe because there is ink here. I ask you to look at what the ink had to risk." He turned the book and held it so men who were near could see. Too many could. Too many could not. It didn't matter. The fact of paper in the room changed the shape of the air. "How do we know that book is not a trick?" Joffrey said, eager, grateful to be given a word to use. "We do not," Howland said. "We know only that there is a man here who has had the look of this line in his eyes for as long as you have been alive. We know that there is a woman who cannot be summoned to testify because she is dead, and that is a problem we will have forever. We know the North is full of men who are too proud to be clever and too stubborn to be liars." Baelish laughed softly and covered it with his hand. "I should like to take exception, but courtesy forbids." "Do," Ned said without looking at him. Then he spoke because he had promised to put something in this room and naming it was the only way to set it down. "I took a child from a dying girl in the south and called him my own. I did that not to shame any man's house, nor to give myself a narrative that could justify cruelty later. I did it because she asked me and because if I had left him there he would have been chopped into parts by men who wished to prove a point to other men. I raised him among my own as a son. He grew and showed himself a man. He took vows to a wall that keeps you breathing even now while you are designing ways to pretend it does not exist. He drew breath. He is not my blood in the named way. He is mine anyway. His father was the man some of you followed because the sound of his laughter warmed your winter and his music made you think yourself better than you were. His mother was the girl whose blood is in me and who had a will like a winter river. That is the truth I have kept. Here I put it down. Cersei's mouth made a small shape and vanished. Pycelle's beard clicked faintly as it trembled. Varys did not move at all. Joffrey's eyes grew bright with the pleasurable outrage of something that uses the word insult. Davos lowered his head and then raised it again, like a man acknowledging a wave. There were murmurs. Bastard, dragon, oath, treason. Everyone ricocheted off the words that hurt them and pretended the others were just noise. "And what claim?" Cersei said, and there was silk on her tone, silk with a wire through it. "Do you mean to put upon the realm with this story, Lord Stark?" "None," Ned said. The room changed because it had been ready to throw spears and found no target. "No claim. The boy is a man in black and chosen that road while I slept. I mean only to take this one knot out of a net before it strangles us. Because men will kill one another for the shadow of a succession while winter opens its mouth. I mean to stop signing letters to two men about their quarrel over which of them is the better letter, and to write to them both that if they starve us in the name of any grace we will have them remembered for it alone in the songs I will force men to sing." He put his hand to the book and then to the ribbon and then to the ring. "I mean to bury this in public so that no one can dig it up and throw it at a woman like a stone later." It was so quiet a man could have heard his own regret sigh. Littlefinger's eyelids lowered. When they opened, they had decided on a price. Pycelle began to say a thing and coughed instead. Joffrey, who had not expected to be deprived of a fight, made a face like a child denied a sweet and then hid it because somewhere in him a lesson had stuck. Varys breathed, which was news. Cersei said, "If you meant me to be gracious to this, you chose the wrong room." "I chose the only room big enough to put fear in and close the doors," Ned said. "Do with it what you will, your grace. But do it knowing that the men on the sea and the men in the snow will hear of this before night turns to morning twice, and that the shape of their hatred will be different for having heard it. They will have to find a new lie." He turned from her and looked at Davos. "And you, sir, may tell Stannis I have had enough of laws used like ropes and would prefer them used like houses. He may come and sit with me. He may not. Either way, he will not blockade bread. If he does, I will make it the only thing men sing of him, and I will see that song taught to the children of dockworkers, so that when he is dust they will hum it without remembering how to stop. It ended not with a gavel or the ring of a sword hilt on stone, but the way most important things end, with men shifting their feet and looking at the door. The queen went first, because the queen goes first or else she is no queen. The boy followed, half in step, too young to understand the discipline of a pace. Baelish lingered to catch three men's eyes and give each a different version of the same smile. Varys took the book. No one saw him take it. Only Ned knew who he took it from and where it would be until it was needed as a relic or burned as a kindness. Howland and his girl were gone before anyone thought to measure the room for them. Sansa found her father in the small room with the map of the river and the faint circles drawn at fords. She stood in the doorway until he looked up. She gave him the look she had occasionally as a child when she had broken something dear and painful and needed him to tell her how to hold the pieces so her hands would bleed less. He opened his arms. She came fast and without dignity, as those who are most careful about their dignity will do when given the chance. He held her a time and then the time after that, and then he asked if she had eaten. She made a face because she had eaten too much the night before as a defense, and today it tasted like stale perfume. He cut a piece of bread and put salt on it and handed it to her, and she ate because obedience is sometimes the road back to freedom. "Will they hurt you for it?" she asked, after she had swallowed and the bread had decided to live in her stomach. "Everyone is always hurting everyone for everything," he said gently. "I have decided I will be hurt for something that makes sense when the wind shifts. That is the best any man gets here." Arya was not at the door because Arya had chosen to follow a scent that had nothing to do with food. She found Mira Reed on a gallery above the inner yard watching a cat treat a segment of the wall as if it were a private stage. The swamp girl did not turn when Arya came. She did not bristle. She reached into her pouch and took out a sliver of dried fish and placed it on the ledge without looking and said, "You do not always chase. Sometimes you wait." "I chase well," Arya said. She had burrs in her hair and a smudge on her nose that would have embarrassed another girl into changing her life. "So do cats," Mira said, "and snakes, and weasels, and small boys when there is a plum to be had. If you are all things all the time, you will be nothing the moment it matters." She broke the fish in half and ate one with great ceremony. "You are thinking of leaving?" Arya did not ask how the other girl knew. "The man from the Black stole one of our boys and the bull boy went with him." "Boys are always being stolen in this city," Mira said. "Let him be lost until he can be found without it killing you to do it. There will be worse ways to die here than being a thing you are not quite old enough to be." She flicked the other half of the fish. The cat ignored it with lordly indifference. "Besides, there is a greater hunt to come. You will want to have stiffened the right muscles." "What hunt?" Arya demanded. "The kind where men in lace and women in silk pretend not to bleed and then you show them they do," Mira said placidly. "It will be very satisfying if you do not get stabbed in the doing." In the south chamber, where the floor stayed cool even at noon because the masons had made the stone thick to please a man who had liked to nap, Cersei stood with her back to the window and let the light make her hair into a helmet. Baelish stood and looked nowhere in particular and therefore everywhere. "He has given us a toy," the queen said. "We may pull it around by a string or we may leave it and show we are above such play. There will be men in my father's hall by nightfall making use of it in ways that make his ulcers sing. There will be men in Storm's End who will pour wine for it and then drink it themselves. What would you have me do?" "I would have you own it," Baelish said amiably. "Make it small. Nothing angers a man like seeing his revelation treated as a matter of housekeeping. If it is in the open, you can trip over it at dinner and no one can accuse you of hiding it in a chest. Do not lock it where people will imagine it breeding. Do not set it on the mantle where every eye must look. Put it under a bowl of fruit. Let the flies gather or not as they please." He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, as if feeling a coin that was not there. "And let me go talk to the Riverlands while you do that. They are ready to be comforted. I am a comforting man." His eyes flicked to the place where the iron chair could be seen through two doors. "He has not claimed an advantage. We should not either. Yet." The last word was a kiss he blew to a future room. On the quay, Davos watched a cask being rolled with the tenderness of men rolling a friend to the grave. He had found a way to keep two lanes open with a combination of threats, arithmetic, and the kind of regret that looks like mercy. He had told Stannis' messenger that justice is not a hammer that can turn men's heads into law. He had written a line in his own hand to send north with the next raven that read, "We will not close the sea against bread. If Stannis calls that treason, I will wear the word like a second name and let men use it when they must spit." He handed the note to a boy with scabbed knees and a perfect memory and bought the boy's loyalty with a pair of gloves because men in the city never thought to bribe anyone with a thing to keep their hands warm. In the watch barracks, Bywater had his men disassemble and reassemble ladders until their hands learned the motion without the head needing to tell them 6 times. He had them stand in a line and listen while an old man who had lived through a riot once described the sound of the moment before it breaks, because sound tells the truth faster than sight. He told them they were to be a wall in a city that had too many doors. "If your hand goes to the purse at the same time as your sword," he said mildly, "I will take the purse and the hand. The purse I will spend on bread and the hand I will throw to the kennels." He said this with such lazy humor that 3 men laughed and then stopped. In the crypt of paper that the Citadel called a ravenry wherever men built one, a white bird with a haughty patience waited while a man bound a message to its leg with a ribbon whose color had been chosen by someone who thought the sky was a brand one could own. The bird cocked its head when the man stroked it with a finger, because it had the dignity of a creature that has been employed by kings and knows there are better clients. It flew when the shutter opened, and the slice of day that entered was like a knife across the room's throat. By evening, the city had told itself 100 new versions of the same event and had returned to its old mood. Worry drinking with exhaustion. Bread sat in bellies like a promise paid. Wine sat in heads like a promise that will be due in the morning. Ned sat at his table with the knife and did not touch it because touching a thing too often makes it a compulsion. He wrote 3 letters that had no poetry in them and would therefore be believed by men who distrust poetry as the lie of the comfortable. He let himself think of John for a count of 10 and then went back to the arithmetic of men. That night he dreamed not of the tower but of a narrow place in a marsh where reeds had bent to let a small boat go through with. Out fuss. In the dream, his hand trailed in the water and came up cold and clean, and he did not feel tired. Waking made him older again. Varys came at dawn. Not because dawn is safer, but because men forgive intrusions when the world is still turning itself on. He did not sit. He touched the table with 2 fingers. "I would not have put that in the room," he said without preamble. "I would have kept it for the moment when it could be used to stop a stomach from growling at the wrong name. But I am only one cook in this questionable kitchen. I did not do it to take anyone's appetite," Ned said. "I did it so no one could choke on it at dinner later. The queen thinks to make of it a fruit under a bowl," Varys said, amused. "She will succeed for a week. What matters more is what people who are not in rooms think. If you go to the market today, you will hear whether men would follow a boy who does not want to be followed. You will also hear them give him a dozen names because the city makes names the way rats make more rats. Names have no power," Ned said, and then corrected himself, because he had just seen a book convince a room to behave well. "They have too much." "Indeed," Varys said. "Do you know where the girl is?" "Sansa, the other." Ned stared at him for a heartbeat, every wrong possibility scuttling across the floor of his mind's room. "Do you?" Varys made a small courtly flourish with one hand. "She has found the kitchen that makes almond-crusted loaves and befriended the boy who bakes. She has found the place under the stairs where a cat had its litter and decided the kittens ought to have names that would embarrass your council. She has found the roof above the armory where the slates are loose and the wind says things you will not like. I am not worried for her. I am worried for any man who believes she is not to be worried about." Ned accepted this as you accept a diagnosis you do not understand but cannot refute. He went to the Godswood as if to clean his breath. He found there a woman in a plain dress with an apron that had been mended thrice. She carried a basket with the kind of careful pride that belongs to wives of men who drink. She curtsied as if the movement were new to her and then looked him in the face because she had learned that is how one seems brave. "Your Grace," she said, and he did not correct her. "We have come with flour. Not much, but women can count. We know what a pound makes when stretched and what it does not." "You honor the city," he said. He meant it. "No," she said flatly. "I honor my children. The city is a thing that eats them if I do not put other things in its mouth first." She stopped, shamefaced suddenly. "Forgive me. I have never spoken to a man who may tell other men to be useful." "Keep speaking," he said. "It is the only way to teach us what to say back." He took the corner of the cloth and lifted it and saw the small, white drifts. He imagined 500 such baskets and 1,000 such hands carrying them. He tried and failed to imagine the number of girls saved by such arithmetic. He bowed to her in the way he would bow to a lady. "Will you accept the company of a guard to your house? Men might imagine your basket holds gold. Only if the guard knows where to stand," she said briskly. "Sometimes we need a man in the yard. Sometimes we need one in the alley. Men in the doorway are only for holidays. I will send you one who knows where to stand," he said, and thought of Bywater and of the way the man could occupy space without insisting upon it. The day made its long noise. Toward noon a raven came with a thin strip of parchment that smelled of smoke and men. It was in John's hand, and its letters were simple and full of the discipline of a man who has learned how expensive ink is when lives are bought with it. The message was not news so much as pressure. It told of a thing that had come to the edge of a fire and not crossed it, of a boy who had said his prayers aloud and then admitted he felt better, of snow that had the grain of salt and made all meat taste wrong. It told him that Ghost had run along the top of the wall for an hour and then lay down with his nose on his paws and would not move until the moon rose. It told him that he remained what he had said he would be. It told him that the next letter would be written by someone else if the wind had its way. Ned stood with it in his hand and looked at the sky as if men could put messages in clouds by frowning. Then he did the only thing that helps many hours. He went back to work. He met with a man from the Guild of Masons and saw the way the man's face lit not at pay but at the thought of laying a stone that would hold. He made space at the table for Samwell Tarly, who blushed and knocked over an inkwell and made up for it by remembering exactly the numbers that 5 other men had miscounted. He sent a small purse to a woman who had not asked for it because she would never ask, and attached to it a note that said only, "Not owed." He answered Cersei when she sent to ask what he would do if Lord Tywin's men cut down the oaks that fed the river and then asked for thanks. "We will plant willows," he wrote. "And then when they flood and rot your wagons, we will say we were merciful to give you a way out." When evening came and men who live by their appetites prepared to test them again, he went to the rampart above the branded quarter and looked down at the curving lanterns of the ships. He put his hands on the stone and felt the old inequality. The stone had been built with a king's comfort in mind. The stone in Winterfell had been built because wind and wolves are not impressed by kings. He did not fault it for what it was. He did not expect it to become better because he asked. He heard the step next to him without turning. The sea makes all stealth a lie. "You will get your invite," Littlefinger said conversationally. "Tyrell's girl wishes to see Sansa A. Dane. They mean to talk of dresses and of the city and of men who are less troublesome if spoken about as if they were a season. You will come because your daughter will ask you to let her, and you will consent because you have learned that there is no safety in forbidding. Once there, you will find yourself hailed by men who will ask you whether you meant to make the boy in black a banner, and you will say no until your lips go tired, and they will go away and turn it into yes by morning." He leaned his elbows. "There is such pleasure in watching the world mistranslate itself. You should try it." "Spare me," Ned said. "If you have a thing to ask, ask it. If you have a word to sell, name the price." Baelish's smile cut. "Very well. The price is a favor I will not name now. The word is this: Janos Slint intends to set his sons into places where men will be paid to look at their faces. He intends to make himself a small lord of doorways. If you let him, you will find yourself pushing bread through a window that has no panes. If you stop him, he will call you a tyrant. There will be virtue in both." "Thank you," Ned said. He meant it and he did not. He had learned how to mean 2 things at once in this city. It did not make him proud. Night threw itself over them. A wind from the north cut the heat and patrolled the alleys. Somewhere a song started that was not very good and was very well sung, which is all a city asks of its music. He slept in a chair by accident and woke because a hand touched his shoulder. The hand was small and scentless. It took him a moment to remember Mira's face and another to be sure that her presence did not presage something worse. "He asks you to come," she said in a voice that had learned courtesy late and therefore used it well. "He does not dare send a boy because boys look behind them. He thinks I do not." He followed her through paths that would have made a normal man curse. He recognized 2 of them. The third he would not have found if he had gone blindfolded with a cat's whiskers. They came into a stable where the straw smelled good enough to eat and where every horse had turned its head so many times that the air had been combed. There Yoren stood, black cloak dusty, beard full of travel. Beside him, a big-headed boy who had once held a hammer sat with a rope in his hands. His hair had been hacked off with something that had not cared about beauty. He looked up and recognized Ned and did nothing dramatic. "You will take him," Ned said, "because some decisions are boats you must push into the water quickly or else the shore will claim them. You will go by the river and the road a drunk chooses when he means to wake in his own bed. You will never let him speak his name. One day there will be a place for him to be what he is. It is not today." He turned to the boy. "Your hands will itch. There is nothing for it. Scratch them on work." The boy nodded once, as if a ledger had been balanced. Yoren grunted. "You send me others?" "I will send you a list," Ned said. He had begun to keep such lists because only men with lists send boys to their deaths without noticing. Half will spit at you, half will come. You will save a quarter. Good sums, Yoren said. If I live. His mouth cracked to show a few teeth. I am too old for this city. Men talk too much, and it smells like a latrine with delusions of grandeur. Ned laughed, which felt like a theft. He clapped the older man on the arm and left before he could think of reasons to keep the boy, because there are always so many reasons to do the wrong thing in a warm place. It rained in the night, a hesitant rain that had to be coaxed. The city drank it and made smell. By morning the sky had split into small, white cards of cloud and dealt them all around. Ned stood in the throne room because he had to and because the chair had to be sat. He did it without calling it anything. He heard 3 disputes that a man with a mother could have solved and one that no mother would bear to know. He sent 2 men to the wall building not because they deserved it but because it would keep them out of worse rooms for a week. He sent coin to a widow and found out later it bought her time but not her husband back from a war 2 kings ago, and felt the smallness of it and did it again for the next woman. He rose in the city side, and a boy at the back who had climbed up on a barrel to see said in a bright voice, "The Wolf King!" And his mother slapped him lightly and said, "Hush!" and smiled in a way a woman smiles when the future makes a face at her. Toward late afternoon, a messenger came dressed as a fisherman in case he had to swim. He handed over a damp letter with no seal, because the sea had eaten it. Inside were 5 lines in a thin hand. There are fires moving in a line. We have burned 3 men who did not stay burnt until the 3rd time. Ghost will not sleep. He lies and watches where there is nothing to watch. Old Bear says send oil, send men, send no speeches. I say tell me if you will come. It was not signed. It was John anyway. Ned lit a candle he did not need so he could see the words the way you see a face when it is told to stand in direct light. He folded the sheet. He unfolded it again. He wrote in answer, I will not leave this city now. I will send men. I will send oil. I will open a 3rd way that is not the road north or the chair under my hand. If you can come south without breaking your word, come. If you cannot, send me someone whose eyes tell the truth when his mouth must be careful. He sealed it with wax and pressed nothing into it because a man's word is too often disguised by heraldry. Later, when the stars were crisp, the first crispness since the heat began, Varys returned without his smell of spice, as if he had been washed in nothing. He perched on the edge of a chair as if it might own him if he sat too fully. He will come, he said. Your boy. There are vows and there are interpretat. Ions of vows. The Lord Commander has decided that the realm needs to see what its frost looks like and that your city is a part of the realm. He will send your boy with 3 men and a thing that should not move and cannot move and will make men move anyway. He will do it because he does not have enough ravens for the number of messages he needs to carry. He asks that you do not make him a prince while he stands in your room. It would kill him. He means it literally. Ned's breath left him as if a hand had opened a door in his chest. Then it returned. The room stopped tilting. When? Sooner than is comfortable, Varys said. Before anyone you value has time to decide they are better off dead. He will be tired. He will hide it. He will look at you once as if he were a boy and then not again because he will be ashamed of it. Your enemies will count the lines at the corner of his mouth and hope they come from sorrow. They will be right. Your friends will count them and hope they come from strength. They will be right. Ned went to the window to prove to himself that the world existed independent of his thoughts. The ships fretted. The lights on them made a constellation that would never be recorded because men who charted stars did not often chart boats. He looked down and thought, this is not an end. He thought, it is a turn. He thought, I will hold until he reaches me. He thought, chairs do not love. Boys do. Men do when they are allowed to remember how. When the wind turned and came in clean, he opened the shutters even though the night would wake him. He lay down and the bed remembered him. He slept a little. He dreamed of snow that did not belong to any lord and of a sound like a harp heard through a wall. He woke with his hand on the ugly knife and did not apologize to himself. He rose while the world was still guessing at itself. He waited. He put men where they would make a difference if a difference could be made in a morning. He sent bread to a place where bread would not buy any gratitude but would keep a lantern lit. He spoke to Sansa and let her talk back because she needed to hear her own voice decide not to be small. He spoke to Arya and did not tell her to be careful because that word means nothing to girls who have seen rope around their father's throat. He told her to be many. He told Bywater to put men on the east gate the way a mother puts her best bowls where she is least likely to break them. He told the Hound to find a place between the boy on the chair and the door and occupy it with his anger. When they came without trumpets. The brothers in black rode in as men ride into a city that is an argument they have agreed to join without speaking. Jon rode with his hood up and Ghost walked beside his horse like the idea of a winter that lives in books of poets and on the edges of children's mouths. Bywater's men made a lane without being told. The city stepped back not because it had been commanded but because the animal in it recognized something it did not wish to stand too near. The thing that had been bound onto the sledge came in last. 5 men straining, the ropes biting their palms. It had been wrapped completely. It still made a wrong shape. The wrongness was strong enough to be smelled. Men nearest pinched their noses and did not know why. Jon threw his leg over the saddle and was on the ground before Ned had come all the way to him. They stopped the proper distance because it is indecent, in this place, to know a man too well. They looked. There are glances that are handclasps and embraces and confessions and absolutions. This was one. Then Jon bowed a fraction because he remembered he was a soldier and still wanted to prove he could be a son. Ned moved his head once, a refusal of reverence and its acceptance in one small motion. "Father," Jon said, because simplicity is the only thing that could hold in him then. "Jon," Ned said, because men will say the name before any title when they need to feel the shape of their mouths around it. They did not touch. They walked side by side through the door that leads to the hall that has made men into lies and occasionally allowed them to be true. Ghost went ahead, setting his head low, as if to smell for treachery in stone. Gren went behind, his hand near the rope, his face as impassive as a door that will open when it is knocked correctly. Samwell came very carefully with a bundle of papers that he had held in his hands so long that the skin had remembered the weight. Mormont had not come. He had sent a man older than Jon and younger than himself with a look that made courtiers step aside without knowing they had. The hall filled itself quicker than air fills a hole made by a spear. The queen could not come. She could pretend disinterest only by attending. Joffrey was set on a stool at the edge of the dais with dignity enough to insult him and therefore please him. Baelish smiled and arranged 3 separate versions of this scene simultaneously in his head to sell later. Pycelle's beard practiced trembling at a respectable pace. Varys folded his hands and watched. Howland did not appear. Mira stood up in the gallery where she could see both the men and the rope. Ned stood at the foot of the iron and did not look at it because he did not want to give it a face in his mind. He said, "The wall has sent us proof of the thing that will end your arguments with hunger and cold if you do not end them first." He nodded. The men lowered the sledge. The ropes went slack. The thing bound up there did not stir. The cloth was cut. The smell let itself out the way a soul might, if men had invented a way to prove such departures. The thing on the wood had been a man once. Fire had not burned it into kindly ash. Fire had made of it a blackened map. Even so, it moved a finger. The sound that ran along the hall had no word for it. It was not fear exactly. It was the sound men make when they understand they been talking about the wrong part of the problem for months. Samwell swallowed, stepped forward, and unrolled one of his papers. His voice shook the way a bridge shakes when men run across it and held anyway. He read aloud what the old bear had written. The curt words, the lack of flattery, the need. He read the sentence that said the dead rise. He read the line that said, "If you think us superstitious, bring your wine north in autumn and test your laughter." He read, in his own voice at the end, a small trembling sentence that was not Mormont's. "Please." No one laughed. Cersei kept her lips sealed with a will as visible as the welds in the iron. Joffrey stared, not in sight of a new toy to break, but like a boy who has just discovered pigs of blood. Baelish decided there was coin to be found in selling men ropes. Pycelle muttered of ancient texts and then had the decency to stop. Varys bowed his head a fraction as if in prayer to no one. Davos Seaworth, among the men at the back who were not supposed to be there and were, made a sound that was like the creak of a new door opening. Ned lifted his hand. This is why I put a truth in this room yesterday that none of you wanted to hold. We will not return to our engrossing diversions of crowns and names until we have fed the city and prepared the wall and set seed in the ground wherever it will take. I will ask men to stop calling themselves kings for a season, and if they refuse I will make them a prayer on the lips of children that will spoil their appetites and their sleep. I will ask you here now to walk out of this room and do whatever it is you can do that is not for your own face. If you are a man of coin, find the price and pay it. If you are a man of ships, fill them with barrels and send them north and do not pretend it is generous. If you are a man of letters, write them to villages you have forgotten you own and tell them to draw their wood closer. If you are a man who can hold a spear without stabbing your brother with it, I will take you and send you where men do not yet know how to fear correctly. He put his hand on Jon's shoulder because at last the thing had to happen. And you? I am no prince, Jon said harshly, and the harshness was not for his father but for the room that liked it too much when a boy spoke like a man. I am of the Watch. I will be your proof and your messenger and your reminder. If any man here calls me out of my oath, I will throw his words back in his mouth. So, Ned said, and his voice went lower, then be that. Be the thing you chose. We will use you without using you up. He felt the bones under his hand and recognized the shape of them from when they had been smaller, newer, less apt to break a father's heart by doing what was necessary. He let go. Ghost, he said softly then, to the wolf absurdly, because a man can talk to a beast and find sense there when men will not give it. Watch him. The beast's ears turned and gave him the dignity of acknowledgement. Cersei chose the right thing. She stood. We are not beasts, she said to the room. We are not fools. For one season, we will be what the North requires. It was a sentence any other might have botched. She made it a gift to herself, which is the art of ruling without love. And in that season, if any man makes a claim that troubles the city's belly, I will have his tongue. I have grown tired of listening. Men cheered her because men like to be told their courage is being done for them. Men cheered Ned because men like to believe there is a father somewhere who will endure the foolishness of the house and not kick them from the table. Men stared at Jon because a new thing in a room attracts eyes the way bread attracts mice. Jon bore it because bearing is what he had chosen to do. After, when air at last entered him and the smell of the wrong thing left his nose and lodged somewhere in his skull to return later, Jon walked with his father in a corridor whose shutters rattled a little in the north wind. They did not speak for 30 steps because speaking immediately after an important thing is a kind of vulgarity. Then Jon said, You told them. I told them, Ned said, not to make you king, to stop a different kind of stupidity. I know, Jon said. He did not say, it hurts. He did not say, thank you. He did not say, you have unburdened me and dropped me into a deeper river. He said, because he was his father's son and the wall's creature both, we will need oil. Lots. We will need men who can run without pride. We will need more than we have. You shall have what this city can give, Ned said. And what it cannot, I will borrow against winter. He looked at his boy out of the corner of an eye because when men look full on at what they love they show their throats. Will you forgive me for telling the truth? One day, when you are an old man and your knees ache? Old, Jon said, a small laugh escaping, surprising both. Perhaps, if the cold is feeling generous. He paused. Would you come? To the wall? Not yet, Ned said. Not until the chair loosens its teeth a little. But I will come. Before the cold becomes the only language. I cannot keep my vow to your mother in any other way. They stopped on the broad step that had a crack like a river down its center. Jon put out his hand. Ned took it. They did not pull. They let each other feel the weight. Then Ghost brushed between them with the insolent grace of beasts who have seen kings come and go and have learned that there are other kinds of power. They made a space for him. They always would. They parted because men in this city are never allowed to stand still for long. Jon went back to his brothers and to the thing on the sledge and to the work of being frightening in the right direction. Ned went back to coin and bread and letters and to a queen who would stand with him for a season if it served her and then not a day longer. Above them both the wind found the crack in the shutter and went on with its lesson in a tongue older than any maester's. That night, after the hall had been cleared and the thing had been returned to its wrapping and salted further and set under guard where torches burned day and night, after Sansa had closed her eyes and whispered something that might have been a prayer but more likely was the name of a friend whose face she had imagined into a place where names might keep people alive, after Arya had learned from Mira how to walk along a beam in the dark using the breath to tap the space ahead like a blind woman's stick, after Varys had put the book into a place where even his enemies would ask him to keep it safe, after Littlefinger had told 4 men and 1 woman a different version and gone to bed full as a gorged spider, after Davos had written again to a man who believed law was a kind of god and had asked him to place this god beside bread and see which one broke first, after Bywater had fallen asleep in a chair with his boots on because he would be required on the hour and on the hour, after Janos Slynt had looked into a mirror and, seeing his own face there, had mistaken it for a friend's. After all of this, Ned Stark stood at the window and held the ugly knife the way a man holds a truth he cannot put down, and listened to the sea tell the stones that it would still be there in the morning no matter what men called themselves in the night. The city woke into a slow murmur, as if it had been promised quiet and mistrusted the promise. The air had been scrubbed by a night of rain and the first salt wind that smelled of anything but itself. Men went to their doors and looked at the street the way men look at a wound after the bleeding slows. Women stood in windows with their elbows on the sill and watched what they believed about the morning try to become true. The gulls had taken possession of the quay with the proprietary insolence of creatures who have never paid for anything. Ned stood at the casement until the stones had warmed his palms, and then turned back into the room where a table lay under papers like a field under drifts. The knife from the north sat where he had set it, ugly as a truth. The letter in Jon's hand lay beside it, folded and unfolded enough times to have learned his touch. He put both into the chest and locked it because a man must sometimes trick himself into believing that control is to hand. He ate bread, hard and honest, dipped in oil. He drank water. He did the things that prove a man is still alive when his work decides to use him up. Bywater came with his report before the first bell. He looked like a man who had slept badly and was determined not to make a theater of it. The men at the East Gate are learning to breathe in unison, he said. It helps them hold the line when a crowd swells. I have cut 3 hands and released 2 men after a beating and sent one to the wall building for insolence. The insolent one had friends. They thought themselves brave until they met a ladder. Ladders make men humble. Good, Ned said. He did not like having learned to approve of cut hands. He liked less what happened if he refused. Janos Slynt keeps his own counsel and his own coin, Bywater added mildly. He goes where the lanes are thickest with purse and persuades them of his concern. He smells profit and calls it order. I know, Ned said. We will send him where profit is a word he cannot pronounce. Not today. When the council met, the room still held the echo of the plea from the night before. Men spoke more cleanly when proof had been set before them. It wore off quickly. The queen arrived with the absence of color that becomes a declaration. She took her place without looking left or right. Baelish smiled as if he had been born in that chair. Pycelle's beard recorded their progress. Varys folded his hands and waited to catch what might fall when men had finished shaking their pockets out. There is a sail from the east, Varys said before Baelish could make a joke about coin and oats. A great black one and a blue one beside it, with a device not used here, 3 heads entwined. I have a man on a tower that was made for lovers who do not wish to be interrupted. He is a good judge of distance. He says the ships that travel with the big ones are long and low and carry men who do not loll about with shirts open. They do not fly any Westerosi banners. A pirate, Joffrey said, delighted. An army, Varys corrected gently. A disciplined one. There are other reports from men who thought to be useful and therefore will be troublesome later. One says he saw fire in the clouds before dawn and has refused drink since, which is novel. Another says a woman stood at the prow and did not blink when the spray struck her eyes. He has drunk twice as much as usual. The Targaryen girl, Cersei said. Her voice made the air nearer to her heavier. At last she comes to set fire to the last of our patients. Or to our ships, Baelish murmured. It would be a service. They are beginning to bore me. Ned said nothing at first. He let the room hear its own noise. He had seen the East in his mind too many hours to be surprised by its arrival. He had read letters out of Pentos and lists that smelled like almonds and lies. He had looked at the smudges of reports of slave soldiers who do not retreat because to live is to be returned to a life from which retreat is a better death. He knew the story already, in the way a man learns a ballad too well and cannot stop hearing it, even when he is not in the mood. What she is, he said finally, does not matter as much as what we are when she arrives. A city that will not let itself be burned for other people's stories, Cersei said. Her tone made it a challenge. A city that will not draw a sword first if a talk will do, Ned returned. The north winds set our stakes for us now. We cannot afford a southern blaze. She means to be. Reek what she calls a wheel, Baelish said, amused. I admire anyone who brings a metaphor to a siege. It helps when men tire of the actual logic. He steepled his fingers. Shall we offer her bread? Or sparrows? The city has an endless supply of either. A parley, Ned said. In the open, without the iron chair. With the bay between us if need be. She may be a conqueror. She is also a woman who has learned to be alone in rooms where famous men talk. Let us see if she has any patience left for the rooms. Send her your son, Joffrey said with savage cunning. When men laughed, he reddened and then achieved a look of hauteur that made him older and uglier. I am a king. I should not go. You are a boy, the queen said without heat. You will not go because you cannot keep your temper unless you are praised for it afterwards. We will send the hand and the spider and a man who can count and a man who can sail a ship without being sick. The boy will sit and learn that kings sometimes do nothing. It is a difficult art. Consider yourself in training. She glanced at Ned. If she is wise, she will want to be praised for her mercy. If she is not, we will find out before lunch. They sent word on a skiff that had once carried herring and now carried men's hopes and the smell of garlic. The reply was a boat that made sound without decoration and an envoy who did not need to announce herself. She was small and held herself like a rule. Missandei of Noth, though the Nothi name had been worn smooth by other languages. She looked at Ned with calm and at Baelish as if measuring how much sound might come out of him if squeezed. She spoke to the queen without a tremor of fear. My queen will meet on the water. She will bring her hand and her soldier. She asks that you bring yours and that you do not mistake courtesy for surrender. We will bring our courtesy, Ned said. He had the feeling of a man who has picked up a tool that is heavier than it seems from far away. They met at a point where the water narrowed and grew curious about the stone on either side. 2 barges were tied with a rope between so that the swell could not break them apart. On one, Ned, Varys, Davos Seaworth, and a septon selected not for sanctity but for silence. On the other, a girl who was a woman and had been a child in war, a man whose eyes watched without moving his head, and a captain whose spear had learned to be himself. Between them, the rope made a line the gulls would not cross because gulls dislike anything that may make men predictable. She was younger than the world owed her. She had the look of a person who has memorized pain not for self-pity but to keep it from being stolen by storytellers. The sun cut the white of her hair into shivering lines. When she looked at Ned, he felt 3 things: that she would be reasonable if she could, that she would not if she must, and that she had already decided which one she intended. She did not smile. He did not either. Davos bowed with the ease of men who have learned not to hold on to pride with both hands. Varys looked as if he had seen a portrait come to life and found it had no time for admiration. I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, she said. Mother of... She stopped. Something in her had learned not to complete that list in places that will make a joke of it. Breaker of chains. I do not love chains broken only to be replaced with different metals. I am Eddard Stark, he said. I have no list, I was a father. I am your father's enemy's friend and your brother's enemy's ally and a subject of none of them. I sit the iron chair because it keeps boys from standing on the table. She turned her head a fraction, as if to let a better wind hit her face. You are honest, she said. I am practiced, he replied. You called men to put down their crowns for a season, she said. I heard. You called my name and did not use it as a threat. I heard that as well. You called men to remember the north. I have no quarrel with snow. But the south is a wound you have covered with cloth and called healed. It is not. The south will always bleed, Ned said. My quarrel is with the man who puts his mouth to the wound and calls it a kiss. Her eyes flickered. Men kissed my house with fire, she said, and did not let the room go soft around the words. They killed a little girl and a boy and their mother. They killed a city with kindness. They told my father he was mad and then behaved as if he had been sane enough to be pleased by it. I have crossed a sea because I am the answer men give when they are tired of their own questions. I do not intend to be another man's appetite. You may have come at a bad time for appetites, Davos said, his voice like a rope under strain. She looked at him and her expression warmed a fraction. You have the look of someone who knows what he owes and what he can pay. I have the look of a man who has vomited on 3 kings' boots, Davos said. I prefer bread to banners. The soldier at her shoulder watched Ned the whole while. His attention was a heavy cloak. Grey worm, she said without turning. He sees more than I do. He says your men watch too much with their ears. They do, Ned said. Dust falls more honestly than courtiers. He drew breath. Lady, I do not declare myself your enemy. I declare myself the enemy of any fire that will eat people because a story needs applause. She did not blink. You were not at Meereen, she said. You did not smell the nails of slaves when they were pulled and laid on a table like a harvest. You did not watch a boy learn to stop weeping. You did not drag a chain through a street and ask people to put their necks through it one last time so they could remember what it looked like. When I burned men who had made a world out of that. If the city is made of the same wood, it will burn the same way. If it is not, it will not. It is made of men who want bread, Ned said. Endy boys who do not yet want anything but sleep. She considered him. The wind plucked at her hair. A shadow crossed the water, and men who had not been looking up looked up. It came without heralds. A shape that made noise when it chose to and chose, for the moment, not to. Drogon was black and large and the size of a story that has finally found its way back to facts. He circled once and lowered and hung over the water as if it were no more than air made shiny. He watched every boat, every face. He was closer to beauty than to horror. He was too large to be entirely either. Ned did not step back. He had a sudden memory of wolves running in snow, their fur full of light, and understood something about fear that he had not understood before. It kneels to the thing that does not kneel back. Whatever I say, he said quietly, it will sound like a man trying to keep what he has. I am trying to keep people alive. If you want to sit a chair, sit it after winter. Sit it on a floor that remembers why. Sit it with bread in people's mouths. If you mean to set fire to a city now, then despite your good reasons you will be another bad reason. Her mouth made the smallest motion. It might have been pain. It might have been the ghost of a smile. You would have me wait while men decide whether to share, she said. I would have you help me force them, he said. With ships, with grain, with a dragon who can frighten men without eating them. Break your wheel but not under children. Use it to move stones. And if I say no, she asked very softly, then I will stop you, he said. With men who would rather be cold than ash. With a boy who does not want your chair but can keep your dragon from making widows. Her head turned then, not as a queen's, but as a girl's hearing a name she had known once and did not expect to hear again. What boy? She asked. The word had an ache. The water did not notice. John of the Night's Watch, Varys said before Ned could decide whether to put the next truth in this air. Son of Lyanna Stark. Son of Rhaegar Targaryen. He did not smile when he said it. He was not a man who enjoyed making men hurt. He enjoyed the work afterward. Grey Worm's spear lifted a hair's breadth. Missandei's eyes sought a horizon. Finding none, she made her own. Daenerys's face did not change in any way a man could count. Only her hand moved, very slightly, closing and opening once at her side as if holding the air and then letting it go. "Is he here?" she said. "He is," Ned said. "As a messenger from a wall that keeps the dead from walking through your camps. Not as your rival, not as my claim, not as anything but what he has called himself." She let the name sit in her mouth the way a person lets a stone sit, weighing it for honest gold. "My brother's son," she said, and the sentence did more to her than any insult in the room could have. "The world has no talent for tidiness." She stood as if about to walk and then stood as if she meant to stay forever. "I will see him. Under a roof," Ned said softly. "Not in a room where the chair sits. In a garden." "In a garden," she agreed. She extended a hand, and the dragon dropped like a closing door and skimmed the water so that spray struck both barges and the men on them shivered like birds under a sudden cloudburst. He rose and circled once more, then went toward the black sails as if he had always meant to return. The Godswood was not a place the old gods liked. It had no face. It had water and cypress, and a square that pretended to be a pond. Ned stood with the knife in his belt and felt for once foolish because no knives would change anything if the creature chose to reach down past the wall and take what it wanted. He had Bywater Place men where their spears would matter if people, not dragons, came. He told Sansa to remain inside, and she ignored him by walking to the window and looking out. Arya was somewhere too, which meant everywhere. He set his hands on the stone balustrade and breathed. Jon came to the pool with Ghost so close their shadows nearly fused. Jon had taken the road down a gear slower than his youth allowed. He walked as men walk when they have decided not to wish. When she entered, there was not enough light for the white of her hair to be insolent. It was merely there, like frost at the edges of things. She came with Missandei and Grey Worm. Their footsteps were not masked by pride. They stopped within the old courtesy distance. There is a gap men choose when they mean to leave kindly or quickly. Neither bowed. It would have complicated everything. "Lady," Jon said. His voice was steady in the way a man's is when steadiness is all he can afford. "Kin," she said, and managed not to make the word an accusation. Her gaze went to his sword and returned. "You carry our father's house on your hip. I carry what keeps men beside me alive," he said. "That is all a sword should ever be allowed to do." She looked at the wolf then. Ghost watched her without blinking. If a dragon's gaze is a sky, a wolf's is a road. She did not flinch. "He is beautiful," she said. "He is," Jon agreed. They were silent for a time that might have been an insult between other people. Between them it was the only prayer available. "I will not be your rival," he said finally. "I do not want a chair. I want a wall kept whole and a winter survived, and then I want to think of nothing for a long time." "You would be a good king," she said, as if the compliment cost her no more than breath. "No," he said. "I would be a man doing harm with the best of intentions. It would still be harm. The wall has enough of that." "You sound like him," she said, flicking her eyes toward Ned, who stood where he could ruin any pretense by being a father. "I am like him," Jon said, and something in him softened again at saying it aloud. "And like a man I never knew. I have to carry both weights. I cannot do it sitting." He drew breath. "Do not burn teach. Is city. You will ask me to be merciful to men who have kept themselves fat while children thinned," she said with a calm that had been put on over a less calm thing. "You will tell me bread is coming. You will tell me winter will stop a war faster than any letter. You will tell me to wait." "Yes," he said. "And if I cannot?" He looked past her at the cypress, at their polite grief. "Then you will make me kill you." She laughed then, a small, astonished sound at the economy of it. "You are stark," she said. "You do not hide knives in words. That is either a kindness or a defect." She looked at the water. In its square surface she and Jon were turned into shapes that might have been siblings in another life. "Our father was music," she said. "Or so they tell me. Perhaps that is why men like to make songs of him. It makes their lies easier to rhyme. You look like him. That is inconvenient." "I am told he looked like me," Jon said. "Which is a different inconvenience." When she lifted her head, there was wet at the corners of her eyes. "I will try," she said. She said it like a woman who has meant to break something and has found it is harder when it is not only an idea. "I will try once." She glanced up, past the cypress, past the palace roofs. "The first man who fires on my ships will make the choice for me. Tell your lords." "Your men are disciplined," Jon said. "My lords are not. You will forgive me if I act before they do." "I will forgive you much," she said. "It may not matter. We will see." She turned then and went, and Grey Worm gave Jon a look that was not unfriendly and might have been gratitude for the absence of bravado. Missandei's nod was the kind given to someone who has spoken plainly and may therefore be relied upon even when he must be opposed. When they had gone, Ghost lay down and put his chin on his paws and stared at the place where she had stood until Ned touched Jon's sleeve and the wolf stood and shook the cypress scent from his nose. The city breathed for a half-day as if the air were suddenly fair. Men who had meant to fight over fish stood apart at the last minute, embarrassed by their readiness to be stupid. Women who had meant to remind the queen of their husbands' names at the gate turned instead and shouted at boys to run less in an alley. The queen took to the rampart in a white dress that made the stone pay her attention. Bywater kept the watch out of sight because men are more sensible with fewer uniforms around them. Baelish whispered to 5 ears and bought 6 opinions. Varys smiled without being caught at it. Davos counted barrels in his head and matched them against the grief he had seen in the faces of hungry men and wished numbers were more polite. At noon, a boy with a horn climbed onto a bale and blew it for joy because that is what boys do when they get their hands on a horn. The note skittered across the bay and fell against a ship with a green flag. The ship answered with a crack that was not a note. It was a man's impatience expressed with fire. The cannonball splashed short, harmless, grand. The city shouted. The rope between waiting and not waiting snapped. From the black ship a shadow fell. It fell and then drew itself in like a muscle and then struck. Fire sent its thought along tar and rope and plank. The green ship became a story men would tell about a day when the water was a mirror and a fool thought to scratch it. The Unsullied on the quay did not move. Panic tried to run. The lane Bywater had taught his men to make opened and Panic found it and went through, confused by its own ease. From the walls 3 arrows went up and down without use. A boy threw a stone because boys do. A man shouted, "Which?" because men like certain words. The dragon turned once, slowly, to look, and the city sucked in its breath in a way that made a sound. Jon went down the steps faster than any counselor would have allowed. Ghost flowed at his heel like a spill of cold water. Ned took his place in the great hall because kings. He refused the word even in his head and called it something else, because men with responsibilities are required to sit in open rooms when the worst parts of the plot arrive. Cersei stood behind and to the side because she understood pictures and how they are read from the street. Joffrey came because he could not be kept out. Sandor placed himself where he could put a hand on the boy's shoulder and make it look like manners. Daenerys did not wait for courtesies. She crossed the yard with her 2 beside her and the dragon above doing nothing except being real. She walked into the hall and looked up at the chair and then did a thing no queen from across any sea had ever had the sense to do. She looked away from it and at the people in the room instead. "Who fired?" she asked, not loudly. The room stayed still. The sound of the dragon's wings was a tide that could choose to rise. "The man is dead," Bywater said from the side, and there was blood on his sleeve to prove it. It was a boy holding a horn, who made a note at the wrong time, and a fool who thought to answer it. "We have a city full of both. We killed one and will feed the other." She nodded as if to herself. She would have forgiven 1,000 insults. She could not forgive a day that smelled like the one when she had stood at another city's gate with a rein in her hand and a constraint in her blood. She had been born in a storm. She had taught herself to be weather. Jon came to her in the open place before the dais and did not go near enough to be a hostage to any idea. He spoke low. She listened, and the dragon closed its eyes because the air did not need looking at. "I can stop them," he said. "Now. They will obey my voice. I ask you. Answer with mercy and we will live through this hour." "I will," she said. She meant it. He believed her. He made a sign with 2 fingers that meant 2 things at once to 2 different groups watching. The watch on Ewall lowered their bows. The men by the quay didn't move. Silence fell the way waterfalls fall on cold mornings. Sudden, then solid. And then Littlefinger's sergeant, angry to have lost a different day's profit and unable to endure ordering without feeding, cut a purse in the lane and provoked the wrong man. The man turned, baring teeth. Another hit him. A woman screamed. A boy ran under a horse. The horse kicked. Someone shouted the wrong order in a uniform that made it sound like the right one. Steel came out of habit. None of it mattered except that the sound it made resembled a riot, and that sound is a scent to dragons. Drogon folded, opened, fell, rose. He did not scorch the hall. He did not enter it. He made a circle so low the wind he made knock 2 men on their heels. Jon reached for Daenerys in the way a man reaches for a child's hand when a cart rolls. She pulled away because she had learned another lesson. That men believe touch means ownership. He let go. He said her name. She looked at the iron seat then. She looked at it as if it were the mouth of a beast that had eaten her house and spit out its bones into songs that bored her. She looked at the boy on the stool who would never be a king even if men shouted the word until they were hoarse. She looked at the woman in white who would not kneel because she had learned that kneeling is remembered longer than kindness. She looked at the man at the foot of the dais who had told her the truth she did not want and then told her another and had asked her to be better. She looked at Jon, and her face changed in the way faces change when the last argument in them dies and leaves only the thing that can carry a person through fire. "I will make a city no one can burn," she said. She did not mean it the way men would later pretend she had. She meant that if a thing cannot be burned, fire will go elsewhere. She raised her hand. The dragon screamed. Jon moved. He had done this before. Gone where a man must go to make something ugly happen to prevent a worse ugliness. He had killed men who would not have killed him but would have killed someone else with less guilt. He had stood beside a pyre and done the arithmetic of grief. He had said no into winds that did not respect adverbs. He went to her. Ghost followed. Grey Worm turned his spear and would have put it through Jon's chest, but Missandei's hand on his forearm was as hard as iron. He allowed it. You cannot fight 2 lodestars at once and keep your lines. They met in the center where men who wish to watch must stand back. She opened her mouth to say his name the way a woman does when she has decided to forgive someone and sees that the world will not allow it. He put his hand on her shoulder. He put the other beneath her breastbone, where a knife does what a knife was designed to do instead of making a sermon of it. He did not use Longclaw. Longclaw would have made a banner. He used a short blade that had belonged to a man whose name no one would remember, which is the decent kind of murder. He pressed. She looked surprisingly like a child in that instant, surprised to find that gestures have consequences on days without songs. He held her as the breath went out of her, as if he could persuade it back in. He put his mouth near her ear and said something only the 2 of them will ever know because the hall made a wind of its own then, and no other sound survived it. Ghost threw his head up and howled. It was a clean sound. It was a knife for other men's throats. In their dreams, later. Drogon landed like a collapsing tower and the hall filled with heat that had no flame. Men fell to knees they had not known they owned. The beast looked at Jon and saw what had happened and sat back on his haunches like a question. He looked at the chair. For a moment it was a creature in the mind of a creature. An iron tree full of the wrong fruit. He opened his mouth and exhaled. It melted with a sullen grace. Iron remembers the furnace. It returned to it. The chair sighed as if relieved. It slumped. It ran. It made a sound like honey dropped into a hot pan, which is a small human sound for such a big death. The dragon did not look at Jon again. He lowered his head and took the woman in his claws as if lifting a child. He rose. He went out through the hole in the air that was not there and then was the way grief makes spaces where stone had been. No one in the room moved for a long count. Men looked at the place where the chair had been and felt something in them loosen like an old resentment. The queen put her hand on the boy's shoulder and squeezed until he hissed, and then closed his mouth, because pain is easier to be noble about than loss. Varys had wet on his face and did not wipe it because there are things even he was not neat about. Baelish stared at what had been a fortune and 1,000 levers and did the sums and found them changed, and for a heartbeat his smile failed him. Bywater made a small, audible sigh of the kind soldiers let out when a siege ends, even if the next one has already begun. Jon held the weight that became a person and then a memory and then nothing at all because the dragon had taken it away from him. His hand was red. He looked at it as if seeing another man's work. He did not fall. He walked backward 2 steps and then forward 1, as if matching the world's lurch. Ned went down the steps and into the middle of the room because this is what men with certain mouths must do. Turn the page while every other hand is shaking. He walked to the heap of iron that still smoked and stank and put his palm near it and drew it back and then put it near again. He looked up at the room. "This thing is done," he said, and his voice was hoarse with heat and salt. "It ate men. It made boys into something else and then asked them to pretend they had enjoyed it. It was a chair that turned kings into knives. We will not have it again. We will have iron. We will have swords. We will have hinges and nails and plowshares if we can manage it, but first we will have 100 blades for the wall." Men blinked as if he had struck them with river water. The queen's mouth made a small shape that was almost admiration before it remembered itself. Joffrey said nothing because the hound's hand on his shoulder had tightened again. Davos's eyes closed once and opened and he nodded to no one. Varys inclined his head as if the idea had been his, because he was generous to good sense. Pycelle began to speak of the prophecy of chairs and then coughed. And when he could not stop coughing he let himself learn silence. "Send for Tobo Mott," Ned said to a page whom he trusted because the boy had shown himself less scared of real work than of big rooms. "Send for every smith of any pride. Send for the men who can move this without cooking their feet. We have had enough of waiting for dragons to decide what our seat should look like." The hall emptied the way a house empties after a wake. Awkwardly, with new tempers born and old ones forgotten for an hour. Men took the news outside and put it into mouths that needed to say something. A woman who had brought her baby because she had not wanted to leave it screamed at the noise and then laughed because the scream had been decent and she had needed it. In the yard, the hound leaned against a post and looked at Jon with an expression that would have been pity on any other face. He did not speak. He spat once into the dirt because men like to make a mark on a day like this. Sansa found her father in the corridor where the plaster had cracked into a map she had traced with her eyes as a child. She touched the line that looked like the white knife and did not say, "You did a thing I do not understand." She said, "Will it be enough?" "No," he said. "Nothing is. It will be something. It will be a story that discourages worse ones for a while." She nodded. Her eyes were dry in the way women's eyes sometimes are when their bodies have decided to spend water elsewhere. "I will go to the smithy," she said. "You will not be decent to the men with hammers." "I can." "You will get burned," he said. "I get burned," she said. "Every time I stand in a room with certain men, I will choose the heat I can use." She went. He watched her and then he did not. Watching children become themselves is the work of men with less to do. Arya was in the gallery when the dragon tore the sky. She watched it with her mouth open like any child and then shut it because she is not any child. Mira put her hand on Arya's shoulder and pressed, and Arya stood very still so the pressure would not become a push that turned into a fall. When the chair melted, Arya grinned. A fierce, delighted grin that made her look like a wolf kitten. "Good," she said. "Now men will have to stand up to be stupid." Mira laughed, sudden and genuine. "My father will love you," she said. He has spent a lifetime wishing to say exactly that and keeping his mouth shut, so that he might live to say other useful things. By noon of the next day, the melted iron had been muscled into the yard where the sun could pretend to help. Mott came with his apron crusted with old work and new petitioners at his heels. He put his hands near the cooling heap and flinched and then reached again and did not. A good bloom, he said. Dirty. There are edges in this metal that will not take polish. You will get honest blades out of it if you do not ask it to be more noble than it was designed to be. How long? Ned asked. How many men? Mott replied. Because a smith is a kind of general in a war that smells like tallow and charcoal. You send me journeymen with fingers like sausages and no pride, and I will give you 99 puddings in a row, and then one that will hold an edge long enough to cut meat. You send me boys whose hands have a new scar and a certain look in their eyes, and I will give you 100 blades that will bite something they were told to bite and then not break. He spat neatly into the dust. I will need charcoal. The good stuff. Not that wet pig shit they sell in carts. You will have it, Ned said. And not a coin for your name in any ledger that a man with longer fingers than yours can find his way into. I will take the honor of not being paid, Mott said dryly and grinned. My apprentices will sing of me and I will beat them to make them sing in tune. Go and be proud elsewhere. You make me nervous hovering. Only the rich do it, and they always ask questions whose answers they will not understand. Sansa stood beside the forge door and let heat comb her hair into a frizz that would make her maid hiss later. She watched the apprentices with the same respectful attention she gave to bakers. She learned which boy moved his body in the right order and which pretended to. She carried water and handed cloth and did not flinch when sparks struck her wrists. Men looked at her and then stopped looking when she did not require it of them. The hound came by and leaned and watched and did not mock her because he had learned that she could be mocked into something harder than cheeks. Jon did not sleep. Men came to him as if he had been made of wood and had carved himself into a post at which to tie lines. They told him he had done a deed for the realm. They told him he had murdered a queen. They told him he had saved a city. They told him he had killed the future. He took each into his face and let it be true for the time it took to stop the speaker from shaking. He drank water. He walked the yard. He stood in the godswood and watched square water wrinkling in the wind. He wanted to go back north and put his hand on cold stone and let it take from him what it could. He wanted to sleep in a room with a roof that had a hole where snow comes in and makes a shape on the floor like a continent. He wanted to not think about a woman's breath going out under his hand. Ned came to him in tea. The hour before dawn when men who have been brave feel their courage's debt come due. He did not say what men say in songs. He said, "You did the thing that would have broken me to do." He set a cup down beside him. "It will break you anyway. Let me stand with you while it does." "I do not want to be a symbol," Jon said, which was the most childish thing he had said in months. "You are not," Ned said. "You are a son in a place where sons are turned into words. The thing to do is remain a son and refuse the word." He put his hand on Jon's head and smoothed his hair back as if he were small again and had come in from snow with his face red. Jon held himself still. Ghost pressed his flank to Jon's knee until it hurt in a way that was useful. The city lived because it had not been burned. It discovered that the absence of disaster is a subtle joy. Men told each other they had stood firm. Women told each other they had known men would do the right thing at last. Children told each other they had seen a dragon scratch its belly with its wing. The markets reopened and sold fish that had been prevented from becoming stories. The ships took on barrels that smelled of resin and wheat. Davos counted and counted until the counting stopped being a comfort. He wrote again to Stannis and said, gently, "You will either be the man I say you are or the one you think you are. The world will know soon." He wrote to the north and told the old bear that iron was coming. Not in pieces of a legend, but in swords shaped by men who had sworn oaths to no god but their own craft. He went to the smithy and held his hands to the heat and remembered being young and the way heat feels when it belongs to a fire you did not light. Cersei came to the yard in a dress of green again because she liked the color when it made people forget blood. Men bowed. She ignored them. She stood with Ned and watched the smiths. "You will make a saint of yourself yet," she said, not admiringly. "A saint," he said, "is a dead man who is useful to the living. I prefer to be an awkward one who bothers them." He glanced at her. "We will need more than swords. We will need roads, storehouses, A league of men who do not love any house more than the wall. A bargain with your father that does not require anyone to eat their friends. You will get none of those cleanly, she said. If at all. I know, he said. Everything good is made crooked here. What of the boy? She asked, nodding toward the tower where Jon had made himself old over the night. He will go north again, Ned said. Not today. Not until he can walk with the thing he has done behind him rather than around his throat. When he goes, he will carry the story of a room where men did not cheer, and that will be of use. Men in black will be glad to know the South can be forced to look up for a moment from their own fires. She looked at him, measuring. If you think you have one, she said, you have learned nothing. I do not win, he said. I endure. It offends men who like to tally. He looked at the pile of iron that had been a throne and now was under the hammers and argument. We have put a picture in the world. It will be hard to paint over. For once, something like a smile ghosted her mouth. You are very northern, she said. Perhaps that is what was needed. When the first of the new blades came out of the quench and was held up, it did not shine prettily. It looked like a thing made for other things. It looked like a tool. Ned took it in hand and felt its weight and balance and knew what it would do to bone and to flesh and to the fear in a man's belly when he has to go out into night. He handed it to Jon. Jon gripped it and closed his eyes, and for a moment the air around them changed temperature, as if the north had put its hand on their shoulders. He opened his eyes and nodded once. Good, he said. It will bite. Name it, Tobomot said. A blade behaves better with a name. Men are fools for names, and metal is a kind of man if you treat it right. Jon turned the sword and did not turn it into a song. Winter's debt, he said at last. There are more to pay. They made a line of them along a trestle that had been used for feasts, and teenage boys who had never been invited to such feasts stood there and counted with their lips and did not touch because they had been told not to and had decided to hold that small obedience as a treasure. Sansa sent for linen and had the blades wrapped against the air. Arya came and cut her finger on one by accident and put her finger in her mouth and tasted iron and did not pull a face because she had learned that men take comfort in seeing girls flinch, and she refused that charity. Bywater assigned 2 files to the wagon train that would go north. Davos found a ship that could be trusted to slip out in weather that would turn other masters into the kind of people who make excuses. Varys counted men as if they were beads and nodded because he had bottomless patience for making sure enough of the right kind of people were in the room when a thing mattered. Littlefinger did not come to the yard because it did not suit him to be seen near honest work. He stood in a chamber 2 floors up and watched with the face of a boy told a story in which he has no part. He was counting new levers and discarding old ones, as he always did, and in the counting, for the first time, felt something like disinterest. A chair made out of melted grief had stopped being a thing he could use. It had become a thing other men could remember. He did not like memory. It is a habit stronger than profit. Missandei came once, wearing no queen and no dragon, only her own quiet. Sansa showed her the wrapping and the mapping for the train north and the list of stores and the names of the men who had not been paid yet and the plan for the girls who would bring water and the plan for the men who would pay them on time and the plan for the obstacle that would emerge when someone with a small authority decided to make it big. Missandei listened and smiled and asked 3 questions that made the lists better. I am sorry for your queen, Sansa said at last. I am sorrier for all the rooms that made her impossible. I am sorry for your city, Missandei said. It makes women do men's work and then calls them names for it. She squeezed Sansa's hands. Do it anyway. She left a little vial of something that turned a blade black and wrote down how much was safe and walked away like a person who had learned she could not carry any more and was choosing what to put down in order to keep something else. Grey Worm did not come. There was nothing here for him that looked like home. He stood on the deck of the black ship and watched water. He set men to making knots that would not slip in sleet. He watched their hands and approved or corrected without speaking. He let grief live where it had been put and did not move it. The dragon followed none of them. It went east as if it had never meant to be otherwise. When the wagons went out by the east gate, the city came to watch. There was something in that long line of blades that made men respectful. pregnant women stood and did not sit even when chairs were offered, because there is respect in endurance, and because their knees hurt anyway, and it was good to hurt for a thing that might feed their children later. Bywater's men walked with their spears like walking sticks and did not make a show of it. Davos rode and then got off and walked because the men on foot deserved his pace. Ned stood on the wall and watched until the tail of the train had vanished between two hills, and then stayed until the dust had settled and a bird had decided the air was clear enough to be ordinary. He went down and into the hall again, because the work of a day that had changed everything was to keep anything from changing too much. He heard a dispute over barrels. He heard a plea from a woman whose husband had been killed in the riot that had not quite happened. He heard a boy ask to be sent north, and he asked the boy to show him his hands, and when the hands were soft and unscarred he said, "Go learn to butcher. We will need men who can cut frozen meat without wasting it." The boy blinked and looked offended, and then looked thoughtful, and then bowed because he had been given a job and not a tragedy. Toward dusk, with the wind turning honest again, Jon came and stood where the chair had been and where iron had made a smell that no perfume had yet quite beaten back. He put his hand on the stone step as if feeling for a temperature that would tell him if the world were cooling. He looked at Ned. "I will go when the wagons reach the first turning," he said. "Ghost is restless. He hates walls made of people. He will be happier when the road goes to trees." "Go," Ned said. "Take Sam. Take Gren. Take 2 men from Bywater's files who know how to keep their hands to themselves, and another who can swear without turning the air dirty. Take one of Mira's nets. Take a rope. Take a song." He stopped himself there. He had almost said take my blessing, and he had learned that blessings are best when put into the work and not into words. Jon took none of the words and all of the work. He gripped Ned's wrist for a long heartbeat. He let go. Ghost rose and shook, and the sunlight made his fur into a constellation that men could have charted if they were not so in love with other skies. They went. Arya watched from a roof and did not wave. Sansa stood in a doorway and did not cry. The hound smoked and spat and said nothing. Varys turned away because even he had the decency to leave some moments without witnesses. Cersei looked and learned nothing, which is a kind of learning. When night fully set, Ned walked in the godswood that was not a godswood and sat by the square water that tried so hard to be small and failed. The knife on his belt knocked against his thigh. He took it out and held it in his palm and felt its chill. He thought of the chair melting. He thought of the heat. He thought of the boy he had raised and the man he had become and the woman who had burned cities for reasons that would never fit in the mouths of the people who would talk about her for a century. He thought of swords going north like honest birds. He thought of snow and stories and bread and breathing and the way the city had, for one day, ceased to lie to itself. He set the knife down on the stone beside him and put his hands flat on either side of it and addressed the square of water in a dialect of prayer that men learn when they have run out of the official kind. He told the world he would keep doing it, this foolish, stubborn, unmusical endurance, until winter told him to stop. He told it that chairs do not love, and he did, and that would have to be enough. He told it to keep his son walking and his daughters learning and his enemies busy and his friends from becoming too proud. He told it a joke about ladders that made him huff a laugh and look around to see if anyone had heard. When he had finished telling, he stood and picked up the knife and slid it back into its place and walked out of the garden and into the corridor where men and girls and boys with good eyes were waiting with questions and lists and small unreasonable hopes. He took them all and began again. Winter had not arrived all at once. It had crept into corners and cupboards, into wrists and syllables, lowering voices and thickening porridge and making men look at their roofs with the doubt of a husband whose wife smiles too sweetly. It moved by small concessions until one morning the breath of every living thing in the city could be seen like the thoughts of animals. Ned stood in the courtyard where the melted throne lay hammered down into lengths and rivulets and lumps the color of cooling anger, and breathed a slow plume into the first honest cold. The noise of the forge, quick and clipped, had become the city's other heartbeat. Smoke rose in tidy flags from the smithies and drifted out over the bay like writing a patient hand could copy. Blades lay on trestles. Not pretty, not out to charm a song from anyone, but apartment. You could hear in them the voices of hammers kept fed on bread and salt and quiet. Tobo Mott had a chalk mark on his cheek and a temper like a good bellows, sometimes a puff, sometimes a roar, heat always aimed where it must. Boys came and went with calluses in the right places and grins in the wrong. Sansa stood with her ledger under her arm and a strip of linen round her palm where a spark had tested her skin and been forgiven. When a blade was good, she nodded once and it was wrapped. When it was middling, she nodded once also but did not write. The difference took care of itself. They loaded the first wagons before dawn as men who had learned the art of listening do their best work in half-dark. Bywater's files took their places with the casual precision of men who had had fear taught to them and then made their peace with it. Davos walked the line and recognized 6 men he'd have trusted at sea, and for he would not have, and 2 who could go either way if you pinned the right knot to their sleeves. Ned came last, not to bless, he had become careful with that verb, but to look. He looked at every face until it was no longer a blur of eyes with hats above them. He said 3 names softly, a courtesy he could afford. When the gate opened and the wagons went, the city half cheered, half shivered, and then, as cities must, went back to counting onions. He called the lords who would come to the long chamber where the windows had been forced to serve as doors for the winter light. They brought with them their appetites and their attitudes and enough cloaks to suggest generosity to a beggar if none such was present. Ned stood at the end of the table because thrones were now iron in strips on carts. Tywin Lannister's letter lay upon the table where even men who disliked reading could smell its weight. It had come with a line of gold sewn into the sack of grain it accompanied. A miser's joke, or a banker's honesty. Tywin had written that the Westerlands would not be seen to starve while some northern experiment mistook cunning for ethics. He had written that he would send wagons, men to guard them, and letters reminding everyone who could read that he still had the means to make men remember who he was. He had not written anything warm. But bread is warm by nature, and the city had eaten. Stannis Baratheon's answer had smelled of tar and decision. He would escort convoys. He would guard the Mander's mouth and the whispering sound. He would open ships' bellies for men who tried to tax bread with swords. He would not call Joffrey king, and he would not call anyone else king either until the wall said it had enough men and would stacked where it should be. Davos had brought the letter himself, standing in the doorway a moment to catch his breath in a way that suggested he had been running for years and had simply not noticed. Renly had sent no letter, because letters kink in the throat when written by men who would rather be liked than obeyed. The Tyrells sent bales of cloth and barrels of grain and 3 women who could make agreements in rooms without knocking furniture over. They asked for nothing out loud and the air thanked them for it. And because power may not endure a room without a villain, Janos Slynt had made his move. He set boys with soft knuckles to collect private tolls at the quays while the city thanked itself for not having burned. He set heavies to loiter near granaries and called it guarding. He arranged to send 2 sons into positions where the sight of their faces might be mistaken for authority. Arya watched because the keep had taught her how, and Mira Reed taught her 3 knots even a clever man could not untie behind his back. They tugged the line at dusk, and what Ned found in the coil, drawn out writhing into daylight, was not merely Slynt's purse but a string of small debts, each with a name, each with a place a man could be touched. Davos laid them out like fish, naming their scales. Bywater stood behind Slynt while Ned spoke as if the man were not in the room. Slynt tried to reach for the old weapon of noise. It failed him the way old weapons do when the man holding them has grown soft in places that should not soften. Ned did not offer him a rope to hang himself with. He wrote 1 word upon a page and handed it to Bywater. The word was wall. There are exiles that will save a city and a man both. Slynt went north in chains he pretended were honor and called them that so often that some fools almost learned the trick. Littlefinger had thought to stay always 1 corner ahead. He had greased the backs of numbers with favors that would not expire. He came to the long chamber dressed in a humor that made lesser men's neck hairs stand up. Varys had the good sense to look bored. Baelish disliked to be robbed of the grace of surprise. Arya and Mira, lying flat between floors where sound travels like gossip, heard the conversation as an arrangement of breath and rat scratchings. It was quiet because Truth walked in wearing poor shoes. He denied nothing and thereby denied everything. Ned did not raise his voice. He lowered it and found the tone that makes men step closer because stepping back would announce fear. "You may be spared," the tone said, but your cleverness will not. A ledger spoke. Davos's hand rested on it as if it purred. The pages added, in their plain hand, insult to injury. Sums hid in baker's flour, the charge of a penny for standing near bread, the cost of looking out a window onto a street where water was being poured into beer. Not treason. Not the thing that makes men roar so they can forget their complicity. Only the theft of the habit of decency. Sometimes that is enough.
Vari arranged, qui.
Etly, for a door to be open and a guard to cough and a clerk to trip. Bywater arranged, not quietly, for 10 spears to stand where 10 spears matter. Littlefinger's mouth did that small upset it did when the room refused his framing. A misunderstanding, he said, because men always say that when the sums go the wrong way. A necessity, Ned said, because men say that when they mean to do the right thing even if it makes their lives narrower. Peter Baelish went to the Vale where the word regency could be sung to a tune, where ladies with poor sons might be told stories about safety. He went lightly. He always had. He did not call goodbye. Arya did not put him on any list because there were knives near her, and lists get in men's heads when knives should be in hands. In the nights that followed, when the city's cold turned kind by small degrees and the wind traveled alleys like a man in a hurry who knows his way, ravens came in low pairs and odd ones. Samwell brought them like a boy bearing a tray of evidence and apologized to each bird for the journey and thanked each for a service it could not understand. Words arrived with thin edges. They told of a wind with needles in it. They told of men standing watch with their teeth set and of men who had forgotten how to stand even before they fell. They told of fire doing good work, once, twice, and then oddly the third time, of a hand that kept grasping until someone had the sense to cut it, of a dead captain who swung and swung because the rope had decided to ignore the news. They told of a group of wildlings not running, for there was nowhere left to run, but walking in the same direction as the wind because it is easier to endure if you do not argue with invisible employers. The letters were not long. They read like weather the way men tell each other the shape of a sky when they are too proud to admit fear. John wrote less and sent more. He had the long, blunt honesty of someone who knows how cheap words are and how dear the things they try to point to. He said send oil. He said send arrows with heads of black stone. He said send men who do not drink at night and sleep after dawn, because dawn will belong to someone else for a while. He said the dead rise. He said it like weather also, like a notice about a bridge out or a ferry delayed. He said Ghost would not go near the icehouse where the corpse had been tied down and now wore 3 scars, none of which it had earned when alive. He said he was cold and had not yet grown small inside the cold. He did not sign with any name but his own. He did not ask his father to come. Ned put his hand to the map when no one was in the room and traced the road that ran beneath the sky like a vein. He found the places where a man could winter without dying. He found the turns he had taken in his youth when he had been buoyed along by the lie boys tell about their backs. He found the river crossing where once a woman had kissed him quick and he had learned the speed of happiness. Then he put his hand flat where walls become sauces for moths and sent men he could spare to other men he could not. He gave Stannis a charge with no crown in it and all the law a man needs to do good. He sent the hound with the first train not because the man loved the north but because he feared fire, and a man who fears a thing honestly can be trusted to respect it. He sent Mira back to her father with a message that was also a compliment. Bring the reeds, the boats, the tricks for sucking men out of marshes they should not have walked into. He sent Sansa nowhere further than bed and table because the city needed her hands on its ledgers, and its boys needed her voice making of them something between soldiers and bakers. He sent Arya nowhere because she had learned the trick of being everywhere. Snow came to King's Landing badly, as it does where cities pretend they are above weather. It flurried and melted and made a clean place on a dirty one and then turned the clean place into a different kind of dirt. The heat stayed in rooms out of habit and went out the cracks anyway. A child laughed holding a crust that steamed and then cried because his fingers hurt. The sea turned gray as a polished pewter plate and the gulls owned it and then were sullen because they prefer to steal rather than be given. The dragon did not come back. Its absence was a kind of presence, as a burned building makes men whisper when they pass it. The wagons made the first turn in a shower of ice that hurt like jokes made by cruel friends. Then the road went up, the trees gathered, and the wind began to speak in old languages. When they reached the weathered tower, men called the watchmen, which watched nothing and performed an older duty of reminding men of their own smallness. The hound changed. He grumbled less and looked at the sky more, as men do who decide to trust their ignorance. Davos used his hands the way sailors do when they wish to make a thing clear without a speech. Bywater tuned his men's attention as if it were a string. They went without music. The sound in their ears was the honest one of leather stretched and snow crushed and horses self-correcting when they slid. Men did not speak of honor or kingdoms or cleverness. They spoke of which boot to put down first and the best way to pee into the wind. At Castle Black the winter had taken up rooms. Its windows were open. The cold traveled through them in the economy of a rich man who pays by porters in coin and services in silence. The ravens were fat on the stories they carried. The iron chimed where it was struck carelessly. The men had learned not to trust their own body heat. Jon had learned how to carry orders in his wrists. The old bear had aged in the face and nowhere else. Samwell wore his duty like an undershirt he would forget he had on until it chafed at odd hours. Ghost moved through shadow as if invented for it, eyes pale, ears pricked, tail telling small truths the way Ban tell big lies. They saw the trains coming like a thought to a man who has decided not to hate himself. Men went out to meet the carts and did not jostle because it is bad form to jostle bread. Jon counted with his eyes because a man with too many voices near him learns to count like that. He did not flatter numbers. He did not scold them. He placed them. When he put his hand to the first bundle of blades, the cold took a step back as if somebody other than winter had put a hand on its chest. He held one up and found its balance and thought of the iron's former life and the chairs men had made of it, and then let that thought fall out of his mind because the world loves nothing more than distraction. They worked 3 weeks without the pretense of rest. Lines went up the wall like stave lines in a song. Men learned by doing and by being asked to do again and again until the ask was in their bodies. Oil arrived in barrels stamped with the seals of places that would claim credit later. Arrows came by bundles with heads rough-cut from black stone by men who had never expected to be useful in this way. Sam found the best pages had been written by men who had joked a lot. He took this as a sign and began, against his habit, to tell jokes. Some were unspeakably bad. Men laughed anyway, not out of politeness but out of the relief of a sound that was not metal or wind. The first night they came in numbers. The moon had no mind to interfere. It sat fat and without ideas behind a screen of thin cloud. The cold had the clean elasticity of a sheet stretched on a bed. The trees down there were black hands reaching up. The dead were snow with knees. They puddled and rose. They flowed like a spill that has decided to assemble into committees. Jon did not give a speech. He said names and numbers. He said not to shoot until you see the shine of their eyes, which was a joke and a rule both because the eyes have no shine and the rule made men feel their fingers in a different way. He said hold your piss. He said breathe. The first wave broke on fire as if fire were a wall that had been waiting to be introduced to its proper opposite. The second found ice underfoot that had not been there and learned what ice teaches by knocking men flat and calling that instruction. The third came with a new sound in it like a song played backward. Sam shot. Not like a hero but like a man who controlled his own fear, and the glass bit and black smoke breathed itself out of a figure that had been expecting to walk into men and break them. Sam's mouth opened. He looked at the shard in his hand as if it had been his first honest friend. Gren laughed like a man who bites his lip and bleeds and is pleased to find blood where it should be. Jon saw blue in the middle ranks, a glassy sliver that moved not like a man and not like a beast but like a rule. He went for it because he had learned there are fights where you must be the first fool to make the better fools possible. The knife from the box at Eastwatch rode his belt. Longclaw rode his hip. The black blade was in his hand before he thought. Ghost went with him like a reflection ahead of him. The thing raised its arm and the air in Jon's lungs tried to leave. Ghost's teeth closed on the arm and kept it. Jon pressed. It was like pushing a decision through a council of men who respect you but love their own voices more. The blade found throat. There was no blood. There was an absence and the satisfying hush that follows when a band stops playing a song badly. Around them the dead slowed, uncertain, as if expecting a cue. Jon did not give it. He cut and cut until cutting completed the sentence. Word ran along the wall without being spoken. Men recognized victory by the smallness of it. There were no horns. There was no charge. There was the unlovely business of piling and burning and listening for sounds that would indicate the pile did not understand its new job. Jon stood with his back to the ice and let his breath go out in small controlled parcels. He looked down along the line with eyes that had learned how to be indifferent to what they loved. He looked to the empty north as one looks down a road toward a man you expect to hate and intend to love anyway because life is short and both things can be true and you can bear it. The southern trains kept coming because work never ends when it must. The second had more blades and rope and fewer boys sent to make their mothers proud. The third had barrels and blankets and a cask of something that had frozen and unfrozen so many times it had a taste like grief. The hound returned with a scar of windburn and a worse temper and a story he did not tell except for the part where he had learned to crouch with the wind on the left rather than the right. Davos had become a map of the winter roads. Bywater had learned to walk without sound in snow. A skill men laughed at until they needed it and then were glad someone had thought to learn. A white got into a crate of nails. 2 men got into a quarrel about it. 1 man died from the other's mistake and then there were 2 things in the crate, one of which had been a friend. They burned the crate whole because sometimes wisdom is simple when it is late. Ned read the letters under the southern cold. He wrote answers at a table where his ink cracked in the bottle and he held it under his shirt and laughed at himself because it had been years since he had had to do that. The Queen did not attempt to make the moment into theater. She poured him wine and put another log on the fire with her own hand because servants are not an answer to certain problems. Joffrey had been sent to Storm's End with a retinue of tutors and the hound to keep him from making boys into dogs. He had learned, sourly, to be bored in a place where the walls are good for something besides impressing tailors. Letters from that hard keep were thinner and angrier than they had been. It would do him no harm. You can change a country in 5 letters and 3 wagons and a melted chair. But you can stop it from consuming itself long enough to march. Ned chose not to ride out for as long as his presence meant the city could swallow food without snarling. Then, one night, when the wind hit the shutters with the authority of money due and unpaid, he knew he would go. Sansa watched him pack with her hands steady. Arya watched without telling him everything she knew about where knives should stay. Varys came with a packet of names that would open doors that had rotted shut and silver coin no one would know it had been decent to take. Davos counted rations in his head and saw where he would supplement them with fish. Mira gave him a nettle tea that would keep his fingers from forgetting they belonged to him. Cersei said, "And if you do not return?" with as little malice as she had in her. Ned said, "Then you will still be here," which is what men say when they have decided to trust the intelligence of an enemy more than the favor of a friend. The road north was less a road now than a series of where's next, and therefore to Ned's liking. His knee did what old knees do. His back remembered the lesson of sacks carried for a woman who had been heavy with their first child. His breath stopped and started in places where breath must be negotiated with. He slept where men sleep who want to wake. Back to fire, hand under head, ear tuned to the kind of silence that means deer, not men. He dreamed twice of the tower and woke gentle both times, which was almost worse. He walked with the hound and learned that mockery can be a man's way of petting when he has scorched his hands too often on affection. He watched Arya vanish into small places and come out with news that had the legible smell of fact. He let Mira tell stories of green dreams as if they were only lies. He believed them in his bones. They came to Winterfell under a sky that had found its metal and wrung it. The walls were not the same walls they had been when he was a boy because men had bled against them and had cleaned them very well. Stones remember anyway. The gods would showed its good face and its bad. The mouth blood-red with sap, the silence loud as guilt. The courtyard had been swept with a care that made him think of Catelyn, which he held in himself for later because there was work now and grief is an appetite that must be fed at supper, not in the kitchen. Jon met him at the gate not as boys meet fathers in songs, with tears and loudness, but as a soldier meets a man who has brought the exact thing that was needed and no commentary. They embraced quickly, and the jolt of it traveled through Ned's chest like warm ale after too much snow. Ghost brushed against them both, as if returning a borrowed coin. Men in black who had learned to stand as if they had backs their fathers would be proud of stood. The watchmen of Winterfell made a right noise with their spear butts. The old bear did not come down. He sent a nod from the rampart that said more than any word men would waste on such an occasion. They went at dusk to the godswood. The pool had not frozen because some things will not when they are being watched by old gods. The air smelled the way the air does when it has chosen to confess. They stood without words for a time because words, in such places, cannot help boasting. Jon said, "We held them," and Ned said, "You did." And the tree heard it without speaking because it was neither insulted nor impressed. It would be here when they were not. They talked of men who had done small brave things and men who had done one magnificent thing by accident and then apologized for it. They named those who had died in a way that did not turn them into better people than they had been. They did not speak of the woman who had flown away warm in a cold world. They did not have to. She was in the wind that had come east for a purpose and then remembered nothing. 3 nights later the next true wave came. The first had been practice. The second would be the thing itself. There are hours that roll themselves against a wall like tide against a stone, and hours that chew. This one came with teeth. It came from the timberline, from the ravines, from the creek beds that harbored old ice and new opinions. It came with a wind that pushed at the knees. Fire took many. Dragonglass took more because for once men had put a tool in the hands of those who knew how to use it. Steel took what it could. The new iron bitten out of the melted throne took thick handfuls of what meat remained. Sam killed another walker not by being brave but by being in the correct spot when a better man had to step away to live. Afterward he trembled and could not stop and men laughed without malice so that the tremble might be shared and then done with. Ned went onto the wall not because it would do him particular good to be cold at altitude but because men who are cold at altitude are better when a father watches. He did not give orders that would be better coming through Jon's voice. He simply stood and took fear from men as if they were handing up heavy things. He had done that with harvest bundles and with the heads of children who needed to see down the hall when it was crowded and with the truth itself. This was a repetition of an old choreography. He watched Jon move along the line as if pulled by a string that would not break. He watched Ghost choose where to panic and where to hold. He watched a boy named Quinn take a step that should have been his last and instead became his beginning because a stranger put a shoulder against him at the right moment. When a walker came near enough to be known as an individual and not a lesson, Ned felt something old in his back choose. He drew Winter's Debt, one of the new blades with its plain grip and its name that asked for repayment. He did not expect it to be the right weapon against a thing of ice and old contempt, and it was not by itself. He angled it so that it did what iron does best and turned aside a spear that wanted to be more than a spear. He got the black knife in under the angle and into the place a throat would be if throats were enough to keep a body decent. The thing came apart in a silence so pure, he wished he could have bottled it for the council room in summer. The dead wavered again. That was the trick and the sorrow of it. They learned. They adapted. They forgot their lesson the instant the teacher died. Men climbed down and climbed up again until climbing was the shape of thought. They burned and burned until the air was a stew that made breathing and seeing and thinking all feel related in a way a man prefers not to consider. And at last the attack slowed as animals slow when they realize the fence is high and the meat beyond it tough. The wind backed down off the wall as if remembering better appointments. The night grew less articulate. The men did not cheer. They sat where they could and removed gloves and remembered by counting fingers even if they knew the answer. They laughed if the answer had not changed. In the morning a raven came late and landed hard as if the air had been running and only now caught up with itself. It carried a strip of parchment that had been written on with the controlled fury of a man who loves letters. From White Harbor, the Manderleys had sent out boats under faint suns hauling barrels of oil and sacks of onions and men with hands good at nets and ropes. From the Riverlands, men made a chain across a ford and passed sacks hand to hand singing a song with words so stupid it meant courage. Edmure had written the words and had used none about himself. From the Vale, Lisa Aaron's signature did not appear. Her seneschals did, carrying the weight of 300 archers' oaths on a page that smelled of lavender. From the Reach, the grain had begun arriving too quickly for gratitude to keep up. Along with the grain came 6 women with hands for sums and a capacity for disgrace that did not involve tears. From the Westerlands, a group of smiths sent by Tywin had reached White Harbor with woodcuts showing how to build stoves that used less and made more. They'd brought narrow-mindedness about methods and openness about results. Men who are enemies at dinner are brothers in a storm. This one would force them to remember that for a winter or two. Ned sent back 4 letters and kept 3 copies of each, because the habit of proof makes liars sick. He wrote to Cersei that he would return when the South no longer required his weight on the scale, and that if she made a crown out of absence, he would break it upon his knee without minstrels. He wrote to Stannis asking him to assemble a convoy of ships with nothing in their holds but oil and pride. He wrote to Tywin saying there was profit in living and inviting him to be remembered for being the first Lannister in a century to have thought of something besides gold that started with G. He wrote to the Tyrell women to thank them for numbers that lined up and for yelling at bakers with such artistry that the bakers told other bakers as if repeating a joke. He wrote to Sansa to tell her that the bread she counted felt like courage in the hands of men who had once believed courage could only be made of bronze. He wrote to Arya to say the thing fathers say when their daughters are becoming knives, and he burdened the sentence with no advice because advice blunts edges and this edge must stay. Between letters there was work. A band of wildlings came in under a cloth of white and a pole of stout will. They were not wild. They were women with hands like knots and boys with ears red with cold and men who had decided not to die on principle. Jon stood before the gate where the north meets the idea of south and did not say welcome and did not say please leave. He said this way, and put them where they would not freeze and would not make other men's freezing more likely. Men who had fathers went and checked the knots on their tents. Men who did not had learned not to look at children in winter. They learned again. Ghost learned a boy's particular smell and learned not to bite it. Mira taught a woman to make a soup out of what a man might have called nothing, and to keep it near the tent flap, so that men passing would feel indebted and therefore decent. The old bear nodded exactly once in all of this and then scowled to guard his reputation. When the worst of it had been turned, when the wave that had thought itself a wall discovered it had only been a wave, Ned called men not to a council but to a table because tables chew less than councils. He did not put a banner behind him. He did not sit on a raised chair. He spread a blank sheet and set a coal upon it to wait the corner. He said, "We must write down how we will live." Men laughed or frowned or spoke in the tones of men who have waited their whole lives to be asked to be good. Ned made a line of his palm. "There will be no king in winter," he said. "The chair we had has been beaten into blades. The word is not gone. Can be said again. But until the spring teaches us we deserve ceremony, we will have a moot. Wardens and shiplords and grain lords and maesters and women with ledgers and a man from the watch. We will write the winter charter. We will bind ourselves to it until grass grows up between our toes. We will put down which barns must never be empty while other barns hold anything. We will say aloud that bread is law and that laws may be broken by those who keep people alive if they afterward confess and are forgiven. We will write that every house will foster one child from a house that has no walls and that child will learn to read and to cook and to count before they learn to say please. We will agree that boats carry north first and cannot be bought off with song or gold. And we will write down that when the wall asks we do not say, "But I had meant to hunt today." They argued and improved and ruined and rebuilt, as men do when asked to be wise in public. A woman from White Harbor told a knight from the Vale that his horse ate more than her street. He told her his horse would pull more than her street. They both smiled and then stopped smiling, and there was something in their faces that suggested a world that might exist if winter stayed. The hound said one thing. "Make the punishment be what fixes the thing he broke," and then folded his arms like a door against further invitations to usefulness. Sam suggested 3 small rules about candles and stairs and men in the night that saved, in the years after, more ankles and lives than anyone thought to count. Varys wrote neatly and said nothing and produced, at a half-nod, names of women of no house who would do this work better than their lords. Davos lifted his hand when tithes were mentioned and said, "Never a tenth when the 9th child has a hollow belly," and men who had thought themselves holy examined their adjectives. They signed it in smoke and tallow, blood and wine and ink and spit, depending on the degree to which they had learned to play with symbols. Ned did not put his name first. He put it next to the names of other stubborn men and one marvelous stubborn woman, and thought to himself that Catelyn would have smiled and then told him to watch his purse. He pinned the thickened sheets to a plank and hung the plank where even men with poor attention could not help reading a line in passing, and then he put a copy in a sack and sent it across the snow with a man whose only gift was arriving where he intended, with nothing in his sack that he had not left with. He sent another south with Mira to her father, to float it into villages on little rafts of words through the reeds. He did not stay for the spring. He stayed for the first thaw that was not false. He left after the last of the big burnings had been done and the air at last smelled of scorched fat only in memory. He left Jon with a kiss pressed to his brow, the way fathers did with boys who are men and will not forgive you for more. He left the old bear with an agreement about oil that would be broken by no man who intended to look Ned in the face. He left Sam with a list of books that would be found in odd places if a man looked there with real hands. He left Gren with a horse that would not look well in any parade and would survive longer than 3 most likely to. He left Ghost with a scratch behind the ear a wolf could despise and did not. On the ride back, the road had become hospitable by inches. Snow went to water, water went to ice, ice went to gravel, gravel went to mud, mud went to dust. Men began to argue again over things that had the leisure to be trivial. The Hound laughed once when a man complained about being bitten by a flea and then immediately apologized, which was a more impressive thing. Arya traveled upon the ridge of a wall because the road bored her. Mira walked heel to toe and invented a song that had no words and pleased her very much. Ned dreamed of chairs and woke smiling because all the chairs in the dream were stools in kitchens and none had iron in them. He rode into King's Landing under a sky that had chosen to be clean for once. The sea was asleep and the gulls had gone out to find their food rather than simply waiting for someone to leave it where they could bully it away. The city smelled like itself and also like a thing that had been given the chance to live differently and might, out of self-interest if not virtue. The first day back he sat not in an iron seat but on a bench in a hall that needed sweeping and listened. The woman with the good basket of flour from before the winter had returned. She had more flour. She had an opinion about a man who had demanded 2 loaves for his own oven and called it regulation, and she named him and did not whisper. The baker came in and apologized so thoroughly it took the game out of it. A boy with a new scar had a list of 9 orphans and a cunning plan involving a room near the kitchens. Sansa had already done it. He was thanked and given a job hauling water and did not pout. A priest said a thing so stupid Ned's mouth wanted to imitate a smile. Varys coughed with a delicacy that suggested discretion and then produced a more helpful priest as if out of the sleeve people suspected him of hiding people in. Cersei arrived late and sat with the air of a woman who had a migraine she would not allow to share her face. She listened. She did not interrupt. She did not approve. She helped. Bywater had grown hands for paper as well as spear. He presented a list of men who would be better sent to the riverlands to stand on fords than allowed to stand near taverns. He presented another of women who had done a better job with the watchmen's accounts than 3 captains together, and he asked permission to pay them, which was his way of telling Ned he had already begun to do it and wished his lord to discover afterward only what a good idea it had been. Davos had a ship in the bay with casks for north and cargo for south and had turned the habit of the city from buying trinkets to buying rope. He had discovered that the men who made rope are happier when a man pays before he asks what the rope will be used for. Missandei came for one day, to walk the streets without coins, and left 3 pages of suggestions no one had asked for and everyone needed. She sat for 1 hour with Sansa, the hour when nothing important can be done and everything important gets begun. They spoke softly of ledgers and boys and knives that are not. One evening, when the salt air had turned to tonic and the light lay on the floor like cards thrown down at the end of a game, Jon came back one more time and stood under the lintel like a man who feels himself too tall for his life. He had not come for counsels. He had come for warmth. He came without ceremony, with Ghost and 2 men who had learned his silence, and in the round chamber where boys once played at with swords and Arya had broken a piece of furniture with her laugh. They ate stew and tore bread with their hands and did not speak of fear or law or fame. Jon told of a boy who had learned to bind wounds faster than he could make them, and whose hands now shook when there was nothing in them, which made the shaking useful later. Ned told of a woman who had invented a way to keep flour dry that had vexed 3 generations of smugglers. Davos smiled into his bowl here and did not deny, and that saved 200 lives somewhere no one would ever go to carve it on a rock. Arya showed Jon how Mira had taught her to set snares in cities and in men. Sansa put a bowl under Ghost's nose and he sniffed it with dignity, then devoured it and put his head on her knee as if it had been always thus and would always be. After, Ned and Jon walked out to the parapet where the city pretends to be a ship and the sea pretends to be land. The night had a clean bite to it. The stars were not as good as northern stars, but they did, as stars do, their work without needing to be thanked. Ned set his hands upon the stone, and knew it, and also felt again the grain of the wood rail at Winterfell. He said, "You will not be king," and Jon said, "No," with a gratitude so pure it might have made a god's eye sting, if gods took note. "You will be what you have made yourself," Ned said. "And men will call you other names when it pleases them and you will let them and not answer, and that will be enough. The realm has no chair for us. Good. Chairs break backs. We will leave benches and room for bread." Jon breathed out and the breath drifted away into the business of the night. "The dead will come again," he said, not in fear but in fact. "They will," Ned said. "And so will we. Perhaps not we ourselves, but what is needed of us. The name is a way for men to pretend we are single things and not a kind of duty that walks." He looked at his son and saw in his face the boy with a wooden sword and the man with a black knife and the father yet to be and the old man who would sit someday by a door and tell a girl who brought him soup about wolves and snow and leave out the worst parts. "Do you love me?" Ned asked. It was a stupid question. It was everything. "Yes," Jon said, and did not laugh at himself, because to laugh at that answer is to become less brave than winter. "I love you." Ned put his hand upon Jon's shoulder and they stood the way men stand when what they have to show each other is not how to fight but how to endure. Far below, waves took the wall and unmade it and remade it. Far away, snow fell on men who were looking for words to describe it that would not make them seem weak, and failed, and then smiled at each other anyway, which is the right way to be weak. In the yard, a boy dropped a pail and swore in a way that made Bywater grin. In a stable, a horse dreamed a horse's dream of grass in summer. In a little room, a girl with a list forgot it for 5 whole minutes and learned in that time to tie a knot behind her back without looking. If the realm had been a man, it might have slept that night heavier than it had in years. If it had been a child, it might have woken at dawn and sat up and said nothing, because waking is work and work is a form of love. The winter came as it must and went as it does, and in the season between the two, word traveled along roads that had learned to stay open and boats that remembered fear and did not mind it, of an age where no one sat on an iron chair and the wolves were not kings but kept. Men named it. Names have always been our small magic. They called it the Age of the Wolf, which is to say the time in which a hard thing taught a harder thing to endure, and learned in the teaching to do so itself. And in the halls where cards of light lay on the boards and the air smelled of bread and leather and the salt the wind brings no matter what men have done the day before, 2 men. One who had been a father a long time, and one who had only recently remembered he had always been a son, stood and watched the world be itself and took it as victory, which it was.